That damned Duke Ethan Ambrosia wasn't the father of this child. She thought about Hugo every time he moved, and it was unbearable. But what if Hugo were a duke? That would be wonderful, so she goes with him. And will never return to the Cromwell Empire. A pregnant girl asked her friend to tell the child that she had died. Let him forget about her and be happy. That is exactly the fate his mother wanted for him. However, the boy's tears continued to flow from his eyes. He screamed hysterically that he had already said no. Not his mother, not him. The maids were worried about the boy. They asked young Master Claude to open the door. They had never seen him behave like that. And the boy kept crying and wailing. It wasn't his mother, it was he who had tortured his mother. The maid trembled with horror. She worriedly asked the gentleman what he was saying, that this was not true at all, and she looked around. The girl thought that it must have been she who had said all sorts of stupid things to Mr. Lei Chengblong. She must have whispered something to Claude, like someone taking over the mother's duties. The boy shouted at everyone to get out and that he hated them all. Lei smiled smugly. She cried and shouted that he had already said that he didn't need anyone except his mother. He shouted that he didn't need any nanny, and in the meantime a girl arrived who was applying for this role. And sighing, she said that everything went wrong from the very beginning. Sarah Miller, in the Cromwell Empire she was called the Lady of Knowledge. Even the Emperor himself bowed before her with a request to raise his daughter. Although unmarried women are legally ineligible to inherit the title and lineage, she effectively became the Duchess of the Miller family. Yes, despite her marital status, the servants saw her in front of them, right here. They begged the girl to help them or do anything. Sarah heard everything. Frowning, the girl thought that this was not at all like the old Claude. She herself was confused. The plot of the novel had changed. Claude Ambrosia, an unfortunate young lord branded by the death of his own mother. The flower of darkness and the main villain who will destroy the empire, that was the fate of the child crying behind a closed door. She was the result of a curse passed down through the Ambrosius family, its dark power eating Claude from the inside. But he is saved by a heroine from the distant future, Elena Preston. But until then, Claude hated himself and lived as if in a terrible dream. In the end, he will lose his mind and kill his father with his own hands. He was promised misfortune. Only in this way would he fulfill his destiny. So he became a villain with twisted desires. It was written in the Flower of Darkness, she is here to prevent this. Her concern is not well founded. Claude has not yet fallen into complete despair. But she couldn't believe that the plot of the novel, which had so many times deprived her of hope, had suddenly taken such a turn. Throughout his childhood, the main character, Claude, was blindly attached to his nanny because he lacked love and warmth. Sarah thought he would run to her with all his love and hug her, but now he is crying and rejecting her. Apparently the young master was not ready yet. Sarah asked if she could come another time. The maid asked if she could help them. The gentleman was not a stubborn person. He must have just been nervous, she said, but he rejected the very idea of the Duchess being here. It's her time, said Leia. She didn't know how to address her and asked, Miss or Lady Miller? The girls exclaimed to Leah that she was a lady. Know your place. Had she really forgotten that she was here only thanks to Monsieur Claude? True, the maid agreed with them, but the young master listens only to her. She said that the role of nanny should have been entrusted to her, and then there wouldn't have been this headache. The girl exclaimed and asked how she could treat the Duchess so rudely. Then maybe they'll get him out of there, Leia asked, challenging the others. Try if you can, she said, and the others wavered, all except Sarah. I wonder if her voice suddenly swept through like a cold wind. She didn't even think that a resident of the Great Cromwell Empire didn't know about the title that the Emperor had granted her. Isn't it reasonable to believe that an unreasonable woman cannot obtain a title? Leia asked. And Sarah offered to give her the opportunity to express her complaint personally to the Emperor. She ordered her to go and tell him about it. It is unfair that only Sarah Miller was recognized as a duchess. Leia Chenblun was scared. It was stupid to show her weakness in front of the strong. She told Claude that no one loved him, because you can't love someone for whom killing another costs you nothing. After all, it was he who killed Nanny Sarah. True, it was she who forced Claude to sink deeper into the abyss of despair. She offered to give a simple lesson and asked Miss Leah to repeat after her, Duchess Miller. As soon as she uttered the treasured phrase, Sarah praised her, and the girl pulled herself away. Having said that she would take care of the young master, she thought that Claude's behavior had shocked her, but now she could think clearly. It's strange that the world must act according to the rules of the Flower of Darkness, even if the course of events is slightly changed now. She swore on her soul to Delane that her child would be happy and she would do everything for that. Since then, her plans have not changed. How to heal the wounds of a child who firmly believes that his mother died immediately after his birth. The girl asked young Master Claude if she could come in, but he drove her out. Sarah called out to Monsieur Claude again, and she calmly explained that she would come in, as if he had given her permission. Starting to use magic on the locked door, she asked the boy to move away if he was near the door. Flashes of energy penetrated the room, illuminating everything with bright light. In the novel, she was supposed to die. So even if Claude rejects her, she will still come in. The door opened and the magic enchantingly dispersed across the entire area of application. "Oh, a sorceress!" Leia exclaimed in amazement. Throughout the Empire and even on the continent, wizards were a great rarity. They hid from the world in a specially erected tower. They were known for their stubbornness and recklessness, but their power could not be ignored, and rumors about their habitats spread. However, even the greatest emperors of the continent had no idea where the tower was hidden, and this great sorceress was one of them. Wherever she went, she was treated no worse than the imperial family. Here she is, a sorceress. As Sarah approached Claude, she thought that, of course, she had guessed, but he was incredibly handsome. Like an angel, Sarah could not believe that such a child would destroy the Empire. The girl greeted the young gentleman, and also the image of a friend popped into my head. She told the boy that from that day on she would be his teacher, and also a nanny, and therefore introduced herself as Sarah Miller. True, the girl thought, he was so much like Delane. Thunder rumbled, lightning flashed, and the girl jumped out of bed and cried out, "No, no, I need to go back, please." But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't wake up in her body. She had one secret. She had to edit the content of the novel, "This is some kind of mistake," before she always came back. A secret that was much more important than the fact that she was a sorceress. She had great power from birth. Her power was destroying her soul, so she split it into 2 parts and sent the second one to the border of another world. The daughter of a ducal house with a great history woke up in the body of an ordinary Korean citizen, Park Hae-yeon. Each one lived their own life peacefully. No matter how long you lived in the other world, only a day passed in the second. That's why she lived twice as long as the others and coped with her double life very well. Unlike Sarah, who had the power, Park Ha-yeon had the gift of foresight. Until she saw the fate of the world in which Sarah lived, her life was absolutely calm. Sarah had to go back and edit the novel. Delane couldn't be allowed to go crazy. "What happened?" she asked anxiously. "If you are alive in another world, you can return." But when Park Ha-yeon had an accident, her soul seemed to shudder. It was obvious that their souls were inextricably linked, but what good was all that power then? She felt incredibly ill and in pain, but suddenly my lady was informed that someone had come to see her. "At such a time," said Sarah, but then the girl conveyed that it was Duchess Delane Ambrosia. Before this meeting, the hearts of both girls beat wildly in fear. Suddenly, a ray of light illuminated the Duchess, who was waiting for her friend. Sarah came out to the Duchess. Delane, as if mad, rushed to her precious friend and asked her not to call her that, asking if it was true that she was always on her side. The girl anxiously chattered that she was saying that she was ready to do anything for her and that she needed help. In surprise, Sarah called out to the Duchess, but she again shouted that she should not call her that. Sarah apologized to Delane. She fulfilled the promise given to the Duke, and now she is leaving to look for Hugo. She cannot do otherwise. Ambrosia needs an heir. She will give birth to him and run away. Sarah asked if she thought that her child with Hugo could become Ethan's successor. Yes, she replied. If Ethan kept the child, no one would say a word. If Hugo had become a duke, she wouldn't have done this, that damned Ethan Ambrosia. There's nothing her father can do if he finds out she's dead. She's had enough, her friend said. Delane married her lover's older brother, and her poor friend was consumed by madness. She asked Sarah if she would take care of her child, if she could prevent this curse. She begged her. It was all her doing, a novel she wrote for herself after seeing a hopeless future. This is what her life has become. Could Delane forgive her if she knew the truth? All stories come to an end. The man who had all the despair in the world was saved by the woman who had all the happiness. In the midst of this hopelessness, without any special strength, only ordinary human faith and love saved the world that was in chaos. "Well, after finishing reading?" asked Sarah, reporting that it was she who wrote this novel. She asked if she was interested, if the plot was good. "Yeah," Delane exclaimed, and praised Sarah's skills. "It's not true. It's just a hobby," the girl answered, but her friend said that she was good at everything. Maybe she didn't know the real Delane at all. She saw the terrifying future of this beautiful empire that Park Ha-young had predicted. "I saw myself in this future." In it, she, like other wizards and their students, hid her abilities and led a reclusive life. Turning a blind eye to the chaos reigning in the empire, she acted this way because she did not foresee it. "It's hard to make a different choice without information, so I wrote the book as a consolation." After the horrors she saw, she somehow thought that it was just a fantasy. Then Delane suddenly asked Sarah if there was tragic love in the novel. She wanted the kind of love that was destined for her, the kind that would transcend family ties, duty, and children. Love that blossoms in the midst of misfortune, for which one can even run away. What could be more romantic? Sarah thought she would change her mind if she looked at the hero of the novel she was writing. Having learned that there was such a lucky guy there, she asked what his name was, but Sarah had not yet decided, and then the girl suggested naming him after her. She was still facing a marriage of convenience with the Ambrosius family. She would have liked to experience such love at least in her novel. These words touched and tormented the soul of the little girl, but then Delay asked if she would show later what she had written. "Yes," Sarah replied with a soft smile and signed the heroine's name in the empty space. So, like Delane in the novel, she fell in love not with Duke Ambrosia, whom she was supposed to marry, and in his younger brother Hugo, and gave birth to a child she should not have had. If everything goes as planned in the novel Flower of Darkness, then this child, Claude, will become the main character. If only Sarah had known what a tragedy this would cause, she would not have named the heroes such names. If she could prevent this curse, she would change the course of events, even if it meant the destruction of the world. Sweet child, she will be the only nanny who will free him from the curse. Passed down through the Ambrosia family from generation to generation, the novel Flower of Darkness will no longer allow him to become a villain. Having decided this for herself, Sarah finally answered her friend that she would protect him as her own, and she decided to approach this issue thoroughly. However, when they met, Sarah could not contain her emotions and gasped in surprise. And confessing, she told the young gentleman that he was even nicer than she thought. The maids were somewhat taken aback by what was happening at that very moment. Taking the boy by the hand, the nanny said, "Excellent, not a bad first meeting." But suddenly the boy hit the girl hard on the hand. And at that very moment he jumped out of bed and rushed towards her, begging her to tell her to leave. At that moment, Lei collected her thoughts and realized that she had not received her title by force. And it was not for nothing that the Duke told her to respect Sarah and treat her with respect without making her angry. Then came the terrible realization that both the Duke and the Emperor knew that Sarah Miller was a sorceress. The sound of patent leather shoes was heard, and the servants, alarmed, called for Claude. They immediately ran into the room, restoring the order that they should have organized in the morning. Then Sarah realized that all the servants were so worried because the Duke had arrived and Claude had called Leia. He asked the maid to do something and to hurry. Claude didn't want his father to see him like this. He himself understands that he did something wrong. Claude still craved parental love, so it was not too late, and then Sarah asked if she could help. There was hope, and the girl said that she would put him in order before the Duke arrived. But she had a condition. With this condition, she asked to be allowed to become his nanny. Claude was discouraged. He was already thinking of refusing, when suddenly I heard that servants were greeting the arriving Duke outside the door. He ordered everyone to get out of the way. On his way to Claude, the maids let him pass, but with doubt, because the Duke had an important meeting. Not knowing what to do with himself or how to manage everything, the boy anxiously turned to the nanny and said that they had come to an agreement. He asked the girl to quickly put him in order so that his father would not hate him even more. Using magic, Sarah asked why the Duke would hate the young master. And then she transformed the boy's appearance, dressing him in clothes and styling his unruly hair. Claude's eyes lit up at the sight of what was happening. Calling his son into the children's room, a casually dressed man burst in through the door. It was clear from his appearance that he was in a great hurry and seemed to have even run here. Duke Ambrosia asked the boy with concern what he had done there. The boy met his father in full dress, but at the first opportunity he hid behind Sarah's skirt. The Duke sighed, making sure he wasn't hurt anywhere. Looking at the man, the girl thought that she had never seen such beauty in this or any other world. He noticed the new nanny, and Sarah wondered why Delane had left the Duke and introduced himself as Ethan Ambrosia. He apologized for not introducing himself earlier. Sarah introduced herself and said that Claude had given her a warm welcome, that she had forgotten about formalities. The Duke hoped he had not caused her any trouble, not at all, replied Sarah. The young gentleman was very serious. But there were many pleasant moments awaiting them in the future. Ethan was glad to hear that, and sitting down at his son's level, he praised Claude. He asked the boy to remember that he was Ambrosia's successor and that he needed to act seriously. Sarah noticed how happy he was at the praise. Even though he wasn't Claude's father, they were very similar. Ethan was known to everyone for his gentle nature and wisdom. Even the elderly emperor treated him with respect. But in the future that opened up before her, it was not Claude, but he who destroyed the empire. The Duke is kind to everyone, but maybe that's why there is no one special for him. Sarah asked what she was talking about, and her friend replied that for him, everyone is the same. He doesn't love anyone, perhaps because of the curse. The Duke is cursed so that he cannot open his heart to anyone. Hugo said that no matter how hard he tried, his older brother did not give him even a drop of love. How could one love such a man? Sarah thought that Delane was missing something. The Duke did not seem like that kind of man. Perhaps she knew about the power that was passed on to the Duke, which was capable of destroying the empire. But then Ethan turned to Duchess Miller and asked if he understood correctly that she had kicked down the door when it did not open. He explained that he was in a hurry to return after the knights reported the use of magic in the mansion. But he saw how part of the door flew off with a loud noise, breaking the window. Now Sarah understood why he arrived in such a hurry. She reported that she had her power under control. Ethan was understanding. He said there must have been another reason, and did nothing about it. While the adults were talking, Claude wondered if she could really get away with it like that. If he had done it, he would have been punished. All of Dad's attention was already directed to the nanny. Looking at his father, he thought that they had the same hair color. But after learning about his mother's story, the boy felt as if he was left completely alone in the world. And so he shouldn't have this hair color, but Dad came running because he was worried about him. And when he's so disheveled, he's not so scary. But as soon as Claude tried to touch Ethan, the man jumped back. After what he had done, he trembled and clenched his fists, and his son froze in shock. Sarah, watching this, thought in horror that the Duke had just rejected Claude. There was an awkward and oppressive silence, and tears formed in the boy's eyes. But then Sarah picked up Claude in her arms and carried him to the Duke. Claude looked at her with surprise and confusion. The Duke himself was also discouraged by this. However, contrary to her expectations, Ethan simply kept the boy at a distance from himself. The girl noticed that Duke Ambrosia was uncomfortable holding the child in his arms, and with enthusiasm, she said and showed how best to place her hand under the boy and for Claude to clasp it around his neck. She said that this way it would be more comfortable for both of them. Each member of the family felt awkward, and Leah and Claude were even a little scared. But Sarah, not accustomed to cold relations between parents and children, thought that this was not the limit. Emperor and aristocrats, Ethan Ambrosia has taken the title of Duke, trusted by two warring empires. While only he knows how twisted his mind is, what is certain is that as he writes the novel, his future has changed. The Duke, who single-handedly defended his lands without children or loved ones, suddenly acquired a family. Perhaps this is where the loophole to changing the flower of darkness and the future lies. Everything has its reasons. People can't change with the snap of a finger. She doesn't know about his dark sides, but in reality, they exist. Having received Claude back, Sarah asked the Duke if he had hugged his son before. Ethan was ashamed to admit it, but it was true. Sarah felt even more ashamed that the two of them were so awkward together. Before she could start training Claude, there was something that needed to be done. Sarah couldn't let things stay like this between him. If she hadn't given Claude right into his hands, he would have left immediately. To prevent what is described in the novel from happening to Claude, emotional care must be shown. The girl reminded him that when she came to them as a nanny, he promised her something. First of all, she is the only one who is involved in the child's education. Secondly, when the need arises, he will take an active part in the process. And thirdly, he must trust her completely. Of course, the Duke agreed. He trusted her completely and would help if needed. Then, the girl immediately declared to Duke Ambrosia that she needed him. The servants gestured straight at his chest and were left speechless. "Duchess," Ethan called out to the girl uncertainly and asked in what sense. "More precisely," Sarah added, interrupting, "she needed his time." Ethan felt sorry, but now unrest is raging among the aristocrats, and the emperor has announced his resignation from the throne. He informed her that he would not be able to devote much time to her, but Sarah assured her that 3 hours a week would be enough. Ethan thought he was lucky that the Duchess agreed to be Claude's nanny, but it turned out to be quite a headache. The current emperor, Cassel de Crombel, turned 80 this year and was powerful. The emperor has not chosen a successor. The nobility is divided into 3 factions, between which a fierce struggle is underway. He was the only one who didn't take anyone's side, but this was going too far. He didn't have time for personal matters. So Sarah Miller is necessary for the child, because the curse of the Ambrosia family was gradually taking root in the baby's body. The time would come when he would need her power, and to prove this, Sarah sent him an artifact, asking him to take care of Delane and the child until then. 6 years ago, he received this letter and this artifact. It was he who helped him harness the power raging within him, feeling free from the curse for the first time in his life. Perhaps, with Sarah Miller's help, he could avoid the fate his father had in store for him and Claude, Ethan thought. Sarah thought it would take a long time and suggested cutting it down to 2 hours. There was no choice left. The ring had been holding back the power of the curse for 6 years, its power weakening. In that letter, she wrote that she might be able to free him from the curse that had been passed down through generations in their family. Besides, Claude needed it too. Ethan was already thinking of giving his consent. But suddenly Sarah thought about it and suggested a different condition instead of 2 hours a week. Now he had to have breakfast with the young master. She heard that he was eating alone in the office. That was true, but it had been 6 years since Delaney faked her death. So how did this girl know about his life? Duke Miller's precious child, from a prestigious family with a long tradition. In secular circles, she was known for her beauty, virtue, and wisdom, but he was not interested in her. Sarah happily said that during the time allotted by the Duke, he and the young master would have all sorts of fun. What is she talking about, thought the Duke, trying not to show it on his face. But surprisingly, his son sheepishly admitted that he liked it. The Duke was amazed that Claude agreed. Sarah said that they would start from the day she officially took office. As soon as they finished their conversation, the sound of stomping and clanging metal echoed through the corridors of the palace. The out-of-breath knights arrived at the scene and called for the milord. The Duke immediately looked back at the man. But the next moment, a man fell out of the missing doors, with a maid hanging around his neck. Clearing his throat, he said, "So you were here." And after shouting, he asked the gentleman why he left alone. Why did he suddenly jump out of the carriage, and why is he scaring them so much? Something's happening again, Sarah thought uncomfortably. The man soon stood up and apologized for not greeting Duchess Miller, introducing himself as Jake Harper, the commander of the Knights. Sarah understood that he could not behave differently. Jake thanked the girl for her understanding. Ethan asked about the letters and their tasks. The commander reported that the Knights were on guard. No one would think of throwing them away. They were supposed to accompany the carriage, and the head maid scolded them severely for barging in without permission. Ethan laughed and apologized and said that he didn't do it on purpose, of course. Jake replied, otherwise he would really burst into tears. By the way, how did this happen? He asked about that loud noise earlier. But looking at the girl in front of him, he guessed everything. At the end of the conversation, the Duke told the Duchess that the Knights were already tired of waiting for him and asked her to forgive him. A word is not a sparrow. He will definitely keep his promise. Sarah would be very grateful to him. And if he could hide her power, then shorten the time by an hour, Ethan would only be glad. And after he pulled Sir Harper by the scruff of the neck, Jake was worried about his reputation. Ethan said that he had it and sometimes did not have it, but in front of the lady he exclaimed, from the degree of their distance, Sarah thought coldly, this man never looked at Claude. The Duke ordered Veron and Rhonda to make sure Duchess Miller had everything and didn't need anything, and also to forbid all servants to tell anyone anything. He would like to spend no more than an hour in her company. The butler and maid left, and Ethan asked Harper how well he knew Duchess Miller. The guy said that they were close friends. Lady Miller always helped him out in difficult times. She taught etiquette to the late Duchess and Princess, and also completed the coming-of-age ceremony in perfect format. In addition, she is a mage, apparently the first to appear in the Crombel Empire in the last 40 years. The secret that the Duchess is hiding, which no one in the Empire knows about, in the future, no one should know about this either. All in order not to waste his precious time, Jake thought. After all, the Duchess showed her power in the middle of the Duke's residence. He asked the gentleman if no one would find out about this. Who knows? Ethan answered after a pause with a smile. If this happens, then everything will become much more interesting. But their rat was quite calm. Jake asked the master to be more careful. He must survive until he meets the Emperor, Ethan said. Despite the fact that he had endured the most brutal torture, he would survive. Jim Wood is too pathetic to kill. He told the guy that his trust was being repaid in a very painful way for him. Since he betrayed Ambrosia and became the first prince's loyal dog, maybe he would show him mercy. But the rest can tear him to shreds, showing everyone an example of how to deal with traitors. 10 years have passed since he infiltrated the Ambrosia mansion as a spy for the first prince. He must have been happy to learn about their family's curse. Now he believes that he can live in abundance using it. So why didn't he tell him about it, but decided to whisper everything to the first prince? In that case, he wanted to read the contents of the letter he was going to send to the first prince and the other two. To avoid any misunderstanding on their part, he would like to clear this misunderstanding up. But if this happens, their family secret will be revealed, and he, as the head of the family, will have no other choice. And in conclusion, I asked Jim. He understands. After a while, Jake asked the gentleman if he was finished with him. The answer was yes. And he ordered to go to the Imperial Castle. The commander reported that everything was ready. Looking behind Ethan, Jake wondered if he was alive, looked like a lifeless doll, and really had incredible strength. In that short time, the commander was able to capture and process a lot of information. And so he called out to the gentleman and said that there was a crack in his ring. And realizing this, Ethan's heart almost sank into his heels. The artifact broke immediately as soon as its creator arrived. He only replied that it had served him for a long time. At the same time, the Duchess met with the servants sent by the Duke. Having met them, the girl realized that they were twins. That's right, the guy introduced himself as Veron, the mansion's butler, and introduced his twin sister, Rhonda Duane. As servants of the Empire's only Duke, they were likely trained in their profession. The gentleman asked him to give her, Lady Miller, a message, and Rhonda asked if she could spare a minute. The descriptions in the novel matched their appearance in real life perfectly, and Sarah agreed. Sometime later, in Claude's room, Sarah asked him if he was upset that the time he spent with his father lasted less than an hour. No, the boy muttered, puffing out his cheeks. Then why are you upset? Asked the nanny. Claude indignantly said that the nanny had caused trouble for his father. It was really so, and Sarah was sorry that everything turned out this way, he wanted to add, but fell silent. Then Sarah, after a pause, asked if perhaps he was worried that the Duke might suffer from this. Indeed, he is not an ordinary child. According to her preliminary research on Claude, he already reads and writes in the imperial language. She also wants to learn noble etiquette. She thought that all this was so that her father would love her. No matter how indifferent his father seemed to be, he couldn't help but want to show attention to such a sincere and sweet child. Sarah said she thought they would be able to spend time with the Duke again later. It won't work, the boy said, burying himself under the blanket. His father hates him. That's not true, the nanny said, laughing. The boy shouted that she shouldn't be mistaken and that he was still angry with her. But isn't he glad he was able to spend time with him? Sarah asked. No, he answered irritably. His father is so busy, and she is glad that he is sad. Oh, then she will go and immediately ask the Duke for forgiveness. Will he be able to pretend and act as if nothing happened? He said that he hated her, and Sarah said that she loved Monsieur Claude and that he was a wonderful boy. She said that she would come back, and he should mentally prepare himself for the fact that she would stay with her for good. Even if he didn't like it, she told Monsieur Claude, there was no other way out. And indeed, left alone, the boy said, such a strange nanny. The Duke said she was a close friend of his late wife and a countess of the ancient noble Miller family. So all the servants must treat her like a duchess. It seemed Sarah now understood how Leia had fooled Claude. In a sense, the Duke's order could be completely misunderstood. Perhaps she told Claude that she was trying to take his mother's place. She was the one who had caused this whole thing to go wrong, so let her suffer a little, Sarah thought, and weighed down her staff with magic. Verone rose from his seat, came closer, knelt down and handed Sarah a towel, probably with the power of ambrosia. It seems like everyone was secretly waiting for her to be kicked out and for a new nanny to be found, but things turned out differently. After all, Leah and Claude are characters who don't appear much in the novel, and this could be the key to changing the ending of the novel. What wasn't explained in detail in The Flower of Darkness was why Leia stayed around. Sarah asked what the Duke had told her to tell her. They opened the towel, right. As expected, she immediately understood. Sarah said that it could not be otherwise. The living curse of the Duke's family, black magic passed down from generation to generation. It is the power of ambrosia that makes the branches of ordinary trees dry and lifeless, a power that thirsts for, steals, and devours life force. If it gets out of control, sucking the life energy from what surrounds it is no longer enough. Eventually, it consumes the host's life force and they die, even after Claude was born to receive that power. Cut off from the world, he spent 6 years imprisoned in the tower. If the power becomes uncontrollable, Claude and the Duke will become dangerous. In the future, she saw, it was she who brought about the destruction of the world. Sarah asked if the Duke's power was being released. It was. As expected, but still faster than she thought, the ring turned out to be insufficient, and a month ago the power had gotten out of control. That same power will soon appear in Claude as well. As the child grows, the dormant power will soon manifest itself. The power of ambrosia is fed by the child's despair, the absence of his mother, the guilt of rumors that when he was born he killed his mother. And also anger from not loving yourself fully. As negative emotions merge together, the power can increase greatly. Was this why the Duke had avoided Claude, Sarah wondered, and asked the twins if this tree had been sacrificed. Both were silent. Something seemed strange to her. Their expressions had not changed once since the beginning of their meeting, which was unacceptable for a butler and headmaid. After all, they are dealing with the Duke's family's affairs and personally dealing with guests, which means that because of this power, they both lost their emotions. Veron replied that he and Rhonda had no objections. The main thing was to find a way to rid the Duke of this power. No, said the sorceress. The Duke did not send them to her because of the tree branch. She would miss the opportunity to take up a little more of the Duke's time. She suggested that they try to prove that they could cooperate for the previously promised time. The twins watched as if enchanted as the magic emanating from Sarah Miller's body. Using spells, the girl forced the flow to return to its previous state, restoring the branch. She is the same, Veron exclaimed in amazement. The dead tree branch is the same. So Sarah suggested the twins get started before she passed out. If she doesn't solve the ambrosia problem now, no matter how great a maid she is, the Duke will throw her out of the mansion. The power of ambrosia, 2 people who have lost their emotions, this is the Duke's control test for her. You need to think carefully. How much energy in her heart will have to be spent on this? As both people's recovery was complete, tears began to stream from their eyes. Veron and Rhonda swore to Sarah Miller that no matter what she asked, they would do anything and never forget her kindness. No need. She asked them to stand up and asked if the Duke knew that this power could be used in this way. It's good that everything worked out. She asked them to prepare a carriage to return home, and the twins went out. After 6 years of research to defeat the dark force, there is no magic that can bring everything back. Sarah stood there confidently for a long time, but suddenly, exhausted, she staggered. The power of ambrosia drains the life force from those around it, which is why it pours out the magic it extracted at the cost of its own life force. There is no other choice but to turn everything back to solve Claude's problem. The curse must be cut off so that it does not take root. If he continues to extract life force, his life will be short-lived, so it was decided not to use Sarah's magical power. Now she will be with Claude for a long time, so she must do everything possible for the happiness of this child. There is only one way to solve it, another one, vaguely connected with her. She will draw life force through her and use it here. The blows she receives are reflected in her. It all looks like she has a serious wound, but in fact she will not cause any harm to this body. If she vomits blood a few more times like this, and Park Hae-yeon might die during that time, it would be good. She lives 2 lives at once. At times it feels like a curse. She doesn't feel like she's free. She tries to hide her abilities and live a normal life, but Park Hae-yeon died. It's hard to say that she felt relieved. Well, as if she had received leniency, at this point she is free. Isn't that a happy life? A child who lives alone, Claude felt the same way. But does she regret what happened? Delaney said no matter what she went through, she was an important person to her, and that would never change, Sarah. You're not a monster. Death, yes, Delane. She promised that she would do her best and be strong. Someone overheard part of her conversation with herself, and as soon as the girl made her decision, the door closed. For what reason is he doing this? She said that it was dangerous? These guys couldn't live without a teacher. Sarah felt like she was going to die from anemia alone, and she wondered if she was too worried about the students of the Magic Tower. Now there are not enough hands for new research when she revealed the secret to the students. After that, the protection here was strengthened. She left the tower without saying a word. Not wanting to involve the students, Sarah hid her identity from everyone. It would be better to leave now. It was a shame that even Bella sent such a message, but then the Countess was called out. The girl asked the Miller family servants, Yuri and Daria, what had happened since they were there. The servants asked if she really had to stay there, since she could just go there every day. Sarah asked how they imagined it. The boys whined, they didn't know, but they didn't want to say goodbye. While they were trying to persuade the girl to stay, but she couldn't, Claude was pushing his way through the maids. One of the girls sympathetically said that the Countess's servants did not look very good. They assumed their pride had been hurt, that the heiress of a high-ranking family had become a nanny. To be honest, the Miller family is the family that was recognized by His Majesty the Emperor himself. The boy asked Rhonda where Leah was, and the head maid replied that she had committed a sin and was now undergoing her punishment. He asked what kind of sin it was, but Rhonda replied that it was none of the master's business. Besides Leah, Rhonda and Veron liked him. It didn't concern him. He had someone who could take care of him. But still, he did not lose sight of the thought of saving Leah from punishment. Suddenly, Sarah greeted Claude. Embarrassed, he hid, and Rhonda apologized, saying that the young gentleman was very shy. "It's okay," Sarah replied. "That's very sweet," and asked why Claude was so upset. He replied that it wasn't her concern. But the nanny asked if he thought he didn't look cute even like that. She asked Claude to stay with her while she packed her things. And she explained that she wanted to play with him, asking him to tell her how he usually entertained himself. Claude said that he doesn't play because he has no one to play with, but then the nanny said that this is not true. She claimed that in fact everyone liked Claude, but the boy argued. Then the girl asked why he thought so, and the boy had no arguments. He jumped out of her arms. Sarah offered Claude to go together, but he refused, saying that the nanny did not know anything. "Why doesn't she know?" asked Miller. "She knows everything because she is a great magician." And she, like an archmage, assured Claude that he was a wonderful person, which is why everyone loved him. And even the Duke loves Claude very much, he's just afraid. The girl explained that no matter how good a person is, and no matter how strong he is, he will be afraid. Afraid of losing something, these are very complex words, and Claude did not understand them at all. But one time he said that he would believe her only once. And after saying this, he immediately ran away with his heels flashing, and Sarah laughed. The bravest heart, having the deepest wounds, he is ready to open up to people. You need to educate him well, to repay him with the same love, which is much more magical than any magic. She made a fuss by revealing her powers, but the Empire was quiet. Simply by selling the information, she could ensure a comfortable old age. Are the Duke's servants really that loyal to him? But perhaps there are other reasons why the information has not leaked out. The boy was learning to operate the devices and was worried about it, but Sarah had already tested his skills 5 times. He has been training since early morning because today is the first time he has lunch with his father. Sarah asked him to take his time, surprised that he was so nervous about making a mistake. And then Sarah asked Claude if he wanted to argue with her, an argument he asked. She asked him to guess what food Ethan would eat first, and the boy thought about it. But soon he exclaimed, "Bread." Sarah asked the student why he thought so. He explained that the cook always served him food with bread, so Sarah thought he would eat the salad first. As a reward for the argument, Sarah promised that today she would do nothing but praise the Duke. These conditions pleased Claude, and he could not wait for dinner, inviting the nanny to come with him. The girl, touched by this, laughed and followed. They arrived at the dining room, and seeing all the decorations, Claude asked in surprise if the nanny had prepared all of this. Sarah enthusiastically confirmed this and asked the student how he felt and if he liked it. Claude was fascinated. He thought that everything would be strict. Before, his chair was so hard that his butt hurt when he sat on it. She always smiles when she looks at him. No matter what he does, she will support him. Claude saw such a person for the first time. They were informed that the gentleman was descending, and soon Ethan appeared on the horizon. The Duchess was early. Sarah said that she always had to be punctual around Claude, and she whispered to the boy to wish the Duke good morning. Something fluttered in his chest as he looked at his father. The man also looked at his son with anticipation. At this point, Claude awkwardly wished his father good morning. These words were new to the Duke. And passing by his son, he smiled and wished Claude good morning. Sarah supported the boy by the shoulder and whispered praise for his work. Claude immediately blossomed from the praise. The Duke was thinking about Countess Miller, and despite his advice to her to sit down, she stood. Besides, he was still bothered by the words he had spoken to her earlier, so that he would perceive her as nothing more than a nanny. But now he was bothered by the strange look he had felt earlier. He knew it was Claude who was looking at him by the awkward way he turned away. The Duke perceived this as if his son was expecting something from him, but at that very moment Claude was still thinking about the argument with the nanny. He hoped that his father wouldn't start eating the salad first, and Ethan thought he was just feeling awkward. The boy was struck by lightning when he saw that his father had actually started his meal with a salad. Lost. Claude really wanted his dad to praise him. But after he wished him good morning, he didn't even look at him again. He probably really does hate him, the boy thought. But suddenly, through carelessness, he hit the glass of water with his elbow and it immediately shattered into pieces. The Duke trembled, and Claude turned cold with fear. A maid hurried in to tidy up, and the Duke noticed how Claude had turned pale, although he was not injured. After what happened, Sarah sat down at their table. The Duke and his son turned to her in surprise, and the girl explained that she also wanted to have breakfast. Claude said that she herself had said that servants were forbidden by the rules of etiquette to eat at the same table with their masters. While the Duke was asking for the Countess's breakfast to be served, she explained to the student that etiquette was not a set of rules that had been there from the very beginning. Accepted patterns of behavior at some point become rules, which were later called etiquette. Ethan confirmed this. If she always had breakfast with them, that would become a rule too. Ethan asked if all wizards were as graceful with words as she was. There was usually no sound in the wizard's tower except for explosions in the labs. Ethan would like to hear that. His tastes are very specific, but if he wants, she can have an explosion right here, Sarah replied, stunned. The Duke was forced to decline her offer. He didn't want another door to be knocked down in his precious mansion. After that, they talked for a short while, which made Sarah become more attracted to the man. And she thought that perhaps the Duke was even more worried about Claude than she thought. Ethan asked the Countess why she liked Claude. Lady Miller thought about it, and she replied that he was beautiful and sweet. How could anyone not like him? And she told the student that she had praised him in front of the Duke. He's a great guy. She asked him to smile. Ethan thought he should be grateful that the Countess agreed to raise her son. The way she treats Claude even better than just her friend's son makes it clear that she likes him very much. But if he were asked if he was a good father to Claude, he wouldn't be able to answer. He'd have nothing to say when Delane returned. She will slap him for not taking good care of his son. Claude has never been like that around him. He was like a child, just like him, but Claude must beware of false attachments, Ethan thought. But then the servant announced that the master's carriage was waiting. It was time for him to go, and Sarah asked without even drinking her tea. The Duke said that he usually had breakfast in the carriage, so he had breakfast here at the Countess's request. Before leaving, he looked back at his son, but without saying anything, he headed towards the exit. But then Sarah turned to her dear student, and she offered to escort the Duke to him. Ethan looked around in surprise. If they saw him off, it would give the Duke strength, Sarah said, suggesting they imagine the Duke heading off to work alone. Claude was immediately moved, succumbing to Nanny's persuasive speeches. Ethan laughed nervously at the fact that the child was feeling sorry for him. He said she shouldn't have given him such a grand send-off. Lady Miller asked if that was a bad thing, and remarked that it was immediately obvious that people actually lived in the mansion. Well, Ethan felt a little awkward, but he didn't mind if Claude was happy. It was his first time seeing his father off. But then the nanny noticed the Duke's tie in disarray and immediately jumped up to him. But he fearfully pulled back and said that it would be better for her not to come so close to him. Why was that? Sarah asked. Ethan didn't want to hurt her over something so small, or rather, he didn't want her to help more than was necessary. He believed that there was no such thing as selfless virtue, and he did not want to be even more indebted to her. The curse of their family and Claude had to be suppressed. That was all he needed from her. He didn't know what it would cost her, so he would have to refuse help, but the Era asked how much the Duke did not trust her abilities. He replied that thanks to the ring that had helped him for so many years, he trusted her and expected a lot from her. Then maybe she could help him even more, Sarah asked. Wasn't that what he expected from her? This power is a blessing, but it may not be enough. The Ambrosia family can get everything on this earth. So the dying father asked his son not to give up on her and to accept her. If he doesn't even have this power, what will he have left? The former duke asked. If he wants to get something, he needs to do something for it. Remembering this, Ethan stood over his sick son. The power in Claude became too strong. Although he instinctively rejects her, his power responds to his. If he's not careful, he could become a bigger monster than himself, something Ethan didn't expect. Perhaps he thinks her powers will harm him, Sarah asked after a pause. Perhaps, Ethan answered, because this force is hungry to absorb something more powerful. Then she will come closer again to assess the level of power inside him, the girl said. And she is not afraid, the Duke asked. Ethan felt a powerful magic inside her. Come closer, and they will absorb this power. He felt how the curse seemed to scream inside him. But grabbing the man by the hand, Sarah confidently said that she was not afraid of him, or the power of their family within him. It's all because she's strong. So he cannot be afraid that he could harm her. This also applies to Claude. She will be able to protect him, and because of this, it was as if she asked everyone to trust her. Looking back at the twins, Sarah asked if he had already noticed the miracle she had performed. Although it sounded funny, Ethan realized that this lady named Sarah Miller was a perfect fit for the duchy. After completing the analysis, Ethan noticed his ring emitting light. Sarah asked him to see that not only did he not hurt her, but she was even able to fix his ring. He saw, Ethan replied. He felt like he had just been saved. But every salvation comes at a price, and it may seem like it was no big deal for her. But it will not be easy to curb this force, however, even now it does not show it. The Duke said that she would be a real salvation for him and Claude. No hostility, just benevolence, which is exactly what Sarah wanted to be. There must be another reason why she's doing this, but he'll have to figure it out for himself. But the Duke did not think it worth doubting her kindness to them. When she stands this close, you can see how small she is, so small that you can touch her with just one touch. The Duke seemed unable to tear his eyes away from Sarah and, lost in thought, tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. The lady was embarrassed, but thanked him with a smile. Ethan continued to look at her smile and touch the ends of her hair until the girl left. Once she had helped the Duke with his tie, she returned to Claude. Either way, Ethan thought, if her goal was something in the mansion, she could get it. At the same time, Sarah suggested that Monsieur Claude say goodbye to his father. And the boy would be glad, but it seemed like Dad was very upset now. What kind of problem did he have so suddenly, she thought. It's scary to even look at this. Yesterday she was sick of blood, and today it took a lot of effort to concentrate her magical power to restore the ring. This won't do if such efforts on her part are rewarded with such a face. They simply cannot go unnoticed. She wanted to give Claude a normal, everyday life, to teach him to say good morning. Saying goodbye to people and seeing them off, as well as greeting them when they return. That is, to live as they live in any ordinary family. But for now, the boy still felt awkward interacting with his father. She suggested to Monsieur Claude that if he said goodbye to the Duke, he would win their bet. The boy's eyes lit up with excitement. He ran up to his dad, but suddenly it was as if he swallowed his tongue. However, having gathered his strength into a fist, he wished his dad a good journey. And he shrank back in embarrassment, waiting for a reaction. Ethan was happy to receive attention and thanked Claude for seeing him out and said he would be back soon. These were some new sensations for the boy. He was almost bursting with happiness. He asked the nanny if she had heard. Of course she had heard, Sarah answered. He saw the Duke out, and he thanked him. He was incredibly happy and shared his impressions with the nanny. The maids were touched by him. The young gentleman was called inside so that he would not get sick, but then Sarah asked him to wait. And then she handed over an envelope. The boy asked what it was, she explained. The promised prize for the bet. Opening the envelope, the boy read that it was a pass. But his face quickly changed, because the pass to the Imperial Palace belonged to Ethan Ambrosia. He shouted, asking why the nanny had it. Without it, one could not get into the palace. She stole it under the pretext of trying to straighten her tie, all thanks to her magic. Claude angrily shouted at her that he was not proud of this, but Sarah offered to go after the Duke before he ran into this trouble. At the same time, Leia, who had been punished, was busy doing the laundry. Out of anger, she cursed, shed tears, and said that all the suffering was because of that witch. The tears in her eyes grew stronger when she remembered Monsieur Claude. Peering around the corner, she saw him smile like that for the first time. Why does the boy who killed his mother at birth look so cute? She was indignant when Sarah suddenly arrived and knocked Leia into the water. What the? She asked. And Lady Miller asked the girl why she hated Monsieur Claude so much. She saw her peeping at Claude from behind a column and not trying to do something stupid and answer her questions. Getting up, Leia confirmed that she hated Claude. She was disgusted that someone who was bathed in love whined that he was not loved. And the one who killed his own mother does not deserve so much love, just like her. She always had to worry and hide because she was afraid that her father would kill her if he saw her. Her brothers had to beat her, and no one in the family was allowed to give her food. She, who killed her own mother during childbirth, could not hope for such a luxury as love. Claude must realize how lucky he is to even have hope for this. So she thinks he's lucky, Sarah asked. But isn't it so, Leia asked in a hysterical scream, that at least he doesn't have to beg them not to kill him, like she has to do? Sarah could understand Leah's feelings and sympathize with her, but she also knew perfectly well that because of the novel she wrote, this boy could become like this. Then why did she stay by his side even when the power within him awakened, the lady asked. She was told about this. Everyone was afraid to approach the boy because of his curse, but she stayed next to him. In the flower of darkness, Leia stayed next to him, hoping that this would later play into his hands, and asked, "Isn't she afraid?" She could have been wrong. Leia felt a little sorry for Claude. He, like her, thought that everyone around him hated him, and the hatred had passed. But she kept a close eye on him and whispered all sorts of nasty things to him. Why did she start to hate Claude again? It was difficult for Leia to answer the question. It was as if there was a lump in her throat. But she explained, because she, the Countess, appeared. She saw her after she lifted the curse. And I saw how she vomited blood. This curse negatively affects her. If she were to hold back Claude's power like this, what would happen to her? Would the Countess die? Leia asked. And so the girl asked the Countess what she was going to do now. Maybe kill her. Probably yes. It was clear from her how much she hated her, right? She was crazy about Claude. He's so cute, how can you resist? But why is it only Claude who has someone like her? Because of his high status, or because he is small and cute? Or maybe she, the Countess, is aiming for a place next to the Duke? Sarah poured water over Leah again. She told the girl to come to her senses and not think that she and Claude were the same. Right, Leia remembered. She was the daughter of a minor baron, and Mr. Claude was the son of the noble Duke Ambrosia. But suddenly she slipped. But Sarah caught the girl and held her aloft thanks to magical powers. Why? The girl asked, stunned. Miller didn't want to explain something banal, and she sighed heavily. She asked Leia to take her hand. Just as the girl decided to accept a helping hand, a child's cry was heard calling for a nanny. Claude couldn't find her and shouted that he was ready to go to the palace. If she didn't hurry, he would go without her. Leia immediately responded to Mr. Claude's call, but Sarah stopped the girl by force and squeezed her hand. And then she said the cherished words. She asked Leia not to blame her father for his mistakes. She asked her to stop thinking that she had killed her mother, or that she wanted to defame the love of her mother, who had protected her until the very end. After this, Lady Miller disappeared, leaving Leia to ponder loneliness and her mother. When they arrived at the palace, the guard laughingly asked for forgiveness and asked if he could repeat what he had said. Claude replied that his father had left, leaving his pass to the palace, and he wanted to give it to him. "And his dad?" asked the guard, and the boy finished answering, "Ethan Ambrosia." Now he understood why the one who was at the post before him left in tears, which meant the Duke had entered without a pass. Of course, it would be no trouble for Duke Ambrosius to enter the courtyard without a pass, but the boy was still waiting for an answer. Those who seek to snatch something from Ethan Ambrosia will pay for it later. The man was worried and wondered how he could have gotten himself into this. But then Sarah laughingly said that she had long heard that the palace guards had no equal in strength and loyalty. But that wouldn't stop him from helping them do this little thing, would it? She asked. "What is she talking about?" asked the guard, and Sarah asked to allow her and young Master Ambrosia to enter the palace with this pass, and she explained that then the Duke's pass would safely reach its owner. The guard heard that this lady had gone into seclusion 6 years ago and opened the gates to Countess Miller. Looking around at the decoration of the palace's exterior, the boy could not hide his surprise. "He likes it here so much. I would like to bring him here every day. Probably only Claude managed to get into the palace at such a young age. Children of aristocrats are forbidden to enter the palace without being accompanied by their parents until their coming-of-age ceremony." It was tacitly believed that the more a child visited the palace before the ceremony, the greater the love and affection of their parents for them. But the previous duke was famous for never bringing his children to the imperial palace. Apparently, Ethan didn't plan to do this either. Sarah suggested that Claude first look at the rose garden near the part of the palace where the duke was. She told him about the gardens for each of the princes, and that next time he would definitely visit them with his dad. Claude was inspired. If Monsieur Claude wishes, the duke can take him to the palace sometime during this time, Sarah said. Now he had something to say to the other kids who weren't friends with him because his dad allegedly didn't love him. But suddenly Sarah froze in horror. Something alerted her, and soon she realized that for some reason she felt the movement of magic throughout her entire body. The boy exclaimed that he needed to go to his dad first, but Sarah reacted late. She merely asked Monsieur Claude to stop, and he looked back right in front of the danger. And the next moment, as if he had received a blow, he fell to his knees and looked at the offender. Amber eyes, full of hatred and horror, looked straight at him with disgust. "Who is he?" The man continued to look at the boy, putting psychological pressure on him. Frightened for Monsieur Claude, Lady Miller ran to his aid and covered him with her body. She knew perfectly well what kind of man this was. Out of breath, Jake arrived at the Duke's place and he asked him to reverse what he had just said. The knight explained in horror that the young gentleman and the Countess had entered the imperial palace. They were going to look at the rose garden and then go to him. But they encountered the first prince, he exclaimed in horror. A shiver ran through Ethan's body. The man mockingly said that he had wanted to see this precious face for so long. But it was hidden from him. Sarah Miller stood confidently before him. And finally they met again, the prince said with an evil grin. A man who was not at all young asked Countess Miller if she would raise her head. The girl, forcing a smile, said that Sarah Miller was greeting the first prince, the pride of the empire. The prince laughed. He was so glad to see her after 6 years, Vassar de Crombelle, the emperor's favorite son and the one he hated most. At his age, he should already be sitting on the throne. Because his father did not make him his heir, he hated him and began to lose his mind. Soon he became a disgrace to the empire. Vassar, having cut Sarah's neck, asked, "Well, how did she like being a countess?" He seemed not to hear her answer. The girl replied that it was difficult for her to express all the joy she felt upon becoming the head of the family, and she hoped that he, His Highness, would someday experience this feeling. The words became a point of pressure and no return. He shouted and asked how she dared to mention the throne in front of him. He could have finished her off right then and there. He asked, "Does he think he won't do this?" Sarah answered confidently, "Because the first prince is weak." It was even funny. According to the plot of Flower of Darkness, it is around this point that the first prince is about to finally lose the emperor's trust. That's why he went crazy. It was because of the inferiority complex that he could never please the emperor. Watching the blood flow from the nanny's neck, the boy cried and said that it was all because of him. He was afraid that the nanny would die because of him. This happened to his mother and Nanny because he was nearby. He shouldn't have been born, but then Sarah used magic to ask him to calm down and explained that he could hear her voice thanks to magic. The girl asked the boy not to worry and, smiling brightly, asserted that she would win no matter what. The boy saw hope in Nanny and blindly believed her noble speeches. The prince was irritated that she still behaved so stupidly and even smiled. How much longer does she plan to mock him? Regardless of him, we will find out when he tears the boy to pieces and swings his blade. Crazy! Everything inside Sarah screamed. She won't allow it. Even though she had overdone it recently, she still had the strength. She was about to give instructions to Mr. Claude, but suddenly the blade fragments flew in all directions. The prince's mad gaze immediately turned towards the new enemy. It was Duke Ambrosia, who rushed anxiously to help his son. Vassar looked at the broken sword and laughed madly. "It's funny," he said, in the character of some crazy drug addict. "How dare the Duke stop a member of the imperial family?" Ethan knew he shouldn't have used his power, especially in front of the prince who wanted to reveal the family's secret. The spy he caught recently was sent by him if he were to act against the first prince now. The other two will join forces to seize the duchy if their family gets involved in this dirty fight for the throne. It will only be a matter of time before their curse is revealed, however. Is he really just going to stand by silently while his son is being attacked? With the force of the curse, the Duke knocked the prince over and pinned him to the floor. The man was in agony and pain from the minutes and years of his life that had been taken away. Sarah watched what was happening, fascinated. And I thought, this is what the power of Duke Ambrosius is capable of. But the prince did not give up. Shouting behind his nobility, Ethan Ambrosia hid a dirty power. If he is a monster, then his son is too. He even killed his mother, Ethan asked, judging by the fact that he was still opening his filthy mouth. He really thought that he would leave him alive. Unfortunately for him, there was no one here except them. If His Highness suddenly disappeared without a trace, no one would even know about it. Not only is the situation itself dangerous, but the Duke himself seems to have lost his mind. Without the ring, it will be harder for him to control the power. If he doesn't stop it now, the power might break out of him again. The lady said that if he didn't stop, it would be difficult to deal with the consequences of his actions. And this will also have a negative impact on Claude's emotional development. Well, if that's the case, the Duke was ready to stop, but suddenly the prince grinned. And he asked why he was always curious about Sarah Miller looking after his puppy. So maybe he also has the power of this curse. She can't save the monster that killed her friend. It was too shocking for Claude to learn that the nanny was his mother's friend. The Duke quipped that Vaser de Crombel had not yet come to his senses. Let him just try, thought the prince. He used force with such a proud air, but the Imperial Knights standing in every corner certainly did not leave it unnoticed. They would be here soon, and as if he had predicted, shouts and stamping could be heard. They are finished. They arrived faster than he expected, and from their voices it was clear that there were several of them. At this rate, his curse would be revealed. But then Vaser screamed, "Is no one coming?" He was calling the guards here to see what Duke Ambrosia had done to him. Quick, split his skull and make him pay for treason against the Empire. But then magic happened. Sarah snapped her fingers and completely healed the impudent prince, who looked back at her in horror. Lady Miller had little strength left, both physical and magical, and the prince could not fully comprehend what had happened. In an instant, a crowd of people appeared in front of them, and the prince fell into a stupor. He asked anxiously how they had appeared there, wondering how it had happened if even the bruised area didn't hurt, and why, in addition to knights, were courtiers and aristocrats gathered here. People whispered among themselves. They didn't know what had happened, but the wound on the lady's neck attracted attention. Wasn't that a cut from a sword blade? And indeed, the aristocrat noticed that nearby lay fragments of a sword covered in blood. "Yes, yes," Jake exclaimed immediately. They all guessed correctly. The first prince pointed his sword at the child. That's why he had no choice but to bring them all here. Everyone was amazed that the prince had initially aimed not at this lady, but at the child, and they looked at the prince with disgust. The man didn't even have anything to say in response to these accusations, and Sarah thought that Sir Jake was much smarter than she thought. "No, no," Vaser screamed. The Duke threatened him and almost strangled him, and asked everyone to look at the marks on his neck. However, everything was clean. The servants heard that the first prince never touched the aristocrats. But apparently, this time he succeeded last time, because he beat his servant right in front of the Emperor's eyes. Well, it seems they have sorted out that problem. Ethan asked why the Imperial Knights were just standing there and couldn't help the first prince. Would they really allow a member of the imperial family to disgrace themselves? The guys were offended by this. They apologized to the first prince and said that they would take him inside, thinking that he should not stay there. They were shouting how dare they and so on, but suddenly an elderly voice told him to stop. Emperor Kalo arrived and asked his son how he could disgrace himself so much in front of his subjects. The first prince and the rest all bowed as one, greeting His Majesty the Emperor. The man ordered the first prince to go to the throne room immediately, he wanted to argue. But his father reminded him that he had recently told him to take a vacation and get his head together. But then news reached him that he had caused a scene in the garden. Vaser had nothing to say in response, and he bowed and left. Then the emperor turned to Duke Ambrosius and said that they would discuss this with him later. In the meantime, he ordered him to return to the mansion, when suddenly their conversation was interrupted by Claude's cry. She fell unconscious, but Ethan, reacting in time, caught her and her son. The man was concerned about the girl's condition, and the emperor, seeing this, only ordered the duke's carriage to be brought quickly. Even through the cloth applied, the blood continued to flow profusely. Jake was horrified by what he saw, but there was nothing he could do to help. He only asked when the carriage would be brought, since more than 10 minutes had already passed since he gave the order. Ethan was tense. The bleeding still wouldn't stop. They needed to get back to the mansion urgently. But then his gaze fell on his son, who did not look like himself. He had turned completely pale. The boy looked at the nanny with a dead look, blaming himself for what had happened. And seeing how his gaze changed to a mad one, Ethan called out to his son with apprehension. The prince begged his father to listen to him. It was unfair. The duke dared to attack him, and then the wounds on his body suddenly disappeared. He saw it all with his own eyes, the duke using the foul power of his curse. It was probably because of her that his servant went crazy. He only sent him to find out something about the duke's son. And because of his damned tricks he got into such trouble, he dared to insult a member of the imperial family. But then his father coldly ordered him to shut up. Whatever his motives were when he tried to get close to this child, he not only failed, but also disgraced himself. Enraged, he called Vaser an idiot, saying that he had placed great hopes on him in vain. His mistake could make them enemies not only of Duke Ambrosia, but also of the sorceress who had appeared in the Empire for the first time in many years. Sorceress, Vaser thought, stunned. He was talking about Sarah Miller. He told his son that if he regretted his actions, he should find a way to turn this incident to their advantage. If they become their enemies, then he will no longer be able to convince them so easily. If he can't get that information this time, wouldn't it be easier to destroy them before they block his path to the throne? It is not necessary to reveal the whole truth, just to create a little misunderstanding and cause for concern. This way you can make people panic. Now his strength was more like Visera's. Black magic, which is prohibited on the continent, it could not be anything else. In any case, this duke was hard to keep on a leash if he could force him to use force in front of the crowd. His defeat will only be a matter of time, and when it happens, even the arrogant sorceress who chose the duke's side will fall. He will be able to force things to work for his benefit and that of the entire empire. Yes, father, he answered. He will prove to the whole world that he has everything to become emperor. Let's return to the heroes. Sarah was still lying unconscious, and the worst thing had finally dawned on Ethan. The magic of the curse raged in his son's eyes. Bending over the bleeding girl, Claude thought that all this was because of him. He knew that if he was even a little happy, he began to bring misfortune. So everyone around him suffers, and the nanny will die because of him, just like his mother. The atmosphere between the two family members was tense and shaky. Ethan had already reached out to his son to console him or help him cope with his emotions, when suddenly a voice came from below. Sarah woke up and said that she was in pain and, looking first at Claude, asked why he was so sad. Sadness was completely unbecoming to him, and the girl asked if he had forgotten. Gently stroking his cheek, Sarah reminded him that she was the most powerful and outstanding sorceress. Claude was incredibly happy that his nanny was alive and immediately burst into tears. The girl consoled the young gentleman by saying that everything was fine. Ethan was surprised. But her awakening was a relief. Ethan exhaled and asked the Countess if she was okay. Now that she had come to her senses and needed to treat her wounds, Sarah asked the Duke not to rush, as everyone might misunderstand everything. It wasn't that she didn't trust him, she just didn't want to bother him. Ethan didn't understand why she was doing this. His conscience was bothering him. Because Claude is Delaine's son, because she asked them to take care of him for her, they are of no use to her. But she still protected Claude. Suddenly Sarah jumped up, asking Monsieur Claude if he was okay. The boy was whining. He admitted that he was having difficulty breathing, and that he was generally feeling unwell. The father and nanny froze in stupor. Lady Miller quickly explained that he was too scared, and that was why his temperature had risen. He needs to be hugged, but she can't do it because she doesn't have the strength, and Sarah asked the Duke if he would hug Claude. Ethan was worried that without the ring he had broken, he might harm Claude. But Claude seemed to be asking his father about it with his eyes. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out an envelope and handed it to his dad. The boy said that this was a pass to the palace. He left without it. If it was not there, he could get into trouble. That's why he came to give it to him. What he just said, the Duke thought, was it all because of such a trifle? How can he not cherish him? Besides his younger brother, who left for the good of the family, he is his only blood relative. The only family member left with him, he would not be like his father, he thanked Claude. The father who never hugged him as if he were a leper, thanks to him. A click interrupted the Duke's monologue and confession. The girl asked why he was looking at her instead of hugging Claude. Come on, she was sure that nothing bad would happen now. There are moments in everyone's life when you see your beloved child in front of you and you want to hug him with all your might. If he hadn't done it now, he never would have done it. Thank goodness Ethan caught the moment before it passed. After a while, Jack called the Duke to the prepared carriage. He leaned over Sarah and she looked back at him in surprise. The Duke lifted Sarah into his arms with ease, just as he would have his own child. She was embarrassed by the awkwardness of the moment, and Ethan smiled gratefully. That night, Sarah barely managed to put Claude to bed. She told the Duke that he could go, and she would look after him for a little while longer. Ethan looked back and asked the Countess who would look after her then. The lady replied that it was not difficult for her to just be near him. For some reason, he was not very pleased with her affection for Claude. He said that she herself heard what the doctor said. She was hurt too. She needs to get some proper rest, Sarah was about to answer. But suddenly she noticed that Monsieur Claude woke up because they were talking too loudly. The boy's gaze was fixed on his father, who was still there and was embarrassed by such attention. Having succumbed to his son's charms, he said that he would stay with them for a little while and then leave. Sarah noticed that their young master was still just a baby and asked if he liked the fact that the Duke had not left. "He is not a baby," he exclaimed. "He has a fever, there is pressure on his heart, and it is hard to breathe, but he did not even shed a tear." "Oh," the nanny answered, "his head and heart hurt, and he didn't even cry. Then Monsieur Claude is very grown up." Ethan laughed at the joke, but suddenly flinched, realizing he had lost face. Realizing from his father's reaction that the nanny had lied to him, the boy squealed. He exclaimed that he hated the nanny. And Dad too, Ethan was, to put it mildly, stunned by this. Sarah asked Monsieur Claude if she was angry and asked the Duke to calm him down quickly. Not knowing how to react, Ethan said that he would buy the diamond mine right then and there and give it to Claude. Sarah asked what Claude should do with this mine. The Duke replied that having his own mine he could dictate the price of raw materials. Sarah asked the Duke to come closer and read him moral lessons for the rest of his life. Soon, Claude was definitely asleep. Pushing the Duke aside, she was touched by how he managed to be so sweet when he was sleeping. The girl asked if he wanted to pat him on the head, and Ethan asked if she could. Sarah asked why he was asking her permission because, Ethan replied, he was still a danger to him. Enveloping his hand in magic, Sarah explained that she still had strength left, so everything would be fine. Well then, the Duke simply couldn't pass up such an opportunity. He said he was so small and fragile. Sarah said he would grow up soon. Children change quickly, and you can't miss these moments. It's not for nothing that they say you need to remember this, otherwise you might regret it later. The Duke already had regrets. It was, of course, only her opinion, but Lady Miller felt that he loved Claude very much. He is so sweet, precious, and wonderful that he doesn't even know how to act. A lot of answers were spinning around in her head, but Ethan just said that she was right. He even thought of him as a gift left by him to Hugo. He treasured Claude very much. Sarah had always been curious about what was going on in Ethan Ambrosia's head and asked why he didn't try to get closer to him. She couldn't find out the details of his life either from the novel or from the vision, although she really wanted to know what awaited Ethan Ambrosia. Events do not develop according to the novel. Park Ha-young dies because she draws energy. The future is becoming more and more unpredictable. Will events further differ from the novel? Will everything go according to Park Hae-young's vision, or can the fate of this world be changed? If this is not so, then she is facing the most dangerous man in the world. Ethan asked the Countess what, in her opinion, Claude's strength lies in. She is still weak and Sarah could not catch her, but when she begins to grow, the Duke will have to leave him before she reaches her peak. The curse of their kind feeds on more powerful forces, and if he is nearby, Claude's power will increase. His father was always with him. He loved experiments. Sarah asked if perhaps the late Duke wanted to make this power more powerful. That's right. She herself understands how much this power can absorb in order to become more powerful, whether it can absorb its owner. He was no different from his father, as he spent all of himself only on suppressing power, so he would not allow Claude to experience a hunger for power. No matter what it cost him, he would not allow it for the rest of his life. But then Sarah jumped up to him. "Hunger," she said, and asked if he had just said anything about hunger. "Yes," Ethan replied, stunned. "That's right, so she needs the Duke to cooperate with her." What is she suddenly talking about? Ethan thought in surprise. But then Sarah conjured several magic circles around. Could she really be here now? The Duke thought anxiously and called out to Countess Miller. In this state, she was unable to use magic again. Hunger. The moment she heard that word, she understood why, in Pai Hayan's vision, that curse was able to destroy the empire. Claude's power in the Flower of Darkness was starved by self-hatred and lack of love from others. And only after meeting the main character in the midst of this darkness did he become the main male character of the novel. When his hunger was sated by the love of the heroine, his strength stopped striving to grow, as the curse of the Ambrosia family was destroyed. But what if Ethan's hunger could be removed? Ethan Ambrosia was the key. He was the key to preventing the destruction of the world. How this would change the future. He wondered how this artifact had recovered so quickly. He felt that calm again that he had felt 6 years ago. She asked him why he thought she couldn't be there for him these years. And she immediately explained that for all 6 years, she had done everything possible to find out the essence of the curse of the Ambrosia family. Sarah assured that there was no one who knew more about him than her, of course, only him, the owner of the power. The girl didn't know how powerful his strength was, but it didn't matter. She promised Mr. Codd a happy future, and he was supposed to be in that future. But why? Ethan asked worriedly, and the girl explained, because he loves him. How can Claude's future be happy if his beloved father is not in it? In order for their family's strength to grow, she needed to be fed. And from that day on, her father ordered that Ethan not be given even a sip of water. As soon as he begins to die, the power will awaken and begin to protect the owner. Although there is benefit from this, one must not cross the line. But if the reaction would be different if the flesh was cut, the father tried to increase his power by resonating with it. He said that this pain was destroying him. Love, and pain had always been inseparable, so he could not even imagine that Claude, to whom he had not given love because he did not want him to experience the same pain, would suddenly love him. He didn't know much about Claude. If her magical abilities were so strong, could he be close to Claude? Could he afford to live such a life, and then asked Sarah to tell him the price? He explained that he does not believe in services that have no price. Sarah smiled and replied that she had already received payment from Claude, but if it would make him feel better, her services would have a price. Then she had one wish, and Lady Miller asked Ethan to call her by her first name from now on. By name, the Duke asked again, and the girl, confirming this, asked if it was difficult for him. Sarah said that she was Mr. Claude's nanny and worked for him until he grew up. But if he speaks to her so politely, then how can Mr. Claude communicate with her without a respectful tone? Ethan was a little concerned about her desire to address her by her first name, but he still agreed and called her Sarah, and the girl's eyes immediately lit up. The Duke was slightly embarrassed by such a sweet and innocent display of happiness. Sarah said it very well. Well, now that we've sorted that out, we can ask Mr. Claude to call her by her first name. That was just it, Ethan thought, stunned, coming to terms with it. Well, now it was time for them to rest, and the girl asked the Duke to leave. Are all wizards like her? As soon as the Duke left the chambers, Sarah rose from her bed and made sure that she was alone. Blood immediately coughed out of her mouth with pain, even soaking the bed linen. It's hard not to be horrified, but today she really overworked herself. Sarah's abilities were enough for simple things. But because she was drawing energy from Park Ha-yeon from another dimension, her physical condition was rapidly deteriorating. It would be good if Park Ha-yeon died sooner, then she could absorb all of her energy. But as soon as the question was asked about when she would die, something made a noise and Leia fell into the room. Lady Miller thought in horror. When this girl came in here, she was in such a state that she no longer notices anything. Leia was about to make excuses, but suddenly froze and asked if she was okay. She asked the Countess not to worry about being seen by the butler or the head maid. She sneaked in when the Duke was leaving here. She had her change of clothes and a laundry basket in her hands. No one knew she was there. Last time she also vomited blood, but she hid it. Even now the Duke does not know about her condition. He thinks everything is fine, but Sarah hid the fact that she was in pain, and Leia could help her with this. Sarah was amazed. Leia really was very smart. She realized that there was an alternative to serving her sentence in the laundry, so she decided to take this chance to return to her previous position. She asked if she thought she would forgive her simply because she could be useful to her. Sarah was going to get rid of everything that was harming Claude, and Leia asked if Mr. Claude still knew about what she had done. She was sure that he still liked her, and that he would soon find her himself. "And what then?" asked Sarah. "She is just a maid. It is unlikely that a new servant will not be found for the future head of the Ambrosia family." Leia was sure that he would ask why she was kicked out, because she would not be able to answer him honestly, because he was dear to her. He was kind to her too, even if it only lasted for a moment, but it was sincere. She was the only one in this mansion who thought about him. And Mr. Claude understood this too, so he opened his heart to her. She could be not only the master's assistant, but also hers. She is very smart, so there is no difficulty in dealing with her. Despite her cold answers, Sarah listened to her. So she had to take advantage of this opportunity and be of use to her, begging to be given a chance. She said that she wouldn't make her doubt her because she told her everything. And even though she committed a terrible sin against Claude, she is not to blame for how she was treated when she was little. She remembered that the Countess had said that it was her fault, but she would show her that she was not useless, as her father had said. He is to blame for everything, not her, and she wanted him to be punished for his mistakes, and asked for only that in return. Then Lady Miller asked if she had ordered her to give up Monsieur Claude, would she have carried out that order? Not expecting such a question, Leia flinched. But having collected her thoughts, she confidently declared that she would never do this. She wouldn't betray Claude even if it was her order. The girl guessed that the Countess was testing her, and hearing the answer, Sarah smiled. It seemed she could do her more good than she thought, the lady replied. And she asked the girl if she could call her Leia from now on, and she enthusiastically thanked Countess Miller. After this, Leia helped the girl change the blood-stained clothes and make the bed. Looking at the sleeping boy, she wondered why she hated Claude so much. She had only been away from him for a short time, but he seemed to have become even smaller than she remembered. Perhaps, in fact, she hated not Claude, but herself. Leia turned to Mistress Sarah and showed her the young master's favorite flowers. The girl said that he said that they looked like a portrait of the Duchess. She said that she wanted to apologize to Mr. Claude and gave the flowers to Sarah. Looking at the peony buds, Sarah wondered if she had done the right thing by agreeing to accept Leah's help. Leia was by Claude's side after Sarah Miller's death and before the main character's appearance, so her character featured in many events. But since things had turned out this way, she would train her and scold her properly before assigning her to Claude again. She said that she was very tired, and she asked to leave her, placing the flowers so that Claude would see them as soon as he woke up. Leia accepted the order. This girl probably heard what she was muttering before, just like last time. It's clear that this is just a small misunderstanding, but in order to explain everything to her, she will first have to tell her about Park Ha-yeon's existence. But this means breaking the agreement made with her dear students. If she breaks the conditions, she will lose her magical abilities. Even if she wanted to explain everything to her, she could not. When Sarah fell asleep, it was as if she had sunk deep underwater, but this did not mean that she had fallen asleep. Opening her eyes, Sarah wondered what this place was and where she was. To the sound of ticking medical machines, Sarah suddenly found herself bedridden. She watched Park Ha-yeon from the side. She couldn't see herself with her eyes closed. But now she looked down at herself, like a soul that had left its body. Her hands were transparent, but since she couldn't use magic, she realized that she was now in Korea. She noticed the doctor's conversation. The test results for patient Park Ha-yeon had already arrived. Apparently the doctors couldn't see her. The man was talking about incredible results. But on a bad note, she had 2 cardiac arrests that night, but they didn't understand how they could happen without a reason. They did a skull x-ray and she had no blood loss, but they had to give her a transfusion because her symptoms suggested it. The vomiting of blood in Sarah Miller's body also affected Park Ha-yeon's condition, so even after transfusions, she did not recover. And besides that, all the tests were normal. The doctors wondered why she was not regaining consciousness. There is a lot of magical energy left in this body. If she dies, all of her energy will pass to her. With it, she will be able to contain the ambrosia curse, and perhaps even destroy it, and Sarah's body will not vomit blood. With Sarah Miller's hands clasped around Park Ha-yeon's throat, their shared soul hoped to die quickly. But suddenly tears began to flow from the eyes of the girl on the bed. Sarah's eyes widened in shock. Why was she crying, she wondered. But then, as if on the threshold of death, Park Ha-yeon came to her senses and opened her eyes in alarm. At that same moment, Sarah also came to her senses, her eyes wide open in horror. Sarah jumped out of bed in alarm after what she saw, as if she had seen a nightmare, and tried to catch her breath. There was pain in the heart or simply in the chest. Their eyes just met. It was definitely not a dream. But suddenly Claude's voice called the nanny, and she shuddered in surprise. She looked back at the boy who was sitting by the bed and crying. He quickly asked if she was awake, if everything was okay with her, or if she still felt unwell. He sobbed as he said that she couldn't imagine how scared he was because she hadn't woken up for a long time. The girl told Claude that she was perfectly fine, but suddenly the twins ran into the room and anxiously asked about the Countess's condition. They said that they would call a doctor right away, especially since the Duke had left just recently. Sarah didn't understand why they were making such a fuss. She tried to find out, but Rhonda interrupted and said that they would send for the Duke immediately. After that, they ran away. Sarah was wondering what was going on, when suddenly she noticed a familiar figure. Leah, passing by, suddenly reacted just as violently to Mistress Sarah's awakening. She asked anxiously when she woke up and how she felt. Just now, she answered and asked what was going on here. Why were the butler and the head maid so worried? Leah realized that the mistress knew nothing, and she explained to the Countess that she had not woken up for 3 days. What, 3 days? Lady Miller asked her again in horror. That day was the first time she had experienced something like this in all the time she had lived 2 lives of one soul. With her own eyes, she saw her comatose body and the law, thanks to which she can spend as much time as she wants in another dimension. It stopped working. The Duke ran into the room calling Lady Miller. The girl reminded him that she had asked to be called by her name, and she asked if he had really managed to forget about it. Claude looked at his father with embarrassment and stopped shedding tears. Sarah laughingly asked Monsieur Claude if he was so nervous about the Duke's visit. He replied that he was not. Ethan told Sarah that he was worried about her and moved closer, hovering over the girl. And then he asked with concern, "Is she okay now, right?" Sarah's heart began to beat wildly. After all, she shouldn't have asked to be addressed by her name. Suddenly, Claude exclaimed to the nanny that he was also worried. Smiling at the boy, she asked if there had been any news from the county during the 3 days she had slept. "Have you forgotten?" the Duke inquired, and reported that, to be precise, she could not wake up for 5 days. Of course, except for one awakening, Sarah was overcome with anxiety and asked what he was talking about. After sleeping for 2 days, she woke up briefly and told him not to have any contact with her family and went back to sleep. And after that, she did not wake up for another 3 days while she lived life in one body. The second body can awaken only in very rare cases, but every time the second body behaved like a soulless doll. It just opened its eyes and didn't say anything, so what happened this time? She didn't know how much strength she had in her now, and didn't know what would happen if she tried to use it now. For the first time since she had caused Delaney's life to fall into chaos, the girl felt fear. Like Ethan in her vision or Claude in the novel, who is drowning in dark power, not knowing what the curse of the Ambrosia family is doing to him. She said she was fine, but hadn't woken up for 3 days since then. They thought they'd wait a little longer and then tell their family what had happened. No, Sarah answered. She's definitely fine now, but her memory, Ethan asked if this always happens to her. If there is a doctor in the county who knows how to help her, they can call him. They can also contact the temple, the Duke reported. This man, unshakable as a fortress, had a worried look, like a lost child. Claude interrupted their cooing, and Sarah, having calmed down, asked how things were with the first prince. Something could have probably happened in those 5 days, but instead of answering, Ethan sighed heavily. Getting up, he said that he needed to talk to her and asked everyone to leave them. Sitting down next to the bed, Ethan asked Sarah if she could have lost consciousness for so long because of this power. The girl remained silent, although she was so curious about what he wanted to tell her. If she answers him positively, it seems that he can immediately kick her out of here. But judging by the fact that he didn't call it the power of the Ambrosia clan, Claude still doesn't know anything. I wanted to hope so. No, she replied. It was because she had lost a lot of blood that day and had also used magic despite feeling unwell. Whether she meant to say that she couldn't wake up for 5 days because of this, she explained that this sometimes happens to wizards. He will have to get used to this, and the doctors, the temple servants will tell him the same thing, so he shouldn't worry too much. The entire Tower of Magicians is full of the same sleeping beauties. No one in the Empire knows anything about wizards, so neither the doctors nor the temple servants could find out the reason for her long sleep. So now he can only take her word for it, however. He was a monster, according to his mother, whose power would grow while everyone around him withered. He will consume everyone, just like his mother and her people. That's why Ethan was worried that all this was happening to her because of him. His expression was darker than a cloud, which began to worry the lady even more. And so, without wasting any time, she called out to the Duke. Meeting his gaze, she said that she was one of those people who win at any cost to get what she wants. And, as he knows, she plans to stay with Monsieur Claude until he comes of age. Holding Ethan's hand, she asked him to believe that she was okay, and not to think that she would run away, afraid of this force. Ethan seemed to understand now that while she had slept, anxiety had taken hold of him. He wanted her to open her eyes quickly, but at the same time he wanted her to continue sleeping. Ethan didn't expect this woman to say that she wasn't afraid of this power. He thought she would run away. He would tell her how terrible he was, and if she had never come back, Claude, who had grown to love her, would have been hurt by this. Before he knew it, he began to rely on her. But he was afraid to realize this at one moment. He was afraid to let her go, because she could leave them. After all, she was the first one who managed to save him. And then Ethan asked if he could find out what motivated her. He talked about the reason why she put so much effort into it. After thinking, Sarah replied that even in such a short time she had managed to fall in love with someone. And when she realized this, she could do nothing about it while she spent 6 years studying the curse in order to destroy it. All this time she thought only about Claude, worried and anxious, obviously because of a feeling of guilt and pity for him. But that day she became convinced that she loved this child, and she couldn't do anything about it, because the one she simply had to love was the one appeared in her life. After these words, Claude became emotional and burst into tears, burying his face in the nanny. Therefore, Miller continued, she didn't need a serious reason, because you can't command your heart. For her, everything was decided so quickly. And looking at Ethan, she said that therefore he should not be afraid to open his heart. He trembled. She said it, of course, but it seemed too early to do such a thing in such an awkward relationship between father and son. But then Ethan told Sarah that she was right. It was a wonderful gift sent to them by Claude. He looked at her with eyes full of love, care, and loyalty. For Sarah, it was a blow to the heart. That was probably why, the Duke continued, he couldn't answer her question earlier. A question that concerned the first prince. He said he wanted to publicly apologize to everyone for what happened, including the aristocratic witnesses, and so he invited her and Claude to the ball. At the same time, one of the magicians of the magic tower sighed, looked around the magic circle and asked what was going on here. What a crazy guy, he was still sitting there. Unable to bear watching the boy suffer, he loudly called out to Benjamin, who reluctantly raised his head. But nothing changed, silence remained between them. It was all because of a note left by the teacher earlier. This was already starting to irritate him, and he said irritably that he wasn't even pretending that he didn't hear him. And he asked Vera, who was approaching him, if he still looked crazy in comparison to him. I don't even know, Vera answered. She would say that she and Benjamin think alike, they just have different characters. It sounded offensive. Coming closer, he hit the barrier with his fist and shouted, asking if he would sit in this magic circle any longer. He told me to think about what the teacher would say about this. Benjamin, pursing his lip, trembled. Clutching a piece of paper, he ordered that he not be touched, and said that if he disturbed him again, he would not leave it alone. Then the magician asked what he would do if he continued to bother him like this. It was a waste of time, but suddenly he remembered that he could become a lever of pressure. And he reported that the teacher's magic stone had recently reacted. The words had penetrated every cell of the recluse's body. And with hope he looked up at his comrade, but he said with a grin that, of course, if he continued to hang around here, he would have no reason to share what he had found out. The next moment, Benjamin destroyed the barrier surrounding him. Breaking out of captivity, he attacked them and angrily told the guy to speak if he didn't want to die, and raising his hand for a new blow, as if going mad, he asked where the teacher's stone had reacted. He replied that if he really wanted to kill him, he could just do it and not talk. But if he dies, how will he know what the magic stone reacted to? It's only a matter of time, Benjamin answered. But whether he can stand it for that long, or whether he will continue to behave like this, he is only pretending to be an adult, he answered. And as he struck, he shouted, if only the teacher had noticed earlier what he really was like, she wouldn't have left like that. Benjamin said even if that was true, it still irritated him. It infuriated him that she had too many students. Another one, in shock, asked Vera if she could help stop Benjamin, otherwise he would definitely kill him this time. The girl replied, the teacher always said that he should give up the habit of acting frivolously. Their argument was interrupted by the magicians who entered the hall and asked Lady Vera if they had decided to have a duel. As always, she answered, and the magician asked if they had still not received news from the teacher. Vera answered the fourth elder of the magic tower that they would soon find her. The man asked why they couldn't let go of the teacher who had abandoned them. It was time for them to gain independence. After her disappearance, everything in the tower was turned upside down, the students she personally taught, Olivia, and also Benjamin and Vera herself. They noticed how the girls' gaze changed at the mention of abandoning the teacher's case, and they stepped back. The fourth elder of the magic tower called out to Lady Vera in fear, and she replied that it was none of their business when she would let go of the teacher or gain independence. "She will solve this issue herself," Vera said, and snapping her fingers, she shattered part of the wall. The elder asked in horror what she had just done, and at that very moment the battle between the boys stopped, and Vera casually explained that she was simply letting them know that she was even crazier than those two. "So she's crazy enough to destroy a magic tower?" Benjamin asked. Vera replied that she would put them to sleep again if they were going to waste their time any longer. The guy told her not to cross the line. If she did something like that again, she would be locked in the swamp of eternal sleep. Vera said that if they had not resisted the teacher's will, none of this would have happened. Olivia shouted that if she had not locked them in, they would have found the teacher faster. After the teacher disappeared without a word, he, caught between the talented Benjamin and Vera, found it difficult to track her down. And in addition to searching for her, he also tried to find out what kind of person possessing an unknown power was the object of her research. Olivia had to make her pay for her efforts. Vera said that if he didn't want to end up there again, he should stop getting involved with that idiot. "Did he intend to?" asked Benjamin. "And who fought with him all day long then?" asked the girl. Moreover, it was she who brought him to this annoying cockroach, for which she apologized. Olivia was now unbearably sad. He missed his teacher very much. "Then tell me immediately where she is," Benjamin ordered him. In the Cromwell Empire, the young man answered with tears in his eyes. Both geniuses silently looked at the third student of their dear teacher. Benjamin asked angrily if he had only just realized this. Olivia explained that the stone had not responded long enough. It was not possible to determine the exact location. Probably the teacher started by searching for them and did not use her magical energy. Even for the most minor spell, she borrowed energy from the other half of her soul from another world. And this stone stores the magical energy of the soul of the teacher from this world. The teacher has only 2 such stones. One is with her and the other is with them. Benjamin asked how this is connected with her current location. Olivia explained that in order for the stone to react, the teacher must use her own magical energy. But as they know it is sealed, she did this so as not to accidentally use her energy. Then why did the stone suddenly respond? The reaction lasted for some time. The soul divided into 2 halves. After the teacher chose them, they did a lot of research in the magic tower under her guidance. As a reward, they were able to hear many stories about her, including her biggest secret. And besides this secret, it is important that the 2 halves of the soul intersect only when an exchange of bodies occurs. She said that she would not be able to return to that body for 6 years, which meant that the halves of her soul would not be able to unite. What could have happened to the teacher in the Cromwell Empire? What the hell could she be doing there? Olivia said they didn't need to know. "Isn't it enough for Benjamin, him or Vera to just find her?" the guy shouted at him. "What?" he asked, staggering. Did he say something wrong? What difference did it make to them what she was doing there? They were just lucky enough to get the opportunity to study this cursed power, but then Vera pointed a sword at him. She couldn't allow him to insult the teacher, and Olivia sighed and asked why they couldn't understand the real state of affairs. But what the teacher was thinking about was not her character, nor how she looked or how her voice sounded. None of them know this, the magician reminded of the harsh reality. The teacher didn't think they deserved to know this. For the teacher, only one thing was important. The power that they were studying. That's why Olivia wanted to find the owner of this power. The young geniuses exchanged puzzled glances. Olivia, at first, could be shown as beautiful and pampered, an example of how the whole world imagines wizards. It was not for nothing that Benjamin was careful with him. The 3 exchanged silent glances that said far more than simple dialogue. "Okay," Vera agreed, suggesting that the boys first find a teacher. It was a great idea. They had to try to make peace between them. Vera told him not to try to use his old tricks again. Olivia asked why she was so cold, promising to tell them what he knew about the teacher, but she didn't buy it. At the same time, someone unknown was watching the young people. Because of the magical barrier, it was impossible to hear what they were saying, but everything looked suspicious. What are these troublemakers in the magic tower planning this time, ready to part with their lives at the teacher's command? The stranger wondered whether he should report this to the magnanimous elder, but his presence was discovered by Olivia. At the same time, in the Cromwell Empire, Sarah heard that the great elder's disciples were trying to complete the work assigned to them. Judging by how busy they all were, it seemed like they were about to leave the tower. The girl was warned to be prepared for anything. Upon receiving this message, Lady Miller slammed her watch shut. She also didn't think that her students would start acting so soon. There was a knock on the door, and the girl informed Mrs. Sarah that Mr. Claude was ready. Despite the assistant's arrival, the girl asked if all the young gentlemen had already gathered. Leia, moving closer, replied that they were all already in the garden, and that the gentlemen would also come down soon. "So that's how it is?" Sarah asked. "So we need to hurry," she said, hitting the chair leg on the floor. Magic spread throughout the room, and the next moment she was already in full dress and called Leia to go greet the guests. "What does it mean?" The party asked Sarah for an apology from Ethan. He replied that the witnesses could not ignore this incident. "The banquet will not be grand. It will be held modestly in the imperial forest. The emperor will show that they care about what happened. All for the sake of preserving the reputation of the first prince. That is, by accepting the invitation to the banquet, they will accept the apology." Sarah thought that he himself understood that the first prince had not invited them only to apologize. But they can take advantage of this invitation. This is a great opportunity to eliminate the first prince from the competition for the throne. This means that he decided to deliberately fall into this obvious trap, all for the sake of turning the banquet into his own trap, not knowing how everything would turn out. They had to get rid of the first prince. Even if it was too risky, they wouldn't get such a chance again, he told Sarah. He does this because one day Claude will inherit the title of Duke of Ambrosia. Although the plan was dubious, he was right, now that the first prince had openly shown his hostility towards Claude. The best defense is a good offense, but if she doesn't want to accept this apology, Ethan won't be coming to the banquet either. He didn't want to miss this chance, but it was up to her to decide whether to accept this apology or not. He just wanted to turn the situation to his advantage, but if she didn't want that, no, Sarah answered firmly. This decision did not depend only on her, and she was not the only one who deserved an apology from the first prince. Right. Ethan realized he had made a mistake and suggested they discuss it when Claude was ready. Claude needed to be told the truth, and Sarah added, whatever decision Claude made, the Duke shouldn't worry about it. As she already said, she will always be by Claude's side and protect him. That's why they're going to an apology party in the woods. After some thought, Sarah told Leah that this was a special occasion and that this time Rhonda was helping Mr. Claude get ready in her place. Leia explained with alarm that Rhonda had said that only under her supervision could she court the young master again. The head maid does not allow her to approach Claude, but in order to ask him for forgiveness, she must be near him. Then Leia asked the lady if she knew what young gentleman Monsieur Claude would now meet. Of course, Sarah knew and asked why she was asking. Leia replied that they were older than Claude. What if he was not interested in them? She heard that they had already met several times before her arrival. It was too late to worry about it. But if she has something to say, she shouldn't beat around the bush, but say it as it is. The girl was unsure of her assumptions and whether it was worth talking about it so directly. Clutching her skirt, she said tightly that she thought Mr. Claude shouldn't be friends with them. This somewhat surprised Lady Miller. Claude was waiting for the nanny outside and for some reason was gloomy. Rhonda told the gentleman that there was no room for error this time and asked if he knew that the Duke now expected something completely different from him. The boy sighed and replied that he knew. Smiling, one of the twins at home said that she had heard about his decision, that he agreed to accept the invitation of the first prince. Claude looked away, embarrassed, and said that it was so. He said he would go to the banquet and Rhonda asked if he would forgive the first prince. The boy thoughtfully said that he had not been hurt at all anyway, but that he had hurt the nanny instead. Even if he hadn't hurt him, it didn't mean he shouldn't accept the apology. He knew the nanny had told him the same thing. And he admitted that instead of apologizing, he would like to know why he did it. And with him, and with the nanny, and besides the nanny and the first prince, he began, but suddenly wavered. Rhonda asked what the Countess had done, and he, horrified, recalled the nanny's story. There was nothing between her and the prince, certainly not right now, because she asked the emperor to break off her engagement to the first prince. She was beautiful from a young age. It's a pity for the first prince who was waiting for their wedding, but what is... Claude realized he couldn't tell her this, and nervously said that he just wanted to ask where Nanny was. "She will be down soon," answered Rhonda, and asked the gentleman to be polite and greet the young gentleman first. He reassured himself that this meeting was simply like a training session before the banquet. Claude didn't want to cry all the time like he did that time, and for that he just needed a little. The boys came forward and said that they had been waiting for him, the heir of Duke Ambrosius. Every time they see each other, Claude ignores their greetings, said the most pleasant-looking youth. The butler explained that the young gentleman was a little shy and he did not want to seem rude. Therefore, I hoped that young Master Navin would treat this with understanding. The boy cheekily asked the elder if he thought he didn't understand it. Of course, the butler agreed. The young gentleman is smart and probably understood everything. But he said this only so that he would not hold a grudge against Monsieur Claude. Of course, the cheeky boy replied, he would talk to his father about it. The boy could not believe that he had managed to embarrass the Duke's servants so easily. His father, who always trembled with fear at the mere mention of the Duke, would be glad to hear this. This meeting means a lot to his father, so how he shows himself today is also important. He must gain his father's recognition because then he will stop hating him. He couldn't afford to make a mistake. Over tea, the same boy asked young Master Ambrosius why he was frowning. No matter how much he hated them, his facial expression must still remain friendly, he taught Claude. And anyway, what should they do with a child like him, and his father is also boring? She asked Claude not to worry. He said that his father told him to be kind to him, even if he lacked some qualities. By the way, another boy suddenly jumped up. He heard that he, the young Master Navin, was given a horse. The chubby boy asked if he could look at him. Navin looked at Claude. And then a sly grin appeared on his face, and he answered Pavel that he would someday invite him to their mansion. It's just that his father has already decided to teach him how to hunt foxes, so as soon as he has time, he will be waiting for him to visit. Pavel said that he would definitely come, and the other boy also asked Navin not to forget to send him an invitation. His father told him to entertain him, but why should he do this? He is also an important person and does not have to be a jester for this boy. So he would continue to do what he was doing. He asked if everyone had already started learning fencing. Had they ever been given a real blade to hold? Pavel, dumbfounded, replied that he had only been given a wooden one. The wooden one was no longer of interest to Navin, but it would have been just right for the young master of Ambrosia. He was confident that such a small knife would not frighten him, and asked if he would like to hold it. He didn't like this, he didn't like that. It seemed that the young gentleman didn't like many things, how he irritated him. And in the future, he will obey such a stupid boy who will become a duke. It is worth putting him in his place before that moment. He will show who is stronger and asking if he heard, he shouted, ordering to take him so that he could show how to handle a knife. Claude was shaking with fear, but suddenly Sarah's voice, asking what it was, calmed both boys. The girl apologized to young Mr. Claude and asked the boys if they were having fun there. She turned to the beautiful ladies who stood frozen as if enchanted. Navin, confused, wondered what kind of woman this was. But then Claude, jumping up from his seat, rushed towards the nanny, and Navin realized that she was the young master's nanny, whom they had not seen. Sarah explained that she had recently moved into the Duke of Ambrosia's mansion and was delighted to meet young Narin. "Ah, so she's just the nanny of these little ones," he thought with a grin, and asked what her name was. Sarah said that she was Countess Miller. The boy asked if the County of Miller was subordinate to Duke Ambrosia. Their family has ceased political activity for 6 years and lives in seclusion. No wonder they haven't heard of them. "Well, then they will continue playing?" said the boy, and grabbing Claude by the hand, asked why he didn't try. He cried and said that he didn't want to, and then Sarah said that it seemed like they were starting a really fun game with that knife. Well-mannered gentlemen should not play with such dangerous things. He told her not to interfere. Sarah gasped and asked how she, as Claude's nanny, could stay away while he played such dangerous games. "And what's dangerous about that?" he asked. "It's not dangerous," Sarah answered. "It just can cause very serious harm to another person." "But how could he harm them? You can't even spread jam on their bread." Then Sarah thrust the knife right between Navin's legs, deep into the stone floor. The girl gasped and exclaimed, "Oh God, something bad almost happened." And she asked Mr. Navin if he was okay, stopping using magic. The boy, horrified and furious, shouted at the girl that she had deliberately thrown the knife at him. His words upset Sarah greatly, and she asked him if he thought she had done it on purpose. Then Navin turned around for support and shouted they definitely saw that she was right. The boys bit their tongues. She really had made a mistake and apologized to him, assuming he was scared. Navin knew he had to accept this lady's apology, because that was what his father had always taught him. She couldn't have done it on purpose and smiled like that. In return, he would do the same to this blonde guy. He said that she was right and grabbed the knife. But to his chagrin, he couldn't get it out at all. Not at all. Horror quickly overtook him as he realized that he couldn't get it out. They seemed to be having a hard time, Lady Miller noted, and offered her assistance to the young gentleman. Each of the 3 boys felt horror at seeing the boy's nanny in this light. After this, Niven shouted to the servants that he would never come to the Duke of Ambrosia's estate again. He was scared and angry. But the butler of the Ambrosia house only looked at the children coldly, even seeming to smile. And when he said that he would definitely pass this on, Niven felt as if he was struck by lightning. Trembling, he shouted, "Damn!" The gentleman was told that the carriage was in the other direction, but he only sent the useless idiots out of the way. The young gentleman finally left after a fight, and Sarah sighed with relief, having finally dealt with them. In any case, these boys, even in her presence, bullied Claude at every opportunity. She tried her best to stop them, but it was difficult. Young Master Naven, she heard that Viscount Naven had accepted the invitation to the first prince's banquet. But she missed the most important thing, the relationship between his son and Claude. She wanted the boys to develop a friendship, but it was too difficult. It was more important that they didn't hurt Claude. The nanny asked the gentleman if he was feeling better. He didn't know yet. Sarah said that Leah told him that the boys had treated him badly and asked if she had made a mistake. Remembering all the terrible things the boys had said to him about his mother and father, he still said that she was right. But it seems that the words with which they tried to mock him turned out to be a lie. Shedding tears of resentment, Claude asked the nanny why everyone hated him so much. He just wanted to be friends with them. Sarah's heart was breaking with pain, and she immediately rushed to calm Claude down. Now she understood what interested their Monsieur Claude. But as he himself said, "You shouldn't think that everything they say is true," the lady explained. Sometimes when people are weaker than someone, they try to hide their weakness behind hatred, because they don't want to admit it. Because they don't want to hate themselves. That's why they pretend to despise him, Sarah told Monsieur Claude. "It's very stupid," the boy answered modestly. "He's younger than them and weaker, so why do they consider themselves weaker?" Sarah asked Claude to understand that he was the beloved son of the man they feared most in this world. This realization dispelled all the boy's bad thoughts, and he smiled and agreed with her. The nanny mockingly asked if the gentleman knew that if you laugh through tears, horns will grow. Where and why were the horns, he asked. Sarah replied that the correct answer was on the Duke's head. She asked him what he thought he would say if he knew about it, and Claude asked if that meant he shouldn't talk. Sarah was quite shocked by how the boy misinterpreted her words. She replied, "Unless, of course, he wants him to hate her because of this." "No," he exclaimed. "Perhaps," she suggested, "he was afraid that it would be like that meeting with the first prince." But it wasn't quite like that. After a pause, Sarah replied, "Okay." She was sure that this time he had his own plan to deal with them. Sometimes it is better for adults not to interfere in children's problems, but she still asked the gentleman to remember her words. That no one can know what he thinks, feels, or wants unless he says it directly. It doesn't matter how close his friend is, his loved one, or even his nanny who loves him. This also applies to the Duke, a member of his family. He needs to talk to people so that they can understand him. It is very important to build a good relationship with them, and this was her first lesson to him as his nanny. And taking the boy by the hand, she asked Claude that he would no longer remain silent about something like this, right? The servants were clearing the table after the boys had had tea when they suddenly noticed a bluish glow. Turning around, they noticed the young gentleman and Countess Miller in the air. It was hard to contain the shock on their faces. But Sarah shouted to the girls that everything was okay, and she said that they would just play a little with Mr. Claude outside and come back. They flew over the beautiful places of the duchy. Claude was delighted that they were hovering above all this. Sarah asked if he was scared. "No," he exclaimed, because she, the nanny, was holding him. By the way, here Claude asked the nanny what her lesson meant. She explained that when she first came here as a nanny, he said that he didn't like her. "No, that's not true," Claude said worriedly. "It's all right," the girl answered him, because on the contrary, she liked it. Because he said he didn't need a nanny, she decided to become the person he would definitely need. If he hadn't said it, Sarah didn't even know how much effort she would have had to put in to understand it. She wanted him to know that she would always be on his side. If you think about it, every time he looked at the nanny, he understood that there was someone on his side. The nanny keeps repeating that she loves him. Realizing this, Claude told Sarah that he liked her. Now he doesn't hate her and turned away in embarrassment. Sarah was shocked by such a revelation. But then she seemed to explode with laughter, and out of awkwardness, Claude asked why she suddenly laughed. Because she really likes him too, Sarah answered. And she was very happy about it, she answered Claude enthusiastically. Suddenly Sarah used the spell again. Something even more beautiful than what he had seen before appeared before the young man's eyes. The girl asked if the gentleman could see it and explained that it was a fair. The fair, he exclaimed. Claude had read about it in books. It was much bigger than he had imagined. And soon they went down to take a closer look at it. As soon as they landed, Claude ran into the thick of things, but Sarah stopped him. If they went on like this, everyone would immediately recognize him as an aristocrat, and some people might harm him, Claude realized. But before, he was very wary around her, so this is what it's like to be happy when people start trusting you. And if she was not mistaken, then now not only Monsieur Claude, but also the Duke began to trust her more. Sarah knew that she could only break through the Duke's wall through trust, and that it would be more difficult than with Claude. But even so, she just wanted him to be able to smile again, at least once. Here Claude asked the nanny how they would change into other clothes. She said that she would change his clothes in an instant. And now they, looking more like commoners, walked across the fair square. The boy's eyes glowed with impatience and admiration at what he saw. Sarah thought she had mastered the transformation, but it failed to hide how cute Claude was. Everything was fine. Everything was normal as long as she was nearby, the girl reassured herself. There were a lot of people there, and Sarah told him that he shouldn't get lost, so he shouldn't let go of her hand. He agreed, but soon saw children about his age running past. Noticing this, Sarah thought that children always can't take their eyes off what they want most. Squeezing the nanny's hand, the boy honestly said that he also wanted a lollipop. The lady grinned and thought that he was really cute, and at that very moment she conjured a lollipop in front of him. Claude, surprised, asked if he could eat it. Of course, Sarah answered happily. She bought it especially for him, magically transferring the money to the seller. Claude stuffed the candy into his mouth contentedly. But then he noticed something unusual and drew the nanny's attention to what he saw. As soon as Sarah saw who Claude was pointing at, her eyes widened. In that direction, a boy was crying, covered with a cloak with a famous emblem on the hood. He seemed to be very sad. He was crying, Claude said, pointing at the boy. Of course, Sarah thought in horror, this child in a cloak. Everything was the same as she wrote in The Flower of Darkness. In the novella, this drawing belonged to another character, who competes with Claude for the heart of the main character, the illegitimate son of the third prince, Iris de Crombelle. Iris first appears near the end of Flower of Darkness, but her meeting with Claude takes place now. Claude asked the nanny if she was okay. She trembled and asked if he was worried about that boy. He nodded and suggested that she come over to him. Sarah agreed verbally, but it was difficult mentally. Every time she met characters that only existed in the Flower of Darkness, she felt like she was suffocating. Still, these children should never have been born in the first place, and she bore a heavy burden of responsibility. Iris continued to whine, and Claude asked the nanny what he should tell him, what to do. Apparently, he was very sad. Sarah was proud of how warm her pupil's heart was. She didn't even know if he should befriend Iris, but she couldn't just walk past a crying child. When Claude is saved by the heroine after he nearly destroys the Empire, this boy appears like a phoenix from the ashes. He wasn't really a bad guy at all, but it bothered her that he was Claude's romantic rival. She had already ruined Delaine's life by writing The Flower of Darkness, and perhaps not only hers, but the lives of others as well. If she couldn't fix it, she could at least prevent the story from getting worse, and asked what Claude wanted to tell the boy. Claude said awkwardly that he wanted to tell him not to cry, but he didn't know how. Sarah replied that if he sincerely wanted it, then he could just tell him so. Having understood the nanny, the boy collected his thoughts. Claude approached the boy and asked his name and why he was crying. Iris took off his hood and looked at Claude in surprise. The boys met eyes. Sarah was simply captivated by the beauty and sweetness of both boys. Claude didn't wait for an answer, as Iris pulled his hood up and began crying again. The young Duke was afraid that he had done something wrong and immediately turned to the nanny for help. But suddenly he remembered the words that she told him, that no one can know what he wants, so he must speak directly. And then he took a step towards the boy and introduced himself as Claude. He said that he was 6 years old and that he and his nanny had come here to the fair. His nanny told him that if he didn't tell him why he was sad, no one would be able to understand what the reason was. And he asked the boy if it wasn't sadder that no one would be able to know about it. And then the boy took off his hood again and introduced himself as Iris. Claude's eyes lit up with happiness. He managed to do it. Sarah nodded approvingly at him, and Claude continued talking to Iris. After greeting Iris, he asked why he was crying here. The boy whined and replied that he missed his dad. Iris told his new acquaintance that his dad told him he would come for him in 5 days. Sarah realized that the third prince was very busy now. Duke Ambrosia had crossed the first prince, so the imperial family was in a precarious position. Initially, the emperor had doubts about which of his 2 eldest sons to make his heir, while the third son abdicated the throne. But in the novel, he and his beloved former slave from the east had Iris, and that changed everything. The birth of this child was unacceptable to anyone in the imperial family, not even the emperor. I didn't know that the third prince wanted to inherit the throne. Any person gathers his will into a fist when he has someone to protect. But no matter how hard he tries, in the end, Claude will take everything from them. As soon as the third prince becomes emperor and gets married, everything will end as in Flower of Darkness, and the third prince will be defeated. However, what if, these 2 boys will not compete? There were many doubts. Sarah wondered if the ending would be the same as in The Dark Branch. Meanwhile, Claude asked Iris how he ended up here and whether he was really all alone. Iris nodded shakily and said that he didn't want to be at home, so he ran away from there because Dad wouldn't come anyway. Claude asked if he couldn't just tell his dad that he missed him. Iris replied that everyone said that his dad was busy and he shouldn't bother him. That's right. Claude agreed with him. He can't disturb his dad. He's also afraid to tell his dad that he misses him. And he's afraid that he'll start to hate him if he does something wrong. Iris asked in surprise, "So dads don't like this?" Sarah and Claude looked at each other in shock. "No," young Ambrosia answered him awkwardly. "That's only at their home." "I understand," Iris answered understandingly. "It's probably hard for him too." Claude's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. He felt as if he had lied. And he immediately explained that everything was fine with him because the nanny was next to him. He was still poor at expressing sympathy to people. Sarah greeted Mr. Iris and introduced herself. He greeted Sarah, noting that he and Claude were friends. The lady remembered that he did not have such a good relationship with the nanny. She hoped that there would be no awkwardness between them and said that when she was in a bad mood, she needed to eat something tasty and offered her candy. "Candies?" he asked. "Yes," answered Sarah. She had another one, like the one Monsieur Claude had. The boy did not refuse and accepted the lollipop from the girl. And he put it in his mouth contentedly, and then enthusiastically thanked Sarah. "Sweetheart," Lady Miller thought. "Even if you have to be careful with him, he's still just a normal kid. He would have made a better friend to Claude than Ruta Navin, and besides, these boys are drawn to each other." However, if events unfold as in Flower of Darkness, then it is after the incident with the first prince that a fierce struggle will unfold between the second and third princes. The friendship between Claude and Iris will become an obstacle for them. The revelation of Iris's existence will make the younger one's life more difficult. It is unlikely that the second one will be happy about such a relationship between his brother. Adults should not interfere in relationships between children. She couldn't let Claude be the one who would cause a fight for the throne. She couldn't let them get closer. She had no desire to be a nanny who separated children. Those who finally found friends who liked each other, she used to think that it was best to live the most ordinary life. She had to overcome many difficulties to achieve such a life, but her strength, the magic tower, and the other half of her soul. With each passing moment, she was further and further removed from such a life. She told the master that it was time for them to return home. Since they hadn't planned this walk, they'd better return home before sunset, otherwise everyone will worry about him. It was time for them to go back, but they could return tomorrow. What did he think? Iris looked at Claude. The boy thought for a moment and a spark lit up his eyes. He turned to Iris and immediately whispered something in his ear. Iris was surprised by her new acquaintance's plan, and Claude was pleased with himself. Lady Sarah called Monsieur Claude, and then he, realizing that he was being waited for, ran to her. "If they come back too late, then Dad will worry too," he said, and turned around. Finally, he said goodbye to Iris, and the boy waved back at him shyly. Sarah was still confused about the current situation and how to resolve it. Night had fallen. The clock ticked loudly in the deathly silence. Many people were waiting for the man to speak. He sent him to establish contact with him, but not only did he not do this, but he burned what was already there to the ground. His voice was clear in the silence. He was curious what Viscount Neven thought about this. The man excitedly explained to the second prince that it was unfair because it was just an ordinary fight. Of course, Ruth did the wrong thing, but he is still just a child. Duke Ambrosia did not even say anything about it. Therefore, his fears will not come true, he answered His Highness, but then the second prince asked if he was sure of this. After the incident between the first prince and Duke Ambrosia, he must have realized how much he cared about his son. His man, who saw everything with his own eyes, says that it was an incredible sight. What could have been so special about this boy that he did this? The reason was clearly that he had raised him poorly, which makes one doubt that he deserves to be called a father. But even in such misfortune there was happiness. It was fortunate that Duke Ambrosia said nothing about it. Otherwise, he would not have allowed his family to live a single day freely. The Viscount fell on his knees before the prince. He begged His Highness to forgive him. All this time he was his faithful dog. And for this reason, the second prince will tell him how he can prove his loyalty to him. Still that same night, young Ruta was walking around the mansion. But then he met his father, who had just arrived from the second prince. Thanks to the lists, Claude was able to remember the names of everyone who was invited to the party. The nanny told him not to worry so much, but he would be there with his dad. He wanted to show himself well. The banquet must take place tomorrow, and besides, the first prince must apologize to him, from which he could not make a mistake. Claude was still scared, and the nanny had said that the prince might not really repent, and yet he wanted to accept his apology. It was scary to think what would happen if he acted differently. The boy still felt that he had offended the nanny with his decision, and he decided that after he accepted the apology, he would immediately apologize to the nanny, because if he doesn't tell her about it, she won't know how he feels. So the night passed, and the day of the party arrived, at which all those gathered for the first prince's apology felt uneasy. Everyone was amazed that Duke Ambrosia actually decided to attend this party in person, and the boy next to him is probably the duke's son, who suffered the accident. He brought the child to such a place, but the young master suffered. It is natural that they will come together. Moreover, most of those present here witnessed what happened. But suddenly the deputy's gaze became interested in the figure of a lady hidden behind a veil. And indeed, Sarah thought, they were just talking about whatever came into their heads. There was some discussion as to whether it could be the Duchess. The world thought that Countess Miller was still living in seclusion. Even though her face was uncovered, few people would be able to recognize her, so she decided it was better not to advertise her identity for now. One of the ladies guessed that this girl was the one who, having protected the boy that day, suffered herself. Sarah couldn't understand how they could talk so enthusiastically about what had happened, even in the presence of a child. She was afraid that if they didn't come here, the first prince would take out his anger on the low-ranking aristocrats, but she probably worried for nothing. Claude asked the nanny if he could show himself well today. Of course, she answered. She had already told him that it wouldn't be difficult at all. All he had to do was this. Sarah and the Duke walked away, leaving Claude and the knight in charge. Claude told Kyle that he was very bored now. There was nothing he could do. The Countess told him to stay where he was, he replied. Claude asked if he should stay put too, maybe try to do something interesting, but Kyle suggested nonsense. Sarah prepared herself for an emergency, because the most important thing was that nothing bad happened to him. She felt sorry if he expected anything more, but he didn't want high society to criticize him too soon. She knew how it would sound, but he was only 7 years old, and at that age you want to do whatever you want, and listen only to good things said about you, although worrying about the opinions of others is not very good. The boy asked if he should just do what she told him, which was why he had studied etiquette. After so much hard work, Claude had to just sit in one place, and it made him sad. Sarah explained that she was not asking him to try to please others. I just wanted him to grow up and share his thoughts and emotions with others so that he wouldn't be rejected because of his insecurities. I hoped that it would be easy for him to get used to high society and that communication would not cause difficulties. She wouldn't want him to feel lonely when he was alone. Studies and etiquette are good, but that's only a small part. She was confident that everything he learned, even when she was not around, would protect him. In any case, he didn't learn all this just for the party, and let him not be praised this time. But he knew that the nanny would still look after him. The girl smiled. You need to be a well-mannered person, and not someone who wants to please everyone, and even when everyone sees him, they don't see him at all. There was a rustling sound in the bushes, and Claude woke up at the banquet. Looking around, he wondered when he had managed to doze off. Perhaps he was so bored that he fell asleep. But still, it seemed to him that there had just been someone in the bushes behind him. Kyle also looked very tired and was sleeping on the go. And the nanny is always busy, so he never saw her, and people are not particularly interested in him. Apparently, the prince hadn't arrived yet, so Claude decided to go and check what was in those bushes. Root, passing by, noticed the boy running into the forest and froze in shock. The banquet went on as usual, people were talking. Sarah did not stand out. Using magic, she checked the prepared food for poison or anything strange. Nothing was found. She also finished with the alcohol test, and this was the last table. But then the Duke called Sarah and said that, as she had asked, he had observed the nobles, as well as the imperial servants. The girl reported that she had completed her check, and the Duke said that of those he had looked at, no one had aroused suspicion. He is personally familiar with everything. The participants of the reception were returning from a small meeting during which the prince and the nobleman discussed them. The servants who accompanied their masters were also involved in this. For all of them, the invitation was a threat, requiring silence. Everyone is aware of it. The air is thick with anxiety. They are probably not happy to be in this situation. Is this really how the first prince tries to turn public opinion against them, to blame them for his mistakes? There were plenty of thoughts on this matter, but there was not much time, so in this case they needed to check one more place. Perhaps they were just thinking on different planes, Ethan suggested. He swung his sword at the defenseless woman and child. Even though he was already so old and his mind was seriously damaged, this did not save him from the fury of the emperor that he witnessed. And even young Claude, who believed it was his fault, agreed to accept the apology. His crime is so obvious that even a child can easily understand it. In any case, whether she doesn't like it or not, this situation puts the child in a position of unfair judgment. After all, it is much easier for people to find a reason to criticize weakness than to try to highlight the shortcomings of the strong. They don't want to be the scoundrels covering up crimes, but they don't want to be the victims either. And in order not to cause time, it is easier to take control of the situation. How sweet and simple, you must agree. You only have to look away, and your world suddenly becomes ordinary and peaceful. Still, it was her fault that she took Claude into the imperial palace without consulting him, and what happened would serve as her punishment. The Duke, who never told his son about the imperial palace and did not consider it necessary to take him there, was given at least one reprimand. Who then, in his opinion, was it easier for people to criticize in this situation? Sarah asked leading questions. Ethan felt ashamed, but then she said that it didn't even matter, that in fact she was much stronger than the Duke. Suddenly, their wonderful conversation was interrupted by the cry of a knight, anxiously calling for the Duke. The young master turned away for only a second. The guardian's anxiety increased. But then Kyle, in utter horror, shouted that he was nowhere to be seen at this banquet. Anger was beyond common sense, and Ethan grabbed his weapon. Sarah immediately blocked his path. She asked the Duke to calm down, shouting that his anger would not solve the problem and that he could not make any more noise. If this keeps up and things get out of hand, damn, it looks like she won't be able to contain him. She asked if he had already forgotten what she had said a minute ago, that it was their own fault for leaving Claude alone. He didn't want to lose Claude forever, Sarah shouted, and Ethan let out a sharp breath. True, he was barely restraining himself from cutting Kyle down on the spot. After letting go of the weapon, he turned to Kyle Brown and said that if anything happened to Claude's life, he would pay for it with his own. The man, crying from fear and worry, agreed with his master. Sarah asked a leading question and asked them both to exhale, while Kyle checked every corner, and there was only one place where he hadn't looked. At the same time, young Mr. Ambrosia was walking enchanted through the forest, incredibly, a forest that he had only seen from the carriage window. Wide open spaces and trees taller than those in the garden. It would be nice if he could come here with the nanny. He remembered his true purpose for visiting the forest. He needed to hurry before too much time passed. Suddenly, he heard rustling behind him and looked back hopefully. Earlier, he asked Iris if he could go out alone, saying that in 3 days he would be at a banquet with his father in the forest. He was told that it was a small forest located near the imperial castle, which meant it was not far from here. So if he comes there, maybe they can meet again. The carts had gathered in the forest, so he followed them, but he wasn't sure if he could go any further. Iris will be in big trouble if the nanny finds out about this. However, the desire to meet Claude was greater. Iris did not believe that they would really be able to meet. Claude turned around at the sound and grimaced. A breathless boy, who had previously been called a friend, came out to meet him. It wasn't Iris, Claude thought fearfully, but he had agreed to meet with Iris. Why then did Ruth Naven appear here? Taking a step towards the young Ambrosia, Ruth ordered him to stop, now that they were out of sight of the adults. Claude was immediately overcome by a previously unknown fear, and then by horror at what he had done. The next moment, Ruth found himself on the ground. Claude looked at the boy with alarm, trying to comprehend what had just happened. He admitted regretfully that he was so surprised by what happened that he pushed him. But why then did he stay in place? Having recovered, Ruth agreed with Claude and ordered him to be hit again. Hit with all your anger until it's all gone. Meanwhile, the people at the banquet were discussing how they hadn't seen anyone from the Ambrosia family for a long time. The prince should have arrived long ago, and the ladies thought that they had gone to meet him. They hoped that the banquet would diffuse the situation in the palace. Perhaps it humiliated the prince's dignity. Didn't the duke want the same thing? This is not only a party thrown as an apology, but also a way to achieve a neutral attitude towards oneself from others. But who really needed this neutral attitude? Everyone understood everything perfectly well. The duke should protect his child or not take him to the palace with him, because everyone saw what happened. The Viscount was at a loss for words. He too should have been with Ruth, and should have come with him to the duke after the party. While he was thinking about this, a not very pleasant figure of the evening appeared on the horizon. Viscount Naven's blood ran cold as soon as he saw the first prince. Shouldn't he have appeared with Duke Ambrosia, in which case, where is the duke? The man looked around the area with concern. And with horror, he realized that after the report from the guards, the first prince began to smile. Goosebumps ran down his body. By the way, at that very moment the prince's voice was heard. Everyone had arrived here before him and must bow before him. So why does everyone have such faces? The whole point of this party was to apologize to the duke. They probably came here to show off, though. It was strange. Something terrible was coming, because the prince did not see the duke, the main character of the party. Everyone is shaking with excitement and blaming the duke for everything. The prince did not expect that he would really be late, but it worked. Didn't he understand that he wouldn't be waiting for him? Asked the prince. He couldn't ruin the party he had worked so hard for like that. He ordered everyone to raise their glasses, because from that moment the party would begin. At the same time, in the forest, Claude hesitantly asked what he was saying and why he was asking to hit him. He was angry with him, Ruth replied, so let him hit him the way he hit him. He was indeed angry with him, Claude replied, but he wouldn't hit him and asked how Ruth knew he was angry. The boy grinned and replied that he was again behaving like a good boy, young Master Ambrosia. He pretends to be a stupid crybaby. He pretends to be a victim because he is weak. But it is not necessary to pretend here, right? He is the son of such an important person as the Duke. That day the Viscount asked his son if he had not taught him that he should bow his head before people. Didn't he say that if he made a mistake, he should ask for forgiveness? He said that one person spoke to him, and it was better for him not to know what could happen to them. But he had no intention of apologizing, so he allowed his anger to be vented on him by beating him or cursing him. Claude asked why, and Ruth finally looked up. Claude asked if he meant to say that since his father had told him all this, it was all his fault. And with all his anger, he shouted that this was how he was venting his anger. And spilling tea on him and stabbing a knife into his hands, that's all he did. He did it simply because he wanted to. And he wanted to apologize. It was his mistake that he pushed him, but now he didn't want to apologize. Crying, Claude shouted that he was simply afraid of him, and to be honest, he couldn't even be angry with him. But now he is really angry and does not want to think about the feelings of someone who does not think about his feelings. And having spoken, Claude ran away, leaving Ruth with mixed feelings. No, he did not let his father down. The father was so scared, but he did not tell him to ask the Duke for forgiveness. Everything was wrong, true, everything was wrong, father asked, but Ruth realized everything. After all, it was all because of him. From the very first glance, he was angry at him. This stupid boy couldn't even string 2 words together, so he was sick of watching his father go out of his way. However, now he is scared. He was angry with him. Probably now in his eyes he looked like a big fool. Ruth stood up and asked Claude to wait, and the boy stopped. Having thought about everything, he had something to tell him. But as soon as he looked up, he was met with scarlet eyes and a huge paw reaching out to Claude. An invisible horror left him in a stupor without the chance to utter a word. Claude also noticed the beast, sharply turning his gaze to Ruth, followed by darkness and a terrible roar. The Duke and his knights ran into the forest in search of Claude. Just then, they heard an animal roar and a child's cry coming from the thicket. For a second, everyone froze, trying to figure out if everyone had heard it. Jake turned to the Duke with tension. He had an idea of the source of the sound, about the crying that they had just heard, but suddenly there was a roar of steel in the wind. A blow, and the next moment, something heavy fell right next to the knights. Blood spurted from the flesh cut by the Duke. The monster fell. The knights began to fuss. Fear enveloped them. After all, this forest was intended exclusively for hunting and entertainment of the imperial family. Therefore, for safety reasons, large game is not released here. And suddenly the monster found itself in such a guarded place. And no, the problem was not the origin of the monster itself, but what then served as the purpose of the attack. The monster probably sought to take not his life, but the lives of the knights. The monster was hit by a stone, blood flowed from the wound, and the boy cowered in fear. But then a ray of hope appeared. Iris, no less frightened for her friend, called Claude, asking him to get up quickly. All the children were trembling with fear, afraid of what kind of monster this was. Their mouths could not make a sound. His legs gave way with fear. He couldn't move a finger. He really was looking for him. Because of him, he was in danger. As Iris said, he had to run as fast as he could. He was begging for help, and suddenly, Ruth turned out to be a little stronger, a little faster. He was also scared, but in this hesitation of the monster, he saw an opportunity. The two of them reached the forest, and the three of them went deeper into the thicket. But the patter of paws did not stop. The monsters caught up with them again. And not just one, this time there were two of them, two huge and terrible monsters. Their growling made them even more terrifying. There were a lot of monsters, even if they continued to run. Iris was overcome with anxiety. The trembling did not subside. "That's all," he said in despair. "The boy said whiningly. "It's all because they didn't listen to the adults. Coming here was such a stupid mistake. And now they will be punished for their stupidity." The image of the parent popped into his head. No one could deny that they had made a huge mistake. But Claude thought about his friend's words. Punishment. The old him would probably have thought the same thing. But not the current him. He didn't know whether it was a punishment or not. "But if they can come back, wouldn't that be a reason to earn praise again?" he asked. And taking the boys by the hands, Claude admitted that he would really like this. Through tears, Iris looked up at her friend. To receive praise flashed through their heads. Each of them had their own pain, their own problem, which caused them so much pain. But this problem was closer to anyone, and even while swearing, she cared about them. Everyone agreed without words and immediately ran on. Running further and further, they ran out to the rocks and the nearby turbulent river and waterfalls. The monsters did not lag behind even one step. There was no strength left. But everyone understood that they needed to move on and not stop. Claude understood that it was all about the valley and mentally turned to the nanny. He asked to tell him. Now what should he do? He asked the nanny to forgive him. He did. He thought that the end had come, but when he opened his eyes he saw the ground in front of him, and the girl who pulled them out with the help of magic with the words, "I finally caught you, scoundrels." The steps sounded more and more clearly, descending into the damp and dark dungeon. A dark and sinister force. Just as they said, now that he had experienced it, he was convinced of it. That's probably why he thought about him even more and asked how he was doing here. Addressing prisoner Jim Wood. The man raised his head, looked at the person with his foggy gaze, and moaning, tried to answer. Incoherent and repetitive sounds were all that came out of his mouth. The prince grinned and said that he was very disappointed when the Duke attacked him, because it was returned in such a deplorable state that it is now completely useless. He didn't even know if he could endure such humiliation, but now everything is different. He will make it useful again with his own hands. No matter how stupid this monster was, it would eat away the last of the Duke's strength, leaving not a single spot. And if this helps to clarify the essence of the force itself, then he is crazy. He asked not to be discouraged if he could be useful to him again, because his death would be beneficial. Having calmed the Duke and the knight, Sarah said that she wanted to look for Claude alone. The girl did not deny that it was frivolous, since it would be safer to search together. But if the place is dangerous even for them, then what about Claude? Even the time they spend talking is very valuable. It would be better for her to spend it on searching for Mr. Claude now. No, for them nothing could be more important than Claude. That's how it all happened. Sarah tracked down the boys and took them out of the water. Water poured down from them in streams, and Claude was the first to look at Sarah uncertainly. Iris looked back and called out to Claude, drawing his attention to the river. Monsters lay tied up all around and in the seething water, and shock also formed a lump in Claude and Ruth's throats. Sarah admitted, her voice shaking, that if the terrain had been different, she wouldn't have been able to catch them here. If they hadn't gone so far, her hands would have been clutching the hem of her skirt, hiding her trembling. She held back her tears. These monsters and Monsieur Claude, tears flowed from her eyes. Sarah really didn't know if she could save him. Claude immediately threw himself into the nanny's arms. Wine was poured into glasses. The first prince was still waiting for the Duke to appear. "Exactly," he said, looking around at the people who had arrived, judging by the fact that they still hadn't shown up. The rumors that they had disappeared in the forest turned out to be true, and the Viscount trembled upon hearing this. And along with them, his son, whom he was trying to find. The man clearly lost the essence of his words. They searched everywhere but couldn't find them. There was no doubt. The prince couldn't believe that he had to ask the second prince for help. Apparently, it was urgent, but the Viscount's son disappeared along with everyone else, and to avoid suspicion, there were only monsters in the forest. As soon as the Duke returned, the banquet would continue. All that was left was to not accidentally lure those creatures here. There was no need to worry for now. Wait a minute. The prince said there's nothing to be done. We'll have to send someone into the forest to find the Viscount's son. Your Highness? Exclaimed the father. Well, continued the prince, in this forest there is only small game. Well, Ethan Ambrosia, it's time for him to return. When he's all alone, he poses no danger. And then everyone here will finally see who he really is. This party was arranged as a request for forgiveness, the father told his son. And after her, he ordered him to go with him to ask the Duke for forgiveness. Ruth answered hesitantly that he didn't want to. He knew he had to apologize to Claude. But he didn't understand why he had to apologize to the Duke. The oppressive words of the second prince sounded in the Viscount's ears again. He turned to Ruth Naven and said he didn't understand why he continued to disappoint his father. If he doesn't apologize for what happened, he will no longer be considered his son. Now, remembering this, he thought how he could have said such a thing back then. He couldn't even go looking for his son without permission. Maybe he wasn't such a bad father then. A whisper reached his ears. The aristocrats noticed that the Imperial Knights were advancing. But they didn't understand where they were heading with such weapons. The first prince said that only small game lived in the forest. Did the first prince really prepare his best soldiers just to ensure the safety of his subjects? He asked for attention, and was informed that Duke Ambrosia and his men, as well as the son of Viscount Niven, had disappeared in the forest. And he announced that he was going to send his knights into the forest, asking everyone not to worry and wait for the situation to be resolved. The Viscount took a pearl out of his pocket. Thank God none of the 3 children were hurt, but even a small scratch upset Sarah. They didn't see where they were running. They met the monsters in another place, as she thought. The monsters were dragged away somewhere. A familiar voice called out hesitantly to Countess Miller. The boy turned around and immediately recognized them as Kyle and Jake. The knights were surprised to see Mr. Claude. He asked anxiously if everything was okay with the 2 of them and who these 2 young gentlemen were. Claude introduced them. The boy immediately turned to Kyle and asked him to forgive him for leaving him alone without permission. Trying not to shed tears, as the knight had said earlier, the main thing is that Mr. Claude is safe. Sarah asked about the Duke, and the knight explained that when they encountered the monster, he said that the monster would not touch him, and gave the order to return by another route. The Duke said that they were the monster's target, and that he could deal with it alone. What does that mean? The Countess asked anxiously. Jake pointed in the direction they had come from, and explained that the Duke had already dealt with those monsters. However, he disappeared, leaving behind only a trail of blood, and they searched the entire surrounding area. Lady Miller was speechless. The monsters' bodies were so badly torn that it was hard to even look at them. He used his power much more brutally than she expected, and told Jake that they needed to find him as soon as possible. Perhaps the Duke has already reached the banquet venue. A family secret, a force that must be suppressed and kept secret. However, after hearing the prince's words, there was no point in hiding it. Ethan's clouded mind told him to kill them all. But then a voice calling him Dad brought him to his senses. Not believing his ears, the man turned around in shock and asked if it was Claude. Seeing his son in front of him, he worriedly asked how he ended up here. However, there was no time left for conversation. Heartbreaking screams were heard from the banquet hall. Dangerous monsters have taken over this party, destroying everything in their path. Monsters! People screamed in horror. What kind of creature is this? Women asked to save at least the children. Everything was not going according to the first prince's plan. Damn, he thought. The Duke was too late. He was counting on the monster to burst in when the Duke was here again. But the enraged monsters got to the party faster than him, so why was the Duke taking so long in the forest? His Highness was asked to quickly escape from here, but he ordered the fools to shut up and protect him. How here, in the distance of all this turmoil, he saw Duke Ambrosius. Ha! He chuckled. He appeared at the perfect moment. What an idiot. This is Duke Ambrosia! The prince immediately shouted furiously loudly. It was he who set the monsters on fire and brought them to the party. Can't they see that the Duke commands monsters with his dark power? But suddenly, the other heroes of the evening took the initiative, to the surprised gasps of the ladies. Were these the Duke's monsters, they asked, but then the knights of the duchy appeared in time and cut down the monster. The young ladies looked in admiration at the man who introduced himself as the Knight of Ambrosia and asked if they were hurt. Then the knights began to call for help in different corners of the banquet, where monsters still remained. These idiots, it was as if they didn't hear him, thought the prince and asked the knights what they were doing. He ordered them to defend him, but as soon as he saw that they were defeated, he called them incompetent idiots and retreated. But then he came across the Duke's scorching gaze and cried out loudly. While the nobles were shouting angrily, asking what the hell was going on, Sarah approached them. Using magic, she focused it on her gaze. The prince shouted that the Duke wanted to kill him, ordered him to be seized, but suddenly fell silent, accepting the blow. The observers immediately fell silent, creating a deathly silence. And only one voice stated the fact: the Duke killed the prince. While removing the sword from the body, the man still could not calm his rage. Blood drenched the Duke, exhausted by the carnage. The monster's blood splashed behind the dear man. And looking back, the first prince realized in horror that the Duke had just saved his life. The aristocrat still remained silent, taking in what was happening. Although it was risky, she actually took control of the monster's minds. Ethan looked back at Sarah to turn this terrible event into a good opportunity for Ethan, Duke of Ambrosia. Besides, it happened in front of Claude. The Viscount made his way through the crowd and looked up anxiously, searching for his son. And he saw how Ruth looked at the Duke with admiration. "Wait," a female voice from the crowd exclaimed. Those present wondered whether this would all be left as is. They demanded an explanation. Didn't the prince say that the Duke brought the monsters here? Even though he saved the prince, wasn't it a setup? These monsters that came out of nowhere threatened their lives. They have a right to know the truth. Sarah thought. The party guests are starting to make a fuss, and at this rate public opinion will turn against them. But then Viscount Navin ran forward from the crowd and asked the guests for a moment of their attention. Now in his hand was an image stone that recorded everything that had happened during this time. The image stone, the lady asked again, is the second prince's man, so why him? But all questions disappeared as soon as the Viscount explained that there was no more game here. The knights were armed by order of the prince. And even when the monsters appeared and they were all in danger, he simply watched what was happening. And he even smiled periodically when he looked into the forest. He will show all this evidence to His Majesty the Emperor without any hesitation. Even the Emperor cannot help but admit the truth of what was said, which means that everything is the work of the first prince. The nobles began to buzz with heated discussion, and the Duke's gaze fell on the first prince sitting next to him. The man was overcome with fear and anxiety. Unable to say a word, he spilled a warm puddle beneath him. After it was discovered that the first prince had orchestrated the monster attack, the matter was resolved without a hitch. The party ended, and the aristocrats who had witnessed the incident agreed to testify before the Emperor. And also the Emperor's servants and her colleagues who found themselves in danger did not remain silent as they had before. Finally, everything ended well. And even Ruth asked Claude for forgiveness, something he had been unable to do because of the attack. Although he was embarrassed, he admitted that he was right, and after that he and Claude started talking. Sarah asked Viscount Navin why they had come here. Because Ruth owed her a great debt, the man replied. The lady asked how he knew about this, and the Viscount said that it was the first time he had seen Ruth so calm around someone. His eyes sparkled like never before. In fact, he brought the stone to show Ruth's apology written to the second prince, agreeing to less than pure intentions. For this, he deserves the emperor's wrath, so for now they will return to the estate, and when Ruth grows up, they will return to the capital again. Ethan asked the Viscount if he didn't think that what happened wasn't only his son's fault. He admitted that it had been a mistake to involve children in matters concerning adults from the very beginning. It's both their fault and ours, Ethan Ambrosia concluded. Yes, the Viscount agreed, because he already regretted it. He should have stepped back and paid attention to this from the start. Lady Miller asked Claude what he would do if he did not receive a proper apology from the first prince. But Claude replied that he had already forgotten about it. Today had been a busy day, especially since his father had gotten angry instead of him. That's right. The Duke was very worried, Claude told the nanny. It's good that they came to the party. The girl agreed with Mr. Claude. Ruth and her father were also able to talk and discuss what had happened. And finally, they made peace. Sarah also thought that they had come to the party for a reason. The men actively discussed pressing issues. The Elton territory is attacked by monsters several times a year. They cannot send the first prince to such a dangerous place. Even though His Majesty the Emperor entrusted the solution of this issue, would they really put their own brother in danger? The Count was asked if he thought the prince was going there on holiday. He was going there as a punishment. Shouldn't this appease the Emperor's anger? The second prince shares the Emperor's thoughts. That's why it was decided to send him there, since he used monsters for his own purposes. It is worth making him understand how dangerous his actions were, but would it be wise to send someone who tried to control them into the lair of monsters? But then His Highness cleared his throat, and the Count, having calmed his ardor, said, "Oh, if that's what the second prince wants." The Duke glared at the man from the third prince's faction who would not shut up. And when everyone finally calmed down, he smiled and said, "Now we can begin the meeting." The second prince again sent a man with an invitation that they should not attend the party and refuse the invitation. But, Jake said, an invitation had also come to Mr. Claude, which looked like a second attempt at an apology from the first prince. "Can't the imperial family find another way to apologize?" Ethan asked. The second prince wants to give away everything the Viscount has done for his services and apparently invited Claude to cement this. Even after the meeting of the Central Council of Aristocrats, it was ultimately decided that the first prince would be exiled to Elton, which was teeming with monsters. Now the right to manage affairs has passed to the second prince. It seems that the Emperor has decided to hand over the throne to him. Therefore, the aristocrats from the faction of the third prince, who competed for the right to inherit the throne, ready to resort to any means to achieve the goal, the worst was avoided. But one cannot deny the unpredictable developments. What Claude is doing now, perhaps he is still with that boy. Last night they couldn't send him back after the party ended, and upon returning to the mansion it turned out he was Claude's new friend. In such a situation, it is the third prince's son that he is trying his best to hide. He didn't think that Sarah knew about it. However, the possibility of this exists, so the Duke decided to return to the mansion. "But soon there will be an appointed audience with the Emperor," Jake exclaimed anxiously. "This meeting was scheduled first," Ethan explained. He had promised to spend time with him once a week. At the same time, the boys frolicked in the street under the supervision of the maids. They painted on canvas and, smeared with paint, laughed at each other. The servants did not know that Monsieur Claude could smile like that. He was just at the age when he was supposed to act like that. They are just drawing, but Sarah could not imagine that they would have so much fun. It was good that they weren't too shocked by the monster attack, but then the lady was asked what family the boy was from. "It doesn't matter what family he comes from," Sarah replied. "What matters is that Claude decided to come up and talk first, something he had never done before." It was also the first time Sarah had seen Monsieur Claude extend his hand to someone like that, and she thought he would become a good friend. Of course, she still had some concerns, but they only concern adults. The dove flew up to the nanny. The girl took the bird in her hand, and then Rhonda noticed a note on the paw and realized that the Duke had sent it. After reading the letter, she said that the Duke would soon return to the mansion now. The lady asked in surprise. Didn't he have things to do at the palace? Rhonda explained that it was all because of a promise he made to her. Will he really keep his promise? Because he and Claude spend so much time together, Sarah had completely forgotten about it. But why now? Now can the aristocrats find no peace because of the monster attacks? Does the Duke really know that Iris is the son of the third prince and this worries him, but he saw this boy riding in a carriage with Claude? Did the Duke really overlook this then? Once lost, trust will be difficult to restore. If he thought she was after something else, he might never smile at her like that again, and she didn't want that. How could she make him smile like that again? There was a momentary glimmer of light in Ethan's dark, cold gaze. Then the head maid and Countess Miller were informed that the Duke's carriage had arrived at the front gate. Rhonda invited the Countess to meet the Duke, and Sarah, having collected her thoughts, agreed. Be that as it may, there was only one way to do this. She would talk to him honestly. When they met, she said that she didn't think that he would be the first to remind her of the promise he had made. Especially considering how busy he's been lately, she asked if Ethan wanted to play with Claude too. She understood why he wanted to spend time with their dear master, and she wanted it too. Ethan was gloomy. And finally, he turned to Sarah. The girl understood that now everything would begin. He asked her if she wanted to explain anything to him. Having exhaled, the girl asked for forgiveness. She explained that Mr. Claude really liked him and that the young gentleman needed a friend. Even so, he couldn't communicate with this boy. She brought him here without even knowing who he was. The Duke was forced to send him back to where he was. Well, Ethan doesn't think she knows who Iris is yet, though. This boy pleased Mr. Claude so much, and besides, judging by what the boys said, Iris saved Claude's life. Although Iris doesn't attach much importance to this, a special bond has already developed between the boys, different from the bonds with other children. She finally found a friend to whom she could open her heart, but if her father was against this friendship, these people, they probably work for the intelligence of the Duchy of Ambrosia. He intends to destroy all evidence that Claude and Iris know each other. Ethan himself doesn't understand how this will affect the future, and that's why she took the step. Sarah asked an unexpected question. Was it all because this boy was the illegitimate son of the third prince? Duke Ethan tensed up, and when their eyes met, he invited Countess Miller to walk with him for a bit. Perhaps she should have just told him the truth without mentioning the flower of darkness, the girl thought. She asked if he was mad at her. Ethan replied no, but he was curious what she was trying to achieve with this. Sarah explained that as adults they shouldn't interfere with this, and that Claude's feelings came first, and Ethan had a headache. He thought that interfering and protecting were not the same thing, of course. He tried to respect Claude's feelings, but such a risk could be avoided. After Sarah's answer, Ethan admitted that he didn't know what she was thinking, even though she seemed to care about Claude more than anyone else. Sarah didn't deny it because she always thought of Claude first, always. After a pause, he asked, "So why did she allow Claude to communicate with this child? She must understand what this would lead to later. If they become friends and it becomes known, the third prince will try to stop it somehow. And the same thing that happened yesterday could happen again," Ethan concluded. She replied that Claude himself found someone he wanted to befriend, and she felt that this boy was interesting to the master. And she won't let it happen again. Unlike the first prince, the third won't dare touch Ambrosia. But then Ethan said that she didn't understand anything. The Duke didn't think she was trying to harm his son, but he couldn't put Claude at such risk again. The threat of the family curse is enough for Claude, only this puts him in even greater danger. And he didn't want to make it worse. As soon as he let go of her hand, the headache returned. In that case, the lady asked if he wanted to continue raising his son, locking him away in the Ambrosius mansion. But when will this stop? What if the curse weakens? Childhood will not wait for adults to sort out their problems. And a child needs not only a family. When the child grows up, things will appear that a family can never replace. And when he realizes that he missed it, it will be too late to regret it. But Ethan replied that Claude would have to come to terms with it. As long as the power of Ambrosia was dormant within him, he would have to constantly give up something. But that was too cruel, Sarah exclaimed. He was simply suggesting that he be deprived of the opportunity to create something meaningful for his life. If a man has something significant, then he has something to lose, the Duke answered coldly. Claude's last name is Ambrosia, and for their family, having significant things is a luxury, so he couldn't allow this. Sarah just exploded. She couldn't listen to this horror any longer and doused Ethan with water. Having cooled his head, he opened his eyes in shock at Sarah, realizing that he was soaking wet. Therefore, the girl said in a trembling voice. He forces him to live the same way as he does. Simply because for him, meaningful things are a luxury, and because of this he keeps to himself. Clenching her fists, she asked the Duke why he had lived like this until now. Because it's more convenient for him this way. But if his own life is not dear to him, then why does he want to pass it on to someone else? She didn't understand Ethan. She was so angry, but it was time to stop being angry. They were silent for a while. Sarah calmed herself down, wiping away the tears of resentment that were flowing from her eyes. She asked him not to do this. Ever since he went into the forest alone at the first prince's party, she had still been scared. After Claude disappeared, she kept wondering if the Duke would be devastated, as if his own future didn't matter. The girl asked the Duke not to do this, and asked why he was taking away the young gentleman's chance for happiness. If it was hard for him to protect what was dear to him alone, now they could do it together. Now Ethan opened his eyes to what was happening, realizing everything. He said the same thing as his father. He treated Claude the way his father treated him. Why did he become like that terrible man? Ethan asked desperately. Having met Duke Ambrosia, Iris burst into tears because he was scared. Claude awkwardly said that his dad is not that scary. Well, he tries not to be, Iris cried. This child saved Claude's life. Does his face really look that scary? Ethan asked uncertainly. It seems that he saw him covered in blood that time. He knows that if he befriends young Iris, Sarah began. That name, Claude Ambrosia, will come up sooner or later during the struggle between the princes, but they have power. She didn't know what hardships he had faced in the past, but she knew one thing for sure. Now he has enough strength to protect what he holds dear and ask the Duke to protect Claude from other dangers. And she will stop the curse that tries to take away what is dear to the master. Together they will learn to defend themselves, not run away. Isn't it better to protect someone, even if it is difficult and dangerous, than to just run away and lose everything because of fear? Having thought about the girl's words, the Duke laughed. And Sarah was able to see Ethan Ambrosia smiling again. He sheepishly apologized to Sarah, not understanding why it made him laugh. It seems that if they join forces, they will be invincible. And, he continued smiling, but then something hit below. Sarah gently touched the Duke's hand. The ring lit up and Ethan's eyes widened in surprise. He looked in amazement at the sorceress who was repairing his ring for the umpteenth time. And then, laughing, she asked if he was now bothered by a headache. It was hard to hold back a smile, and Ethan thanked Sarah. She would have really liked to play with Claude longer, but Iris left home without permission. It's a pity, but it's time to take him back. Now he's clearly not as wary as when they first met. He may not be like Claude, but he's still a cutie. And now they have arrived at that very market. If it weren't for the Duke, she wouldn't have been able to find him again, and she began to wake up Lord Iris. But opening his eyes, the boy again buried his face in the girl's chest and continued to doze. With him in her arms, the sorceress came out to a small house that looked the same as the one described in the novel. No one would have suspected that the third prince's illegitimate child lived in a house near the market. The boy who would grow up to be Claude's enemy lived in just such a place, but that made things a little more complicated. Noticing the gentleman in the girl's arms, the maid called him, and then she screamed, asking who she was that she was carrying the young gentleman in her arms. After all, he had been with them for 2 days, and no one had warned them, so Sarah explained that she was from the mansion of Duke Ambrosius. Mr. Iris was all alone, so they took him under their protection, but he had been with them for a long time. It was time to bring him home. She seemed to be very worried, Sarah apologized. The woman replied that they were very grateful for the Duke's concern. It was clear that she was clearly relieved to know that they had taken care of Iris. But her gaze betrayed her. She did not know how to hide her true feelings. Among the servants of the third prince, there was only one such person. The current empress's secret half-sister, Auckland's illegitimate daughter, Christina Orlin. In the novel, she was described as a young girl, but in front of her stood an older woman. This detail was also different from the content of the novel. Did the changes occur because Park Hae-yeon dies? Enough, she grumbled. Every day he causes nothing but problems. Why can't he behave the way he's supposed to? Sarah thought, smiling, that he would understand the situation if he were an adult, but he was still a child. Sarah said he was still very young, but the nanny said he could at least try a little. What else can you expect from a child with such a dirty pedigree? Yeah, now she understood why Iris was so afraid of his nanny. If such a little one runs away, it means he has a place to stay. But his nanny is not only uninterested, she has no desire whatsoever to protect Iris, which proves that she is not doing her job. It was time for her to go, and she asked if next time she would allow the young master to send an official invitation to the Ambrosia mansion. The nanny thanked her, but Mr. Iris's education still left much to be desired, and his manners were so-so. He would only get in the way. But Sarah didn't expect much from a 6-year-old child and asked the woman not to worry about it. Embarrassment immediately appeared on his face. The third prince had managed to keep Iris's existence a secret. But with a nanny like that, it was only a matter of time. She was too old and sloppy. Could it be that the third prince had something else that she didn't know about, she asked? Why didn't she send someone to the mansion after she reported everything to the master? It would be wonderful if he became Claude's friend, but before that, she still had a lot to figure out. The animals scattered in all directions, fleeing from the monster that the magician had pacified thanks to the tree. "There's nothing unusual about them," Benjamin said with a sigh. Olivia jumped back as far as he could, screaming about this abomination and begging him not to let them come to him. Vera asked with displeasure. Maybe if he shut up, he would be able to think with his head. He shouted that she knew he couldn't look at such disgusting things. Vera sighed as she remembered the teacher. Why did she raise him like that? But she also asked Benjamin to be more careful, otherwise Olivia would lose consciousness. It was infuriating. "And because of whom does he lose consciousness in the middle of the forest and whine?" asked Benjamin. Olivia just made a slight mistake with the coordinates. What a bastard. He promised to finish him off for sure this time, but Vera told them both to stop. First, they had to find a mentor, she reminded Benjamin. With anger boiling inside him, he cursed and broke the tree with his fist. And he said sadly, if the teacher were here, they would have teleported right away even without a magic circle. But unfortunately they are not her, so they have no choice but to walk from here. As soon as they found out where the teacher was, he would send the bastard back here, Benjamin promised. He focused magic in his hand, causing all the monsters to hide behind the trees in fear. And ordering them to get off the road, he made a path for them through the trees and past the dangerous monsters. Vera acknowledged that Benjamin was indeed very strong, and that it would be easier to walk now. The path had been paved. They must hurry, because they must reach their destination before sunset in order to draw the magic circle again. If they go in that direction, they will find themselves in a place called Elton Territory. Vera would like to know whether it was worth calling on crazy people for help in order to find a teacher. She at least wanted to hear why the teacher left. They ran forward, leaving Olivia behind. But for that it was a good thing, because there was a formed plan in his head. Sarah thought she would have to meet the third prince in person. She thought about what she should do, go to the party, but she hated them. Now there were only 3 of them, she, the Duke, and Claude. She would like to spend time only alone with them, but it seems there is no choice. If there are any other differences from the novel, then we need to find out as soon as possible. Moreover, she must first think about solving this problem by remembering the clock message. On the way to the mansion, Vera sent her a message. She heard that they were in the Cromwell Empire and reported that the 3 of them were heading to her. Perhaps they will meet soon at this rate. Meeting these children will be inevitable. She accepted and trained them. Despite their age, their skills are better than anyone else's. If they already know its approximate location, it won't take long to get there. She really didn't want to drag them into all this. And now Sarah reproached herself for having taught them so well. How difficult it was. They no longer needed her, but they still didn't want to let her go. Besides, now, these 2 needed her help and guidance. Noticing the nanny, Claude became cheerful and called her. And Sarah, running closer, thought that perhaps now her place was next to them. The man asked if there had been any response from the Duchy of Ambrosia regarding the party. Yes, they answered the second prince. Not only the Duke will come, but also his son. Now at least we can breathe a sigh of relief, said Adam Cromwell. He wouldn't be surprised if he refused in light of recent events. Perhaps there was another meaning behind that answer. It was not possible to find out, which means that his brothers started this whole mess with the Duke and fled to the Elton Territory. They say that every day one of the prince's servants died. He is the emperor's favorite, an idiot who cannot protect what belongs to him. If he had even the makings of a future emperor, he and the third prince would never have been born. He should have visited the emperor, but he had not yet requested his visit. He was probably sad that his son had gone far away. By the way, the assistant said, the emperor expressed a desire to attend the party. This party would be held after the first prince's exile and was intended to strengthen his position in high society. He stubbornly refused to accept his invitations every time. He asked why the emperor had suddenly changed his mind, and the assistant handed over the list of invitees. Among them were both Duke Ambrosia and Claude Ambrosia. But Sarah Miller, didn't she leave high society 6 years ago? When did she manage to return? The assistant replied that it had been said that young Master Ambrosius's nanny would be coming to the party. So the prince immediately realized that his nanny was Sarah Miller and asked since when she became a nanny. The guy apologized, saying that even the guild had no information about what was happening in the Ambrosia estate. But then Adam hit the table and said, so that's why his brother was so obsessed with him. He asked him to do something. Find out what the emperor already knows, and if he can't find out something about the duke, then at least find out something about Sarah Miller. Meanwhile, the magicians arrived at the nearest village. Come on, she told Olivia, activate the magic circle quickly, but it was powerless. He asked to wait. He needed to check the coordinates again. Benjamin told him to hurry before it got worse. Olivia said that he erased the previous coordinates that led to a forest full of monsters. But before he could finish speaking, he vomited. Unable to stand this, Benjamin grabbed the guy by the scruff of the neck and threw him into the crowd of people. Ordinary people worriedly asked what was wrong with this guy. The hot-tempered magician said that while they wait for him, they will lose track of the teacher. They had waited long enough. He could follow them if he wanted. The magicians went ahead, leaving the guy behind. The ladies became alarmed, worried about the young man's condition. Olivia raised his head and said that he would tell them everything he thought about them. They are too impatient. Do they really think that if they set out on their journey right now, they would recognize the teacher? If she sealed her energy, they would pass by her even if she was right under their noses. It was a waste of time, but he wasn't about to tell those two that. Especially Benjamin, his opinion will turn around 180 degrees. Because of his obsession, the teacher left without saying a word. Determining coordinates is his specialty, and due to the rush, they decided to abandon him. But now the most important thing is to find a teacher. Judging by the size of the remaining magical fragments, she is somewhere nearby. Olivia will be able to catch up with her, even if it takes him a while to finish his job. Well, activating the magic, he asked, let's try to find her. Observing the threads of magic, he looked for the necessary paths and asked where she was. Olivia had been around her longer than anyone, so he knew what she was like. If she is in the territory of the Crombell Empire, she probably participated in the most important events that took place there. She often got into trouble wherever she went, and surely this time there must be a connection between her and these events. The biggest event currently happening in the Crombell Empire is the disqualification of the first prince from the throne. So, if he finds the first prince, maybe there were his loyal minions next to him who saw the teacher. What will loyal servants not do to protect their master, who has nothing left? They will become valuable witnesses who will tell him about the first prince, whether they can become friends, because he is very shy. There was a commotion in the mansion, and Countess Miller asked Rhonda what was going on. It was the first time she had seen such a commotion at the Duke's estate, and Rhonda asked what was bothering her. What is happening outside? The lady answered, and the headmaid asked, so she was about it. It looks like they'll find out soon, as a large crowd of people has gathered outside the main gate. All these outfits for Claude were prepared especially by the boutique owners who learned that he would attend a party at the palace. Other aristocrats wait months and years for the opportunity to even see the outfits of these designers, and then only by appointment. They hoped that he would be able to choose between the two suits. Firstly, Madame Evelyn's suit. It combines bright patterns and elements embroidered with gold thread, and Monsieur Thor sewed this suit to highlight the color of Mr. And after trying on both suits, the maids asked Monsieur Claude which one he liked best. Whatever outfit Claude chooses, he will definitely be the center of attention. 2 fashion designers sent the Duke 20 outfits in 10 days. Due to what had happened to the young master recently, everyone around knew what influence he had gained over the imperial family. A 7-year-old child who was able to deprive the first prince of the throne must certainly be very strong. Claude didn't understand what they were talking about and asked the nanny if he couldn't wear whatever he wanted. The countess didn't even know what was better. As if she had gone crazy, she said, "In this he looks like a kitten, and in that like a puppy, Claude would agree to anything." But this was an important event, where the first impression would be made of him. Everything would be completely different from a couple of days ago. The maid thought that Madame Evelina's outfit was the best. The embroidery alone made it immediately clear that it was an expensive suit. Another thought differently. Monsieur Thor's suit was much neater, which would only highlight the young gentleman's beauty. Everyone was really excited about it, and Sarah was also thinking about what to choose. But then the little boy turned to the nanny and wearily admitted that he wanted to sleep. Sarah looked up awkwardly from her work, remembering her main purpose here. She brought Claude into the room, and this time she seemed to have let her guard down. He was the first to approach her and ask for a hug. She always hugs him before going to bed. He is becoming more and more emotional. After that incident, the Duke also became less afraid of touching Claude. As he had promised, the Duke had breakfast with them, and before leaving, he gently stroked Claude's head. And now it has become a routine which only brings a smile. Not long ago, Ethan asked Sarah if she hadn't asked him to trust her, and he explained that this is why he decided to trust the great sorceress next to him. It was just wonderful. Sarah was happy. The memories of that day when Ethan showed his trust and kindness are still so vivid, as if she could catch them. It's hard to believe that so much has changed since then, and all thanks to this boy. Looking at this child every day makes her sad. That Delane was gone, and perhaps she doesn't even miss Claude. She stopped caring about how she's doing, ever since she learned that Claude's younger sister, Chloe, was born in a distant land. Perhaps Delane will be happy with her husband and their lovely daughter, and she will bury Claude's existence deep in her heart. Now the only person she worries about is Claude. Maybe one day the day will come when she will tell Claude the whole truth, raise him, showing him only beautiful things. And she will do everything to make him understand how much he is loved, so that the truth that Claude learns does not cause pain. As soon as Sarah left the boy's room, Leia grabbed her hand. She eagerly told Mrs. Sarah that she needed to go with her. "What's the matter?" she asked, confused, as Leia, dragging her along, discovered that Mr. Claude had fallen fast asleep. Having brought the Countess to her place, the maids rearranged her sparkling dress, and they enthusiastically asked Sarah how she was, informing her that it was a gift from the Duke. "It was the Duke who gave it to her," the sorceress asked hesitantly. Rhonda explained that the Duke had taken special care in choosing the gift. "He said that she should definitely wear this dress to the upcoming party. She took care of Monsieur Claude, but someone had to take care of her too. After all, this is her first appearance in high society after 6 years of seclusion." But yes, Rhonda knew she didn't want to draw attention to herself, but he had asked her to tell him something if she started to refuse. And she quoted the Duke: if she wanted to serve the Ambrosia family, she had to be able to handle the excessive attention. The Duke could really say that. Rhonda asked him to have no doubt that it would suit her, because the Duke personally chose it. She offered to help the Countess change her clothes, but Sarah refused. There was no need, since magic was there to help her. And the next moment she appeared before everyone in a chic dress. "Wow!" the girls exclaimed in admiration. "It suits her incredibly well. She could go to a party right now without any hair or makeup." Sarah asked if they were exaggerating too much, but Leia exclaimed that they were holding back. The girl laughed, but suddenly noticed a figure standing in the doorway. Ethan looked at her from the doorway with admiration and embarrassed breathlessness. She said she would come to the party, but it still seemed unreal to her. When was the last time she felt this way? Not the great sorceress, not Park Ha-yeon, not Sarah, who is fussing around trying to fix everything. She felt like she had her life back, but why did she feel so strange? Did it not suit her? Sarah started the conversation. They told her that he personally picked out a gift for her and asked how he liked it. "Beautiful," Ethan answered, and the girl, embarrassed, asked if it suited her, if she looked beautiful in it, and how beautiful she was. But seeing Ethan's reaction, she laughingly said that she would not mock him any further, seeing that he was fascinated by how beautiful she was. Ethan had no reason to deny that he was fascinated, and when asked about the first prince, he replied that he had figured it out. The door to the mansion was open, so he realized that his son's meeting with Claude was pure chance. And then he said that he had come to ask her permission. "Permission?" the girl asked in surprise. Ethan smirked. He thought she would guess everything based on the dress he gave her. The Duke turned to Sarah and extended his hand to her, and he asked if she would allow him to accompany her to this party. And would she agree to give him the first dance? Because at least once they have to dance. The Duke didn't think she would agree to leave Claude alone more than once. Ethan smiled at her with more than just his enchanting amethyst eyes and asked if she agreed. And yet the sorceress accepted his offer. Now he looked more relaxed. Sarah warned that she hadn't danced for a long time, so she could step on all the Duke's feet. Actually, she dances well, but since she hasn't done it for a long time, she might stumble. Ethan understood this. If she steps on his foot, it's not because she can't dance, but because she tripped. Then, he pulled the girl towards him and suggested that they rehearse. The girl was not ready for such an unexpected start, but Ethan had already twirled her in a dance. The Duke watched the dress sparkle and was mesmerized by it and stopped for a moment. Ethan said he didn't think his legs would hurt because she was doing such a great job. Sarah anxiously asked the Duke to stop, awkwardly admitting that she was not ready. But at that very moment, Ethan turned Sarah around and found himself close to her face. Sarah looked at the Duke with confusion and wide eyes, her heart beating faster. Without taking his eyes off her face, Ethan smiled. And then, in a gentle voice, he asked her to be more careful, and Sarah simply exploded from awkwardness. She had just really stumbled. Ethan understood it, and Sarah was excitedly asking him not to joke about her like that. Sarah shrank back, embarrassed, and the Duke smiled. And yet, the girl said, he was better than before. She was glad to see him smiling. The smile immediately disappeared from Ethan's face, and Sarah asked what that expression was. Didn't he know? He didn't really know it, but Sarah was glad that he was laughing. Lately, Chloe had been laughing a lot too. Speaking of Claude, he looked a little different at breakfast than before. He himself began to notice this. Changes had come to the Duchy of Ambrosia. Little by little, everything changed thanks to Sarah. Ethan said that thanks to her, he realized something. To the girl's surprise, the Duke took her hand, and he kissed the back of her hand. And then he said that she would have to take responsibility for it. In the tavern, men were drinking beer and having heated conversations when suddenly someone slammed a mug on the table, and he enthusiastically declared that today a glass of beer for his brothers would be on him. The men immediately became inspired and exclaimed that they loved him, that Olivia was the best. Olivia was asked if he was an aristocrat by any chance, otherwise how could he afford to drink like that every day? That's nonsense, Olivia replied. He ran away from home, not wanting to inherit the title of head. When asked how much money he had taken with him, Olivia told his brother that in that case he would sell him one little thing. He brought this thing from a distant country. They say that this bead can summon a creature that fulfills wishes. He heard that he was working for some person from a noble family. Could there be anything more important than fulfilling your desire? The question sent shivers down your spine. Anything that is not easy to obtain will catch the eye of the aristocrats, and they will want to get it. Just snap this bead with your fingers. Such a thing deserved a fair price. There was an uproar in the palace. Damned bastard, how dare he ignore it, the prince shouted. The servant timidly answered His Highness that he would not dare, as long as he thought he would be here, and promised that in the future he would become the ruler of the empire. He asked if he even knew what he could do with someone like him, but the guests were discouraged. The young man asked his father if he really intended to leave the first prince in this state. But he is still the first prince of the empire. As a subject he must serve his ruler, he replied. Doesn't he know what happened to this prince? The son asked. It's all over with him. Their rulers are not here, but in the capital. The first prince is not worthy of the imperial throne, which is why the emperor will ultimately not pass on the title even to his favorite son. The man sternly ordered Pavel Elton to watch his words, and the boy froze, shuddering. He once admired how sincerely his father was devoted to the empire. But now, father, he could not allow their family to go down the wrong path. The boy knocked on the first prince's door and introduced himself, asking if he could come in. The prince snorted. Didn't he tell you not to come to him when he was busy? Pavel apologized, but it was urgent, and they allowed him in. When the last of the first prince's servants is beaten to death, the next in line will be the Elton servants. He could not sacrifice his people and said, as he could hear, he brought a gift from a distant land. It was bought especially for him. They say it is the treasure of a deceased ruling family. This artifact can summon a creature that can grant wishes. The bead itself is a valuable artifact. The very fact that she was on their territory, the prince snatched the pearl and exclaimed, "A creature that fulfills wishes." They say that it only responds to those who have a very strong desire, Pavel said. With this he could convince his father, but how could he verify the authenticity of this artifact? As soon as the count's son left, the prince could not enjoy the sight of the pearl and thought about his desire. Suddenly, right before his eyes, the pearl began to emit magical energy. Levitating, she rose into the air and glowed green. "What is this?" he asked, stepping back as a guy emerged from the pearl in front of him. Olivier said that at first he thought of giving this bead to his teacher. But then, turning his attention to the object of his search, he joyfully said, "I found it." Nuclear green eyes devoured the man from head to toe. Because the remnants of his teacher's power remained within him, the prince was too afraid to utter a word. Here it was, the curse that had caused her to suffer. Olivia asked who it belonged to. On the day of the party, Claude saw the nanny and admiringly said that she looked incredibly beautiful that day. The girl laughed and told the gentleman that Mr. Claude was also charming. "He looks good," the boy rejoiced. "Of course," Sarah exclaimed. "Monsieur Claude is already a real gentleman." Ethan coughed to get attention, but was then successfully ignored. Claude asked what he should do at the party. This time he just needs to eat as many goodies as possible, dance, and make friends. "And if something happens this time?" he asked. "There is a duke," Sarah answered. "He will be with them at the party." "He will keep an eye on him," the duke said. "If anything happens, he should just tell him." And he patted his son on the head. Claude became inspired and replied that he would do so. Sarah was calm. "Well now, it's time for them to go to the palace," Ethan said. In the imperial palace of Crombell, in the hall of Stenius, music was playing and gossip was circulating about the first prince, who had gone mad and been sent to Elton. The second prince is quite cruel. The families that were on the side of the first prince found themselves in a very difficult situation. But thanks to this, the Duke and Claude Ambrosia will come, and they will finally see the one they knew about only from the words of the young Master Navin. Suddenly there was a noise, and the arrival of Duke Ethan Ambrosius, his son, Claude Ambrosius, and Lady Sarah Miller was announced. It was difficult to contain one's surprise at the sight of the whole trio. It was even difficult to contain the delight and admiration at the sight of them. "Oh God," the girl asked, not believing her eyes if she was seeing things. A party at the palace, hosted by the second prince, Adam de Crombell. It was originally carried out under the pretext of praying for the safe return of the first prince, who had left for distant lands. But everyone in the Crombell Empire knew what this party really meant. It proves that the power of the first prince, which was based only on the favor of the emperor, has collapsed. And Duke Ambrosia and his son, who brought this about, were here today. Moreover, Sarah Miller, the flower of high society, as soon as she received the title of the Earl's heir, came with them as a nanny. The atmosphere at the party couldn't help but become tense in light of such drastic changes. However, there was no room here for a 7-year-old boy. Again, it was too much. Kids his age are brats, and those a little older than him are not suitable because of rumors. His father was too far away from him and was surrounded by other adults. "And the nanny?" Claude turned to Leia, who had come with them, and he asked if she saw the uncle who was smiling at the nanny. The girl immediately understood what the young gentleman was telling her. There is a tall, broad-shouldered man with a charming, bright smile compared to the others, and he talks for a particularly long time with Mrs. Sarah. The young gentleman said that the nanny was probably smiling at him just out of politeness, and she seemed to genuinely enjoy being with him, Leia noted. How disgusting he is. She couldn't stand it any longer. They mentally shook hands, realizing that their plan to rescue the lady was identical. The girl shouted for Mrs. Sarah, and the girl turned around worriedly. She asked Leia what happened, and she mumbled that Claude had fallen and couldn't get up. Sarah immediately ran after Leia, finding out where he fell, completely forgetting about her interlocutor. This meant that Sarah's mistress was not interested in this man either, Leia rejoiced, but Sarah could not find a place for herself from anxiety. Once there, she showed where Claude was lying. Claude lay stupidly on the floor surrounded by other children, and Sarah rushed towards him in alarm. Was he hurt? Why weren't the servants doing anything? Sarah asked. Ethan came out of the crowd and asked her what had happened. She assumed that he had eaten something bad and felt unwell, but in fact, Claude himself told Leia to say that he had lost consciousness. Ethan ordered to call a doctor first. There is a room in the palace that was specially allocated for the Ambrosius family. But then Claude burst into loud tears and buried his face in the nanny's neck. She worriedly asked the boy what had happened to him and suggested that he was in pain. Claude knew he looked like a fool, but there was nothing he could do. He was very scared that the nanny would leave them. "Damn," Benjamin cursed. Here too he didn't catch any reaction to tracking magic. Only now did he realize that they probably wouldn't have recognized her even if they had passed by. So, Vere said, they had no choice but to go and find her themselves. But then Olivia suddenly appeared and greeted his dear friends. He asked peacefully if they had made any progress since leaving him. Both mages grimaced, realizing that he had returned. Olivia reminded them that he had already said that first they needed to find the power that the teacher was addicted to. Just as they became addicted to searching for her, Vera recognized the fragments that he had poured onto his hand. "That's right," Olivia confirmed. It's a magic stone that contains the power that the teacher is obsessed with. Did he really take this stone from the teacher's laboratory? She asked. And how could he not? Asked Olivia. If they want to find her, they need to use something that will reveal her location. But then Vera ordered that it be given to her. She was obliged to return it to the teacher's laboratory. This stone is filled with the power that the teacher studied, and it devours life force. He is not the master of this power. And it won't compare to the master's skill if he does something wrong, but Olivia has already used this stone. He told Vera that for the teacher this power was nothing special. She always said that it would only make you cough up blood. The girl, stuttering with anger, asked if he really wanted her to kill him. He wants to cough up blood. Does he really think this is all that will happen? She screamed. Suddenly, Olivia asked her if she thought she could find a teacher at that price. They parted with the teacher in the magic tower. She let them go and left them to their own devices. But they are still not ready, and it's bad that the teacher is left all alone. This is what they will be able to recognize the teacher with. If she is nearby, she will not be able to slip away unnoticed. He made contact with the first prince in the territory of Elton, and the most high-profile event of the empire was his deprivation of the right to the throne. But he found it a little strange. The prince had only swung his sword, and he had already been deprived of the right to inherit the throne. And here's the problem. What exactly did he learn from the first prince? Olivia asked. Sarah asked Claude if he remembered that she had said that people would only understand what he was going through if he talked about it. So he must tell her what happened and what he wants so that she will listen and understand him. Still crying, the boy agreed, and he sadly asked the nanny if she was getting married. The eyes of both adults widened in shock. Ethan asked if she was getting married. Sarah asked why she was doing this. Claude said that all those people want to marry the nanny. They say that if they marry her, they will get a title and property. And the nanny is very beautiful, so at night it is possible. Sarah immediately shut Mr. Claude's mouth. Dad took the boy's hand and asked Claude not to worry about it, and he promised that he would sort this out. How exactly? Sarah asked in horror. The girl asked him not to worry, it was all nonsense. These immature adults often tell stupid lies. If you think about it, the boy never once thought it was strange that the nanny was next to him. Of course, he thought that she would always be by his side, but after hearing the adults talking, he realized that it was time for her to get married and have her own children and not waste time on such nonsense, and he didn't want the nanny to leave. The boy again remembered the conversations he had overheard when he looked at the nanny, and he burst into tears again. How could such a sweet creature even exist? Sarah thought. Claude asked the nanny, crying, if she would leave him and get married. How could she leave him? The girl asked. But then Jake turned to the gentleman and said that the second prince was standing behind these doors and wanted to see them. Hearing this, the Duke tensed up, roughly understanding what kind of conversation awaited them. So these are the apartments of Duke Ambrosia, where even the Emperor is forbidden access? The prince asked, and Duke Ambrosia and Countess Miller greeted him with bows. They greeted him, the second glory of the great Cromwell Empire, His Highness, the second prince. Adam said that he had not come here to be greeted in this way, but only wanted to know if everything was all right with the young master. He heard that the boy was not in very good condition. Claude, looking at the man, thought that he looked like that scary prince, but not quite. By the way, the prince asked Countess Miller they hadn't seen each other for a very long time. He remembered her debut as if it were yesterday, and she had become even more beautiful than then. What he heard cut into the ears of young Claude, and he screamed, frightening the people outside. Sarah immediately asked His Highness for forgiveness, saying that Monsieur Claude was very shy. Claude did everything on purpose, and as soon as Sarah turned her back, he stuck his tongue out at the prince. Adam, shocked, said that his son was quite smart, and Ethan asked if it wasn't cute when you teach him one thing and he learns 10. For some reason, he didn't know that he was so crazy about his son, but the prince doesn't need to know all the details about his family. Then the second prince asked if Countess Sarah Miller was also part of his family. They couldn't understand why she was just the young master's nanny. The Duke explained that she simply had something that he and Claude needed, and Adam became interested in what it was. But Ethan, easily getting off topic, said that the Emperor would be arriving soon and asked if he was planning to return to the party. As Adam thought, the Ambrosia family is at the top, even higher than the imperial family. Well, now that he was sure that the young master was okay, he would go. The second prince said that he would warn His Majesty so that they could rest here a little longer. One must know when to retreat, thought the Duke, "and also know how to give what they want from you." And his curiosity about Sarah was wisely reflected under the keen gaze of Duke Ambrosius. But before leaving, Ethan asked to be allowed to invite him to their mansion. He would like to apologize like this for Claude's rude behavior. What an unexpected harvest, Adam thought in surprise. And he agreed, of course. He also had to apologize to his son. At the same time, Claude was still crying, trying to calm down and wiping away his tears. Then Sarah asked the gentleman if he was still worried. The boy, whose tears continued to flow, simply nodded in response. Then the girl began to think specifically about how she could console young Claude. And suddenly she asked him if maybe he had ever heard anything about this. She was talking about the wizard's oath. "A wizard's oath?" the boy asked, stunned. "True," the girl answered. "If there is some promise that must be kept, wizards make this oath. If such an oath is not kept, the wizard will lose his power. And in the worst case, if the promise is not fulfilled, he may even die." Having said this, Sarah cast a spell and informed the master that she had just given him an oath. She vowed that she would be by his side until he was happy, so she asked him to be sure that until he becomes truly happy, she will be with him. Claude could never hold anything in his hands, especially the one who was there for him, and that's why he was especially scared then. Tears flowed from the boy's eyes, and he asked why everything was like this, if she hated him. "The nanny was my mother's friend, and she died because of him. One day she wants to tell him something," the Countess informed Monsieur Claude. "But for now she can't. All she could say now was that he still deserves love and only the adults are to blame." Sarah wondered if she could hide the truth from Claude. She was afraid of how Claude would react when he found out about everything. And if he finds out that all this was done to her, in any case, she will have to tell him everything and ask for forgiveness. On that same day, she will break the oath she made to her students. Claude asked what the nanny was guilty of. "Yes," Sarah answered. "Perhaps it was a mistake that could not be forgiven even to oneself." "Then he will forgive her," the boy answered. He said that he would forgive any mistake she made. Because he likes the nanny, Sarah was very pleased to hear this from the student. She narrowed her gaze, holding back the rising emotions. Seeing this, Claude froze for a moment in amazement and then said that Nanny was also crying. "His Majesty, the Emperor of the Cromwell Empire, has arrived, as well as the third glory of the Empire, His Highness the Third Prince." People whispered about why the third prince had come. Some heard that he was carrying out a secret mission from the Emperor. This meant that the Emperor focused his attention not only on the second prince, the discussions also reached Castle's ears. The Emperor heard that his brother and Duke Ambrosia had met informally, but he didn't seem to care. This was not the case. The father asked what he wanted, and the son replied that he simply did not want to shed the blood of his older brother. "Adam will return soon, so His Majesty is here," he replied, wanting to celebrate his brother's victory. The Emperor then sent the third prince for a glass of wine as his mouth was dry. Looking around, Cassell realized that he did not see young Master Ambrosius among the children. Then he remembered how Iris screamed that she didn't want to, that Dad didn't even play with him, but he was interested in playing with Claude. "That's the problem," thought the third prince with a sigh. It was the first time his son had rejected him like that. He had promised not to let him go outside anymore after he had gone to see Claude. It was without permission, and he didn't know how to make Iris obey. Suddenly, an unfamiliar man in a robe brushed against Cassell's shoulder. The familiar olive hair appeared from the hood and asked forgiveness from His Highness the Third Prince. He was very rude to such a great man and asked him to forgive him. Cassell became wary. He hesitantly approached him, asking what family he was from, but suddenly a stone flew at him. Cassell was distracted from the strange stranger by a pebble under his feet, but immediately raised his head. However, this time there was no man in a robe in front of him, and goosebumps ran down his spine. Noticing the prince's confusion, his knight asked His Highness if he was all right. Immediately, Cassell coldly ordered all the doors to be locked, telling security that a suspicious person had just entered. Meanwhile, tearful Claude and Sarah came out to Duke Ambrosia, causing him to look at them both with bewilderment. He asked if they had quarreled. Sarah answered no. She and Claude get along well. The boy agreed. There was no time for that now, so Ethan told Sarah that a suspicious person had appeared at the party, and he asked if she could stay here for a while with Claude. "A suspicious man?" she asked again. As for how he was able to sneak into the palace party, Ethan explained that the third prince saw him, so it wasn't a lie. If something happened, he would signal Sir Harper, and he asked Claude not to leave Sarah. "Don't go," the father asked with a caring smile. The boy burst into tears again and asked the nanny what they should do and whether they were in danger. "Everything is fine," the nanny reassured him. "This is the imperial palace. There are many guards here, so no one is in any danger." Although she said so, there was nothing like that in the Flower of Darkness, so one cannot be completely sure. For some reason, she had a bad feeling and asked Jake who the suspicious person the third prince had seen was. In fact, the knight replied, he was not entirely sure, but according to the third prince, he was not on the list of those invited. He was dressed differently than people usually wear at parties. They said the man was wearing a cloak and had green hair. Green hair and a cloak, Sarah thought in horror, and James continued, they also said that he dropped something. Some kind of stone that glowed from within. There was no doubt that it was Olivia. Suddenly, Claude grabbed Sarah's dress with concern. He didn't want to admit it, but the nanny looked worried and he asked why. The boy timidly asked if she was going to go there. Sarah was discouraged. The student asked her not to leave because it could be dangerous there, so she shouldn't go there. And then the girl admitted that she had made a mistake and explained that she had to correct it. She clenched her little fist tightly. Claude had no words, only the question in his head. Why? The commander of the knights asked Countess Miller if she knew anything about this man, and she replied that she knew. It seemed like it was her student, the one who studied under her while she was in the magic tower, who thought he was angry that she left without saying anything. Sarah asked Sir Harper to keep an eye on Claude and never let him near the fallen stone. Perhaps the Duke would have to use the power of the Ambrosia family, although his ring looked very worried today. The girl had to stop him at all costs and explained that it was not she who was in danger today, but the Duke. When Sarah left, she saw that the party was going on calmly. Apparently the guests had not been told about what had happened. The Emperor probably didn't want people to know that someone had managed to bypass the palace guards. "Oh, it's Countess Miller." A voice suddenly came from the side and Sarah looked around and saw the Emperor. The girl immediately greeted the son of the Empire, introducing herself as Sarah Miller. How was she doing? The ruler asked when he bestowed the title. He knew that in high society it would become much more interesting. But she immediately left them and he was very disappointed. Sarah replied that he was flattering her too much. Looking around at the aristocrats having fun nearby, he asked the girl if she had already heard about what had happened. "That's right," she answered tensely. "The Emperor said that the courtiers decided that the stone was magical, and so he asked the current sorceress of the Empire to find out." Soon Ethan noticed Sarah and ran up to her, anxiously asking what she was doing there. He told her to stay with Claude, but she knows more about magic stones than anyone else, Sarah answered. Besides, he was the one in danger now. The Duke asked in shock what she was talking about. The Countess asked him what condition the ring she had made for him was in. It was not in very good condition, he admitted. Apparently, the magical power had begun to be spent even more since she and Claude had become closer, she supposed. Still, this won't do. As soon as they figure everything out, she will fix it. The Duke watched Sarah's actions with interest. It was strange, but every time she interacted with his power, it irritated him. "What?" the girl asked in surprise. He explained, "The fact that it was so easy for her to take control of her. This power never takes her breath away so easily, and under its influence, this force falls asleep, like a cat with a full stomach. As if she could force her to give her what she wanted herself." But then Sarah's attention was drawn to the third prince. The next moment she rushed towards him, towards the man holding the stone with her power. Just now, Cassell said with amazement, the stone was glowing strangely, and at that very moment he flew in and shone so incredibly that it could have blinded. The Duke also noticed that Sarah had rushed towards this radiance, which is why he called out to the girl. At that very moment, the sorceress approached the stone and was trying to grab it and calm it down when a crack was heard. The imperial family reacted very quickly. It was ridiculously simple. Only a mentor could instantly recognize this stone. They probably forced her to intervene. "But why did he decide to use the third prince?" Vera asked. "Because he seemed like an easy target," Olivia answered. Who knew that he would grasp everything so quickly? But can they trust the prince's words? He is not in his right mind. He claims that the curse that torments him is the work of Duke Ambrosius, and he has clearly felt the traces of this terrible power on him. Does he realize that he could harm a completely uninvolved person? What if the stone breaks before the master discovers it? Olivia asked if she remembered. He said that he used 2 magic stones. So he connected them to increase the strength. After a second of silence, Vera screamed if he had gone crazy. He went for it, knowing that the power of such a stone would increase several times. If it broke, the force would absorb everything around it twice as fast. Yes, he knew, but he was sure that the mentor would be able to neutralize it. He said that the stone had become stronger. Trying to reason with him, Vera shouted and asked if he was even in his right mind. The man the first prince spoke of here is the owner of that very curse. As soon as two bearers of the same power are close to each other, it immediately resonates, increasing its power. The master had told them about this, but as soon as he got close to the stone, his whole plan would go to waste. Before they could blink, the seed it contained within it, sensing another host would become uncontrollable, Olivia cursed. Asking her not to get upset, he said he had one trick for such a case. Vera ordered him to return the stone alive. Olivia explained that he had bound the stone with magical threads so that it would attract him, but suddenly a terrifying force entered his body. The guy immediately doubled over in pain and spat out quite a lot of blood on the ground. Vera immediately came to the rescue and asked what had happened, if something was wrong with the stone. And to her chagrin, Olivia explained that the master, the magical threads that he created, she destroyed them. He immediately told her to contact Benjamin. Something went wrong. The master was unable to tame the force as she had done before. Apparently not wanting to accept this, he said, the master absorbed her into her body. After the energy surge that occurred, Sarah fell unconscious to the floor. Ethan asked her to wake up. He watched in horror as the girl lost her strength and a trickle of blood flowed from her mouth. The emperor announced with concern that the reception was over. He had sent away all the nobility, and the imperial physician would arrive shortly. But this is not enough. They will go to the chambers of Ambrosia and ask the emperor to call all the priests who are in the palace. Including those who serve in the imperial family, of course, he replied. He will order them to hurry. From now on, the doors to the Stenius Hall are closed. When Ethan took Sarah away, the emperor told Adam that they shouldn't get involved with Ambrosia now. But Countess Miller saved her brother's life. If it weren't for her, he would have taken the blow himself. Stupidity, replied the father. Now is not the time to think about such trifles. The Duke and the Miller family will hold them accountable. Then the honor of the imperial family will be buried in ruins. If he considers himself worthy of the Cromwell name, he must act wisely. In Ambrosius's chambers, Ethan kept trying to shout to Sarah to wake her up. Observing the nanny's condition, Claude was incredibly alarmed, on the verge of hysteria. He turned hesitantly to his father and asked if the nanny would die. He wanted to hear from his dad an answer that Sarah was not dead, but Ethan himself was not in a position to answer. Having read the situation, the commander of the knights turned to the young gentleman and said that he should rest. But Claude clenched his fists and cried out, "No!" saying that he would stay next to the nanny. Then the priest addressed his lordship. Ethan shuddered and goosebumps ran across his body. Obviously, he reported, the countess's condition was extremely serious, but they were completely powerless in this situation. Having heard the doctor's conclusion, the young gentleman burst into tears, and Ethan, frozen in shock, stood still. He didn't want to acknowledge the hard reality. He held back and ordered everyone to get out. She told him that she was an excellent magician, assured him that she was stronger than he thought. These words came from her own lips, and these thoughts rushed like a knife through her heart. Looking at her face with tenderness and despair, the Duke, pursing his lips, asked her to wake up. I felt like crying from the resentment I felt for what had happened, and now all her words were shrouded in this sticky, suffocating feeling. Jake stood sadly to the side, but then the Duke turned to Sir Harper and he perked up. When the boy responded, the Duke asked him to explain how Sarah ended up in Stenius Hall. Did he say anything? Jack replied, "It seems the Countess knows the person who planted the magic stone." When he told her about the intruder, she was surprised and immediately declared that the stone was dangerous for the Duke. She said this with such confidence as if it were her ward. Ethan listened to everything attentively. However, he didn't give a damn who he was to her. Through Commander Harper, he gave the order to find this man. With cold extravagance, he informed her that whoever had done this to Sarah would pay in full. He had to pay for daring to touch his man no matter what, but then Jake objected to the Duke. Even if he is one of Countess Miller's students, they are dealing with a magician. They are still people, Ethan answered coldly. And the people living in the Cromwell Empire should remember that they will never escape the clutches of Ambrosia. Jake Harper tensed, ready to act, but still something was gnawing at him inside. He told the gentleman that in connection with the incident, he proposed to restrict all supplies of magic stones. It is also necessary to introduce a ban on the distribution of any magical items, including those necessary for everyday life. The price will rise, and there will be those desperate enough to pay any price, thanks to which they will be able to track the trade routes and will soon be knocking on the doors of the magic tower. Trembling, Claude asked his father why the nanny's apprentice was trying to harm her. Perhaps he had no intention of harming Sarah, he replied, fully understanding what had happened. If his target had been Sarah, he would not have thrown a stone at the third prince. Leia anxiously informed the gentleman that the priest had arrived and the Duke had ordered him to be let in. Seeing the man, Claude asked his dad if he could save the nanny, but then Ethan asked his son to wait. He looked warily at the so-called priest who had arrived in the chambers. Working in the palace, he knew all the priests who served at court, but this was the first time he saw him. So he asked not to bother him with stupid tricks and to confess himself. Benjamin's earrings sparkled, the priest's clothes tore, and the Duke saw the magician's face. Leia also saw this transformation and ran away to immediately call the knights. But the girl was also noticed by Benjamin, and he immediately sent a stream of magic after her. Having caught up with her, they grabbed the girl and she screamed in fear and pain. Hearing the scream of his maid, Claude called out to Leia with concern. Before entering, he set up a barrier that completely suppressed sounds in the room, so there would be no help, the magician said. So Benjamin assumed he was the owner of the power. The atmosphere was tense. Ethan calmly assumed that he was Sarah's student. Sarah, not yet realizing who they were talking about, the red-haired youth asked him again. But then he realized that a lump had formed in his throat from the fact that the unknown man knew her name. Sarah, it means, like a madman, he grinned in unfair despair. As if in reaction, Sarah coughed up blood, and Claude called out to the nanny in alarm. Damn it, Ethan thought alarmedly. Sarah was choking on blood. Without wasting a second to save himself, he attached himself to her mouth and sucked the blood into himself. All this happened before Benjamin's eyes, who misunderstood everything, not knowing the situation. This magician, holding back his anger in his fist, thought, how dare he touch his mentor? Summoning magic, the most aggressive of the students ordered the Duke to take his hands off the master. And he angrily told the owner of the power that he was the only one to blame for what had happened to her. The Duke froze in stupor at such an unfounded statement. But Benjamin continued, his power was sealed in the damn stone. He shouted that if it weren't for his lousy curse, nothing would have happened to the mentor. But even in spite of everything the magician said above, the Duke remained calm. Suddenly, Benjamin felt a sharp decline in magical powers in his body. And only then, looking around, he realized that he had not calculated that there would be someone else in the room. While holding the magician, Jake informed his lordship that the device for containing magical power had been activated. And only then did Ethan stand up. He told the magician that since he had put Sarah's life at risk, he was not going to stand on ceremony with him. He throws around accusations so boldly, as if he hadn't done a whole lot of damage, he can blame him to his heart's content. But this does not justify his actions. No matter how skilled he is in magic, it will not allow him to escape unharmed. In response to the Duke's self-confidence in victory, Benjamin only grinned. The very next moment, he forcibly broke the artifact and threw the people away from him along with it. Without defending himself in any way, the Duke coughed up blood and, tripping over Sarah lying on the floor, fell. Benjamin waited for everything to calm down, watching the enemy fall. An insignificant trinket, he said indignantly, examining his hand after blocking the forces in it. Suddenly, a light magical trail flashed in front of his nose, and he turned his gaze to follow it. Before him appeared the image of a little boy who, crying, ordered not to touch the nanny. He shouted that the nanny had given him a promise. She had promised to stay with him. In response to this, Benjamin chuckled and told Claude that it meant she was lying. Horror flashed across the boy's eyes. "No, Nanny!" he screamed, and suddenly the room was illuminated by a glow. Benjamin stepped back fearfully, his heart reacting to the outgoing magic. And again, IVs, a hospital room, and a Korean-looking girl in bed. Once again, Sarah saw Park Ha-young from a third-person perspective, and she worriedly wondered how this had happened. After throwing herself against the rock to contain the force, she appeared to vomit blood again and lost consciousness. Well, now all that was left was to wait. This was the patient Park Ha-young, the doctor said. She has recently gained weight, and her condition has improved, and under normal circumstances, she could have already been disconnected from the machine. But for some reason, she still hasn't come to her senses. In her absence, Park Ha-young's time went on as usual. However, while she lived the life of Sarah Miller, only one day was supposed to pass here. The last time they spoke to her, the doctor asked if they had found out how she was feeling. A conversation took place, but it was impossible. No matter how much she tried to wake up in this body again, she never succeeded. "Nothing really," the girl answered. When she asked, she just smiled. The only thing she did was ask for a favor. She was especially insistent on taking care of the laptop and making sure it stayed on. The text was not Hangul, but the imperial language. The text was encrypted with spells so that no one else could read it. But Hayoung's body can't use magic because magic and spells don't exist in this world. That's why she sealed part of her powers into this body. Clearly, she began to read what Hayoung wrote. The text described the altered future in detail, as if she were writing a diary herself. However, Sarah Miller never kept a diary, and these entries also alter the original content of the novel, changed to suit the events she intervened in. Flower of Darkness. This is a story of hardship and suffering, so there is not a single character in the novel who has not experienced despair. But in the future revealed to Park Hae-young, only Ethan Ambrosia is destined to be trapped in despair. Doomed to be alone, so why? Sarah looked at her body. Suddenly, Park Ha-young woke up and met Sarah Miller's gaze again. The next moment, taking a deep breath, she grabbed onto something and jumped out of bed. Sarah realized that she had returned to her body and immediately looked around. Next to her, Claude and Ethan Ambrosia slept peacefully. What a relief, Sarah thought, looking at the Duke, that they were both safe. There was a rustling sound behind the door, and the next moment Leia entered the room with tears in her eyes, calling out to Mrs. Sarah. "What happened?" the sorceress asked anxiously. How long had she been sleeping? Leia was crying, and they no longer hoped that she would wake up. In one breath, the girl began to tell her everything that had happened, but Sarah, not understanding a word, asked her to exhale and tell it in order. In short, some impudent fellow, posing as her student, tried to kidnap her, but Mr. Claude intervened, taking advantage of his oath. "Wait," Sarah stopped the girl and asked worriedly, "A wizard's oath?" That was sorted out. She needed to clarify some details, so she asked to call Sir Harper. When Leia left, Sarah covered Claude and turned to the still sleeping Duke. He looked very exhausted, and Sarah couldn't help but wonder how long he had been there. She reached for his face, but feeling the movement, Ethan's hand grabbed her wrist. Ethan and Sarah met eyes, and not believing his eyes, the Duke affectionately called her by name. He asked if Leona had woken up, and yes, the girl answered, assuming that she had made him worry. Was the situation really that bad? She asked. If it hadn't been for the miracle that happened, everything could have turned into a disaster, Ethan answered. A strange power has awakened within Claude. It is definitely the power of ambrosia, but its essence has changed. Another form, the girl asked tensely. It was this power that healed her, the Duke explained. As soon as it appeared, she stopped choking on blood and her face filled with life again, followed by her breathing. After this, Claude did not come to his senses for several days, and when he woke up, he could not remember anything. She had been unconscious for much longer than Claude, so Sarah asked how long she had been in that state. "A month," Ethan answered guardedly. She had been unconscious for a whole month. "What?" she asked in horror. Immediately, due to overexertion, the girl felt ill and fell onto the Duke's shoulder. Ethan, holding the girl, worriedly asked if she was okay, and Claude stood up because of the noise. Seeing her, he blinked for a few more seconds, not believing his eyes. But the very next moment, calling for the nanny, he threw himself on her neck, hugging her tightly. Cuddling up to the nanny, he burst into tears of happiness. Ethan and Sarah, like caring parents, huddled and stroked Claude, calming the baby. "Is she really okay?" Mrs. Rhonda asked, almost crying. Everyone was in such confusion. The head maid heard that she had been bleeding and that her face had become haggard during this time. After these words, Ethan noticed the state of the sorceress's face, even though she was smiling. Leaving a light snack and water, the servants left, and Ethan turned to Sarah and apologized to her. And he said that he forbade her to interfere in such matters. He understood that the situation was hopeless. But he would not allow it to happen again. They were worried that she would never wake up again. And Ethan began, but could not find the strength to say what he had planned. While he was thinking in confusion, Sarah noticed that there was a crack in the ring. And there was no magic left in him. After examining him more closely, she understood and asked what happened while she was unconscious. Sarah asked hesitantly if he had used force, and Ethan hesitated to answer. He had no choice, he finally answered the sorceress. The girl trembled. Her students were resisting, he reported, and Sarah stood stunned, waiting for an explanation. Instead of giving her a direct explanation, Ethan picked Sarah up and carried her downstairs. She could have walked on her own, but the Duke replied that he still would not let her go. And until she fully recovers, he will help her in everything. This was embarrassing. For some reason, her heart was beating too fast, but she still wondered where he was taking her. Soon they came to a seemingly enveloping magic circle of 3 people. Benjamin, Olivia, and Vera all were there. This circle is made of faith magic, a restrictive magic that makes you wander through an endless nightmare. A swamp of eternal nightmare. If a wizard is imprisoned in a circle, he will wander endlessly in the most terrible nightmares. Ethan explained that they had agreed to be punished for harming their teacher. Why were they here and not in the magic tower, she asked, and the Duke informed her that he had made it so that they could not return there. The tower sends several people a day asking for the students to be returned to them, and the palace demands to know the identity of the magician who has infiltrated the imperial palace. Besides, he got close to the first prince. Approaching the suspended students, Sarah wondered why the emperor considered the wizard a desirable trophy. Even a single mage would be an incredible weapon, especially in the wrong hands. They would certainly offer a large sum of ambrosia for it. Sarah asked the Duke what he wanted to do with them. Ethan planned to divide them between the palace and the magic tower. Upon hearing his decision, Sarah declared that it was her fault and immediately used magic. However, the magical power did not yield to her as obediently as it always did. It was as if she was rejecting the girl. A pain in her chest pierced her and she fell into Ethan's arms. He held back a scream and said that it was too early for her to use her powers. She had taken a powerful blow. That was why her body. But then they were interrupted by an innocent child's voice calling for a nanny. Sarah got scared. The Duke and the girl turned to Claude, and the boy asked why she was protecting these people. They are bad, they hurt her badly, and she fell asleep. They wanted to take her away. But why? I sincerely don't understand the reason for this crying, Claude asked her. She wants to save them. Ethan looked at his son in shock. Sarah clutched her nightgown, collecting her thoughts. She answered Claude, these bad people are her students. She was a teacher for them, but often they taught her new things. She wanted to save them. And this feeling, she continued smiling, was awakened again when she met him. The boy stood there stunned, silently looking at the nanny, trying to process what was said. Magic filled the air again, and Sarah turned to his lordship and asked if he would hold her. Magic. A little effort. The recoil from using the spell and the magic circle was broken. 3 magicians fell towards them in a crowd, one after the other. Only Claude could not cope with the emotions that were so stirring his soul. It was only her fault. The flower of darkness, Delane, her students, they were all suffering because of her. Having finished canceling the spell that restrained the mages, she looked tiredly at Ethan. But now everything is different, because now she belongs to Ambrosia. Sarah turned to his lordship. He said that Monsieur Claude had cured her, but it was not the power of ambrosia, a force that does not take away vital energy, but gives it. The Duke could not be sure of it, but at that very moment he felt the power of ambrosia. This wasn't in the flower of darkness, and in the future, more details appear that she doesn't know about. She also saw Park Ha-yeon before she woke up, but she doesn't remember anything. Taking a break from her thoughts, Sarah turned to Claude and asked why he was looking at her like that. The young man said worriedly that he and his father had better leave the room so that she could rest. He's right, Sarah replied, smiling, so she asked the boy to let her hug him. She was resting next to him. Claude felt a little awkward, but still there was peace between them. Claude called the nanny a liar. She promised to play with him once a week. Oh, really? She said, laughing, and apologized. The sorceress asked if she and the Duke hadn't played. There was no opportunity, Ethan answered. It seemed that if they took their eyes off her, she would disappear forever, both he and Claude. And he kept his promise to always have breakfast with Claude here, next to her. And he did all the work here, and Claude was busy with his studies. When he was not around, Claude stayed. And when he was not there, he was there. Otherwise, it seemed that the miracle that she brought with her to the estate would instantly disappear along with her. And thanks to her, he realized something, and she must be held responsible for it. It was so touching that Ethan hadn't forgotten about it. Tears just kept coming to my eyes. After that day, thanks to the care of the people of Ambrosia, she recovered very quickly. As if she had not been unconscious for more than a month, her condition was improving day by day. She seemed to have already fully recovered and asked whether it was necessary to take this medicine. Leia replied that if she discarded the medicine unnoticed today, the Duke said he would behead the doctor who made it. Sarah hoped that he would simply fire him, but despite all the persuasion, she took the medicine. Today was the day of fulfilling the promise with Mr. Claude. He was in anticipation and was already waiting for her. Then it was worth hurrying, Sarah said, but as soon as she left the room she met Ethan. She turned to his lordship in amazement, and the Duke said that he had decided to meet her personally. But he didn't have to come here every time to accompany her. She had assistants. Ethan extended his hand, smiling and playfully asking if she refused. Now, when she looked at Ethan, she realized that her efforts had not been in vain. And she couldn't refuse his company. The Emperor was unhappy with the concealment of the magicians, but everything was fine. They would probably hide a lot. If it weren't for him, things would have become more complicated, and Ethan was able to prevent the boys from returning to the magic tower. Many of the aristocrats saw her lose consciousness in the banquet hall, and many of those noticed the glow of the stone. Many people think that she took the blow upon herself. Now there is a fierce struggle for the throne, and it is clear who is to blame. She didn't know if it was lucky that Olivia had given the stone to the third prince. It would have been good if he hadn't done it in the first place. But the imperial family had decided everything. It was time to wake the boys up. Ethan asked if she was sure. But they are her students. She is just uneasy that they could harm Ambrosia. But the Duke didn't care. As soon as the issues with the magic tower were resolved, he would send them out of here. Ethan must have been having trouble understanding this whole situation, but he still agreed to help. Sarah thanked him for everything, but he helped for her peace of mind, and she promised to definitely repay him for it. How strange, Ethan said to Sarah, smiling. Maybe for starters she would remember what she had done for him and Claude. He always gives back what he received, and it's time for her to get used to it, the man said tenderly. They frolicked outside, playing with paints and drawing, sometimes on canvas, sometimes on each other. Sarah invited his lordship to try it too, but Ethan awkwardly replied that he didn't want to. He liked the role of observer, but he still promised to play with them. Yes, he promised, Claude exclaimed. Taking some paint on her finger, Sarah drew a line across his lip, which immediately smeared. So that's how it works. Yes, Ethan asked, grabbing the bucket of water and throwing it out. Sarah, protecting Claude, grabbed him in her arms and laughing dodged the water. The Duke, getting into the swing of things, played with them for a while, getting covered in paint. Veron turned to the owner and, handing him a mirror, asked if everything was in order. Of course, the Duke answered. Now he was even happy. At first, the guy looked at all this skeptically, but now he had a different opinion. Looking at his reflection of his lips in the mirror, Ethan remembered the dried blood on Sarah's lips, and that moment when you can say he kissed her, sucking her blood, because he hit himself. Veron worriedly asked the owner if everything was okay with him. Ethan irritatedly wondered why he always remembered this every time. When he hears her ringing and joyful laughter, he begins to remember that day and his heart begins to beat too fast. He didn't even know what feelings were causing this to happen to him. The Duke pouted and paused in thought, looking at Sarah and Claude. His eyes sparkled. No, how could he not know? He was sure that this was the feeling of unrequited love. The second and third princes arrived at the mansion. Ethan admitted that he did not think that they would come without warning. He tried to keep up appearances in front of them when the second prince asked how Countess Miller was feeling. Ethan replied that Ambrosia was keeping a close eye on her health, so they didn't have to worry. But they had to see her at least once, Adam exclaimed, and the Duke immediately interrupted him. And he explained with irritation that he had already told them that she was fine. The princes felt the Duke's cold attitude towards them. Damn, the second prince thought fearfully and worriedly. During that incident, he had been watching all of this at arm's length, and now he couldn't collect his thoughts. The younger brother quickly calculated his brother's condition, understanding what he was thinking. He informed the Duke that his elder brother wanted to personally thank her. She had saved the members of the imperial family, so they were indebted to her. If we ask His Majesty to recognize the Countess's merits and award her a new title, he will not refuse. And yet, this was not a reason to see her in person. Then Adam admitted that he would calm down if he saw her. Unless he thinks he is lying to the members of the imperial family, the Duke asked them to leave his estate. And then the impressionable Adam exclaimed that he owed his life to her. He had a bad feeling. It felt as if something bad was about to happen, as if someone was trying to take over what belonged to him. But he still agreed, and said that they would have to leave the estate as soon as they were sure that she was okay. Having opened the thick curtains, the Duke invited the guests to come to the window, which overlooked the garden. Right there in the garden, Duke Ambrosia's son, Claude Ambrosia, was playing with the flowers. And also the Countess Sarah Miller, who was in good health, who was worrying them. Her smile and laughter could melt any heart, even if you looked at her from the second floor of the mansion. The third prince turned his attention to the boy Iris had told him about, and something inside the second prince began to beat faster at the sight of the girl. Blood rushed to his cheeks, his breathing became ragged. Noticing all this and making sure that the princes saw everything they wanted, Ethan abruptly pulled the curtains. That same night, Verone asked the master if the young master had fallen asleep. Ethan, having put his son to bed, answered, "Yes, he talked non-stop about today. He was very impressed." He asked where Sarah was. He heard that she had not had dinner. Verone offered her several times, but she said that she wanted to sleep. Perhaps she had not fully recovered, the Duke said, asking for more attention to be paid to her diet. Looking towards the girl's room, his heart fluttered, and Ethan thought about going again. Go and see her. But he stopped after Veron's statement that the third prince said that he would set a date and send Mr. Iris to the estate. Claude would be glad to have Iris stay with them for a few days, so the Duke asked Verone to prepare the room. And moving further and further away, he began to talk about the second prince. He asked Verona to make sure that he stayed away from Ambrosia and refused all invitations from the palace. At this time, they do not agree to informal meetings with the imperial family, Ethan announced. An ugly and cursed child. He is no different from his father, the mother screamed, breaking the dishes. She asked how he dared touch her child. She screamed that he would kill him. This devil of Ambrosia would kill her child. Then Ethan, trembling with fear, answered his mother that he was wrong, that he was to blame for everything. But the woman screamed in disgust that she could not give birth to such a monster. She wished for her own son to have the same monster and meet death at his hand. His mother began showing symptoms of severe anxiety after becoming pregnant with his younger brother. It was because he had developed his father's powers that she feared the curse of Ambrosia. Perhaps even then, his mother guessed that a connection with his father would lead her to her own death. That day he realized that power was a real curse. As a result, Sarah got up in the middle of the night and left the room, hungry. Still, she should have eaten before bed, of course she guessed, but looking after children was very tiring. They played with him for so long, and he was not tired at all. Sarah came to the kitchen in search of pieces of bread. She thought that next time they could bake cookies with Mr. Ethan during playtime. If he learns to make bread on his own, he will appreciate food and also learn a useful lesson. Even at that moment, she couldn't stop thinking about Claude, and she understood it herself, but suddenly there was a rustle behind her. And then a voice called out to Sarah in surprise, and the sorceress trembled in surprise. She looked around cautiously, and, noticing a sitting figure in the corner, she screamed loudly in fear. But as soon as she realized what had happened, she covered her mouth with her hand and asked in shock, "What?" I asked what Ethan was doing there. She assumed that something was hurting him or why he... The girl asked him to go to his room. The floor was cold. "It's okay," the Duke replied. "He just had a nightmare. If he stayed like this, then perhaps..." But then Sarah interrupted him and asked what he had dreamed about. Ethan reluctantly admitted that the nightmare was about his mother. He explained to the Countess that she had died, but he often saw her in his dreams. Sarah still didn't understand why he, and Ethan continued, one day his father's power really raged. Then his mother lost her sight for a while, and he didn't know why, but at that time she went to the kitchen. Because of this, she confused him with Hugo, although she hated him because of the power of Ambrosia. Stroking his head, she asked her son to sleep soundly, wishing him good dreams. And that's why, when he is here, he remembers his mother, who whispered to him with her kind voice. At that moment, she was not the mother who cursed him because of his power. After listening to the heartbreaking story, tears unconsciously flowed from my eyes onto the floor. Noticing and hearing the sound, Ethan looked at the crying girl in shock. The man, not understanding the girl, asked why she was crying. Sarah clutched her nightgown and exclaimed that she was crying instead of him. That's why. Because he sits as if he is ready to cry, but the tears do not flow. Goosebumps ran through Ethan's body. Sarah asked desperately why he was making such a sad expression on his face. Still crying, she sat down on one knee in front of the Duke and spread her arms. And she sniffed and asked if he wanted to hug her. Ethan seemed to be waiting for an opportunity, which is why he immediately buried his face in the girl's shoulder. Without leaning too quickly, he only touched her lightly but never let go of his emotions. Sarah's heart began to beat faster, not expecting such a scene to be much more intimate. In the morning, the servants asked the Countess if she had slept poorly at night. Veron said that he would ask Rhonda to make a medicine for fatigue. The sorceress thanked her assistant and asked him not to worry, she would go on alone. She understood the Duke's anxiety after her fainting, but she felt much better. Veron asked if she would go without the escort of knights. "Of course," she answered. "Her students are behind these doors. They will not attack her, otherwise it will be difficult for them to overcome her. In fact, she is a great sorceress, and besides her students, only the servants treat her like a flower in a greenhouse." However, she was not against such care and, entering the room, looked around it. Sarah walked forward and began to awaken the mages, greeting her beloved students. The students woke up and immediately jumped out of bed and looked at the disgruntled girl in front of them. "Teacher," they asked, not believing their eyes. Realizing that she did not reject their guesses, Olivia turned to the teacher more confidently. But then Sarah interrupted, turned seriously to them all, and irritably ordered them to get out of there. She sent forward a request from the Imperial Palace for them to hand over Olivia. If she and Duke Ambrosia hadn't settled the matter, they would have become a gang of criminals who attacked the imperial family. She told them to think carefully about why the magicians locked themselves in the magic tower and did not go beyond it. She sent these words to all three of them. She reported that their punishment would be decided after her discussion with the elders of the magic tower. Benjamin asked if she wanted to send them there again, and didn't that make sense? Sarah asked. Their teacher is the great elder of the magic tower, and she is Sarah Miller, which she already spoke about. It was her will, so she hoped for respect. Benjamin exclaimed that there would definitely be some task for them here. They could help her research the power she wants to know about, but Sarah won't let them get involved in her affairs anymore. But before leaving the students, the girl on the MI froze and turned to Olivia, saying that they would talk more in private later. The elder brother often went to the first prince's room. Young Master Fryn often goes to the capital. Perhaps he had already come to terms with the prince in many ways, and he would only be glad if his older brother did something for them. He didn't know whether to be happy about the fact that he had become close to the first prince, or whether he was still worried about his connection with him. By the way, does he remember the man who sold mysterious things that could appease the first prince? He disappeared. "If the deal is made, there's nothing that can be done," Elton replied, "but such a situation can hardly be called suspicious." But isn't his intention too obvious to sell the thing to the first prince? He was able to find a person to make a deal with over drinks. The man suggested that the gentleman tell the owner about this. Most likely the merchant wanted to give that bead to the first prince. But nothing dangerous happened. He refused, because his father would definitely tell the emperor that he was just waiting for the moment to return the prince. The first prince has lost his right to succession, and as long as the other two princes live, he will never be able to take the throne. This means that one of the two princes will become the emperor, and it is unlikely that they will be looked upon with sympathy if they bring back the first prince. And regarding this matter, he still needs to talk to his older brother. Soon, Pavel came to his brother's room. The assistant was scared and asked how he ended up there. He replied that they were members of the same family. He asked if his brother was in the room, and they told him that he wasn't there, that he had gone to look at the property and would be back soon. But Pavel doubted what was said, and therefore slipped to the door of his older brother's room. As soon as he opened the door, a terrible sight unfolded before him. Looking around the room in horror, he wondered what it was, why the older brother, and what the corpses of monsters were doing here. Fast forward to Ambrosia's mansion, where the students approached Sarah again, and she asked if they were serious now. There was still time before she would speak with the magic tower, Vera answered, so until then they would be near her. After listening to the older students, she turned her attention to the youngest, Mr. Claude, and she sighed heavily, seeing how he was warily staring at the magicians behind her back. That's why she asked Leia to tell Mr. Claude that no one would harm him. The maid understood her mistress's instructions and began to negotiate with the boy. Soon she was ready to announce that the young gentleman was afraid of him, pointing to Benjamin. Leaving him behind, Sarah asked Leia where his lordship was. The girl answered that he was already waiting for them in the dining room. He had slept so soundly last night that she had been worried about him, so she was glad he was okay. She didn't even know what he had gone through as a child. She had heard about his father, but she couldn't even imagine about his mother. How did he endure all this? What a burden he carried on his shoulders, Sarah thought as she entered the dining room. Inside, a noble duke was already waiting for her, smiling softly only at her and her son. "Sarah," he called her in his gentle voice, so that her heart began to flutter in her chest. The girl wished the duke good morning, and Ethan replied that it was good, thanks to her. The words confused and pleased Sarah at the same time. He also said that these people also needed to eat. He asked Rhonda to give him a sign, but Vera refused, asking them to eat in peace. Sarah told the students to sit down since the Duke insisted, but Benjamin sat too far away. Ethan asked Claude if it would be okay if he sat with him, and his son confidently replied that he was a little scared, but everything was fine. Dad praised his son for his courage, and Claude really liked his praise. After watching them, Sarah asked Benjamin to join in, since the Duke was offering to eat together. The red-haired magician, looking away, replied that everything was fine and refused. "Apparently he was inattentive while watching this scene," said Ethan Ambrosia. "Although having dinner with someone who tried to kill you might be uncomfortable," he noted. Benjamin asked for forgiveness. At that moment he lost his mind. Sarah apologized for her students. Ethan asked the magician that when his teacher dies before his eyes, which student can retain his sanity, and besides, Sarah suffered the most. "That's true, but in the end it all happened because she didn't tell the children anything," the girl replied. "Could such a small thing really cause such terrible events?" Ethan asked. He asked Sarah not to blame herself. It was not like her. "Claude seemed a little scared, but in time everything will be fine," he said, squeezing her hand. "This is Sarah's student," he reproached Benjamin, and with hidden aggression he asked him not to think about him or Claude. The sorceress thought that it was he who advised her not to lose her head. After all, he was a cunning man. She channeled magic towards the students and created a text asking them to be careful and to return, not to risk their skins. After dinner, Sarah thanked the Duke, suggesting that her students were bothering him a lot, and perhaps she was being too soft with them. "Not exactly," Ethan replied. He himself lived relying on her mercy, so he couldn't say that they irritated him. She seemed to be very attached to her students, that's true. Sometimes she felt like she raised them herself. The age difference didn't seem that big. He asked about their dating history. Sarah said that Vera was even a year or two older than her. They met when she went on a trip, in a mountain villa on the top, with all the little villages below visible. A friend called Sarah and asked her to look out the window. It seemed as if a star had fallen into the forest. However, Sarah saw a fire raging in a nearby village and rushed there. In a village plagued by bandit raids, the only one who knew how to wield a sword was Vera. At first, she fought to protect the people dear to her, then for revenge, and in the end, to survive. She saw a hidden talent in her, since it was possible to pass by something like that. Unlike Sarah's other two students, she was a person you could talk to normally, Ethan noted. She seemed to rely on her a lot, but recently Ethan felt like he was going to lose everything. It was as if a strange voice was sounding in his head. His head was splitting. If he got rid of Vera, it would become easier with the rest. The Countess had already begun to talk about Benjamin, but then Veron turned to Lady Sarah. He told her that the man remaining in the secret room said he was hungry and making a row. Sarah immediately rushed to him, and Ethan asked Veron what Claude was doing now. The boy was preparing for a lesson. Ethan needed to stop by for a moment. There was something he wanted to talk to his son about. Olivia lay face down on the floor as if dying, but as soon as he heard footsteps, he raised his head. He saw the teacher in front of him and was immediately delighted to see food in her hands. But then Sarah asked how he could just leave the magic stone in the palace, and the student wavered. Sarah clutched the tray and begged Olivia to stop prevaricating and just be honest. The boy turned to the teacher with an awkward and worried expression and asked if she could at least put on a robe, or maybe just talk to them via text. In this guise, she looked unfamiliar and frightening. The girl asked him what he felt when he found that power, approaching the first prince whether he was happy. Glad that he can find her hiding with her help. If he misses his teacher, he must return to the magic tower. Olivia was completely speechless. He was still confused and didn't understand. He had never been so cold before. She had always been kind to him, so why now, when faced with harsh reality, did something inside Olivia break? They held each other's gaze, Olivia waiting hopefully for an answer, and Sarah disappointed. Taking a deep breath, she finally gave an answer. He was her first student and her most beloved. Therefore, her expectations about him were quite high, and her disappointment was even greater. He seemed strangely uninterested in becoming stronger, and with every word, something inside Olivia broke. But he was not like Benjamin or Vera. His interest was focused solely on the study of magic, especially in those where any methods and means could be used. If she had known earlier that his methods could harm others, it would have been difficult for her to say these words. But still, if she had known, she would never have treated him with such warmth. "No, no," the teacher, clutching her skirt, Olivia exclaimed in horror. "He never wanted to hurt anyone. He left the magic stone in the palace because he thought she was there. He thought he could find her that way." Having looked at the desperate man, the sorceress calmly but sarcastically asked why then he had given this stone to another. He was sure that she was Sarah Miller, thanks to the first prince, but he deliberately chose the moment when she was not in the hall. She needed to check this magic stone. Finally, Olivia realized his mistake, and he lowered his head down in shame. Olivia was born in a gypsy camp, but after the death of his parents, he found himself in a deserted forest. He had to survive at any cost. He had a talent for survival, so much so that his magical gift attracted the teacher. She found him in the forest herself. She took him to the magic tower, took care of him and his talent. But suddenly the teacher changed when she began to investigate the incomprehensible force. He was jealous of who this person was who possessed this power, who his teacher needed. It was her fault, the teacher, that she had disappeared without a word, Olivia said. It was her fault that she had rejected them. He wanted this power to be known to the whole world, even if only the imperial prince died. In an instant, it would become a crime against the entire continent, then they would not be able to hide. And she would need them again, but he didn't think that she, a teacher, could suffer. He asked to forgive him. He didn't want to hurt her, and after hearing the apology, Sarah's mind flashed to how terribly Claude had cried at that moment. Now she had a more important person, and she asked him if he really thought she was angry because he hurt her. "No," she asked with a frightening coldness. "Ah," Sarah thought, coming to her senses. For a moment it seemed to her, no, this child. No, he really doesn't understand what he almost did. Sarah told Olivia that she wanted him to think right and follow the right path. If anyone else had suffered or died from his actions, she would never have forgiven him. But since she was the only one who suffered, she will forgive him. "Why?" the child asked, not understanding. "After all, injuring a teacher is the most unforgivable crime," the boy exclaimed. Reassuring Olivia, Sarah suggested he start by understanding that. Leaving the room, Olivia wondered what the teacher wanted, what he was trying to achieve. But suddenly he heard noise and din coming from the street and went to the window to see what was going on. Looking out into the courtyard, he saw Vera sparring with swords with the Knights of Ambrosius. And Benjamin, in turn, happily helps the servants dry their clothes with his magic. Seeing what each of his comrades was doing, Olivia was horrified by what was happening. As if seeing something alien, he wondered in horror what they were doing there. "They've gone completely crazy," he thought, walking aggressively. "No, it can't be like this. It shouldn't be like this. In this damned place that took his teacher away from him, how can these people smile so low and humiliatingly? How he hates this whole place, where he just wanted to live a peaceful life with his teacher." Olivia met Verone and bowed to the magician in greeting. He told the guy that Sarah had asked him to go to Claude. It all made him so angry, but he couldn't do anything. Verone asked him to follow him. He had been standing near the door for some time, but did not dare to knock. His hand shook and his shoulders slumped as he heard the teacher's happy voice calling the boy. For the first time in his life, he heard his teacher's voice full of joy. So why did the teacher seem so alien to him? Having gathered himself, Olivia knocked on the door and told the teacher that it was him. Sarah had asked him to come in. Opening the door, he looked at his teacher and the boy playing next to her. Olivia said that he came to apologize, just as she said. He didn't look too happy, Sarah noticed, and said he had made the right decision. In response, he remained silent, looking down, and the teacher said that then she would leave them alone, asking them to try to do everything right. For a while, Olivia looked at the fair-haired child with sadness, and Claude looked at him with surprise. The boy started the conversation first and asked his uncle who he was. Olivia narrowed his eyes, and he asked Claude, so this is him, their little one, quoting the teacher's words he heard from behind the door. Claude tensed up. The man frightened him with his appearance and strained him with his long, painful silence. But suddenly he remembered the words of the nanny, who told him not to show that he was scared. And sure enough, he could do it. Claude said that was true. He was the nanny's baby. And not just any baby, but the cutest and most charming baby, he stated with confidence. This was already a stunning blow for Olivia, but then Claude pointed his finger at him. And he said that he was just Nanny's problem student, which Olivia asked irritably, but the teacher simply adores her. But the nanny told him that he was irritating her and told his uncle to apologize since that was why he had come. Olivia was indignant, but Claude said that he was kind, so he would forgive him, this tiny little fellow. Seriously, the magician asked. Hearing all his statements about Claude, Sarah taught the student a lesson and sent him to the Duke with explanations. Ethan looked at the boy with dismay, and Olivia asked the Duke if he would accept his apology. After a pause, the Duke sighed and replied that whether he would accept or not was his decision. And he, it seemed, had already decided for him. Olivia agreed that one could think so too. But what could he do? Continued Ambrosia. He was not going to accept his apology. Still, he was incredibly happy at the thought that Sarah would be disappointed in him. And he will throw them all out of here. Olivia was infuriated by his self-confidence that he was keeping the teacher for himself. Through his teeth, he angrily told the Duke to be glad that the teacher took pity on people like him, with this dirty power. True, Ethan asked with an excited smile and thanked for it with sarcasm. With a piercing coldness, noticing what a great thing this was, taking Olivia by surprise. What? The Duke asked mockingly, watching the magician. This was not the reaction he was expecting. Olivia asked Ethan if he felt pathetic, getting the teacher's attention by hiding behind his misfortune. Not at all, the Duke answered him completely carelessly. The sly squint and sparkling eyes said a lot. The more Sarah felt sorry for him, the better. After all, then she would remain next to him. Memories of how she comforted him after a nightmare surfaced. This statement completely killed Olivia's enthusiasm, leaving him without a glimmer of hope for the teacher. He told Ethan Ambrosia to listen carefully. In this world there is no salvation without a price. The more terrible his power, the greater the price it will demand. He doesn't understand anything, but he dares to try to take possession of the teacher, these dark, sticky feelings that he has for the teacher. He declared that he would soon understand that he was unworthy of her, and his pathetic passion for possession, what price the teacher paid for her. Who would pay for it if he knew at what price this disgusting force is maintained? What he would do if he knew who was suffering instead of him? Ethan finally thought about it. But before he could answer, Olivia walked away, slamming the doors. He who pays the price while he avoids it to curb the power of Ambrosia, Sarah paid in blood. But this is definitely not the first time. This is definitely the end that awaits her, damn. I remembered the words of my family. Don't keep anything dear to you, because his dirty power will take it all away anyway. Worried about this, Ethan jumped up from his seat and ran to Sarah, who was playing with Claude at that moment. She noticed Ethan and excitedly told Claude that the Duke had arrived. Out of breath, Ethan stopped, looking sadly at Sarah and wondering if he would ever be able to let her go. Sarah called out to the Duke in surprise, and he worriedly wondered if Ambrosia's power was slowly killing her. A moment before, Sarah had been scolding herself for failing to teach her student how to apologize properly, but Claude said it was okay. The nanny taught him, but his uncle is simply too stupid. Then he will have to be taught again even more strictly, said Sarah. And how? Asked Claude. He must understand how much pain and suffering his actions have brought to others and do everything possible to correct his mistakes. She should do the same. Claude said that he was smart and would definitely learn well from the nanny. Sarah praised him. But then a flood was heard, and the next moment Olivia appeared in front of them, running out of the Duke's office. Having poured out his pent-up emotions on the Duke, he caught his breath and asked the teacher to forgive him. He tearfully admitted that he had disappointed her. Sarah agreed that he had disappointed her, and she saw no remorse in him for his actions. For almost hurting so many people, and for completely ignoring her will and doing things his way. Until he realized his mistakes, he should not show himself to her. She hoped that before returning to the magic tower, he would still learn something. When the Duke ran up to them, Sarah asked if something had happened, if Olivia had been rude to him. Almost crying, the Duke turned to Sarah with alarm, but a lump stuck in his throat. Claude was worried by the expression on his father's face, and, although he doubted it, he still reached out to him. He hugged his father around the neck, and, taken aback at first, the Duke also hugged his son. Sarah asked Ethan worriedly what had happened, asking about his gloomy expression. They say, Ethan answered, that besides Olivia, the others help the workers at the house. Nobody asked them to do this, but they volunteered to help. It seems they did not want to return to the magic tower. Apparently, they are trying to compensate for what they have done, in which case he wanted to ask for one thing, the Duke asked. Sarah said she asked Vera and Benjamin first, and told Claude that the Duke needed to mind his own business. But when Claude left his father's arms, he saw how sad his gaze was, as if he did not want to part. Leia had been working with the Duke and reporting on a lot of things, and then he asked about Sarah's health. What should she do? Leia thought anxiously. If she told about Sarah's condition, she would definitely lose her trust. But she could never do anything important for her, and the Duke might be able to. What Claude wanted most was for Sarah to stay healthy and live a long life. With a trembling voice she began, it all started on the day she first arrived at the mansion. After she returned the smiles to the faces of the butler and the head maid, and was left alone, she saw something by chance. Every time Sarah uses her power to control it, she always spits out blood. It was like two huge blows to Ethan, like shots reaching the body. He angrily asked if that was all. When the conflict with the first prince occurred, she spat out a lot of blood and then slept for 5 days straight. Sarah said it was nothing to worry about, that it sometimes happened if you used too much magic. Ethan asked why she didn't tell him about this sooner. Leia exclaimed that Sarah didn't want the people of Ambrosia to know about it. Even he and Claude. Why? Ethan thought, stunned. Why did she treat him and Claude like this? In the 6 years that she studied this power, how much blood she had to shed, how could she with such a body endure all this? And to reach this point, to lose what was dear, he felt that the moment of damnation was already very close. Damn, he knew in his head that letting Sarah go would be the right decision. If he really loves her, then he should do this. She is afraid of him, that is right. But the girl's words came to mind, saying that together they could protect what was dear to them. It may be difficult, but it is worthy. If they join forces, no one will be able to defeat them. Don't miss the opportunity to be happy, that voice that told him he had the right to be happy. These are the words he remembers, but he can't let her go. He won't let her go. That she met a monster like him. It's only her fault, Ethan said with pain. There was quite a noise in the yard, and suddenly Benjamin asked what Ambrosia meant to Sarah. They don't know that, Vera answered with a sigh. They only know a small part of her story. They are here, someone said in surprise and informed the magicians that the Duke was calling them both. Upon arrival, Ethan asked the students how much they knew about Sarah's condition. He said that he wanted to hear an honest answer, since they had studied the Force with her, just like he had. Every time Sarah encounters the power of Ambrosia, she spits out blood. She says she is fine. Is that really true? She claimed that she had researched the Force together with her students, which meant that after her, they were the most knowledgeable. He needed to secure their cooperation. Benjamin and Vera exchanged glances. The Duke stated that this proposal was beneficial for them too, and Vera asked what he was going to do with their help. The answer was simple. He was going to protect Sarah. Benjamin mentally asked Vera if his words could be trusted. They could not break the oath they had given to the teacher, but this oath only concerned concealing the existence of the teacher from another world. The research into the power of Ambrosia must be continued. This time, the teacher was too hasty. If she uses power from another world, there's no way it won't affect her body. This person clearly has his own plan. Ethan was getting a little uneasy with their constant glances and the fluctuations in their magic, so he asked if the discussion was over. The magicians trembled anxiously. Vera wondered who he was anyway, but still she said that they accepted his offer. And as for him, she thought of the Duke, how far his knowledge extended. As the night approached, Sarah put Claude to bed, admiring his sweet little face every night. Leia had been missing for some time, and there was a strange tension in the mansion. As the Great Elder feared, there were traitors in the magic tower after the Duke cut off the supply of resources. Those who were looking for workarounds turned out to be connected to him. Someone tried to break into the magic circle in the Elder's secret laboratory. Fortunately, it was not possible to destroy it. The second and third elders went to the Duke. They will meet soon, such was the report of the tower. She asked for an investigation, but everything turned out exactly as she expected. She no longer felt the presence or magic of this child in the mansion. In the end, he chose to run away. What a fool he was. The tower discovered traces of Olivia's magic in the monster forest, this magic emitting a scent that attracts monsters. The number of creatures leaving the monster forest has decreased sharply, but they have not died a natural death. The Great Elder and the magicians apologized to her and said that it was dark magic. In his inflamed gaze, in that disgusting smell, she prayed that it was not true. But the anxiety raging in her chest did not give her peace. Sarah thought about going to the Duke. If he, with that impassive face, told her that everything would be okay, maybe then she would actually believe it. The girl headed towards the Duke, but a crowd had gathered near his office, anxiously discussing something. Sarah, drawing attention to herself, made a sound as if she was knocking, and Rhonda turned to Countess Miller in surprise. The girl asked why they were both so tense, and when they saw Sarah, the twins couldn't hold back their tears. Verone said they were okay, Rhonda, that she didn't need to worry about her. She was already going through a hard time. Sarah was stunned and asked what they were talking about and turned to Sir Harper for help. Jake also turned to Countess Miller, but like the twins, he could not hold back his tears. And bursting into tears, he said that he really respected her very much. He told the Countess that she was a goddess who had descended upon Ambrosia. Sarah was horrified by what he was saying. Harper's sincerity even frightened him, but suddenly the door opened and the Duke looked out of the office. Sarah turned to the Duke in surprise, either to greet him or to ask what the servants were carrying. But suddenly Ethan reached out to the girl and grabbed her head, his fingers burying themselves in strands of hair. The door slammed shut and he pulled Sarah into the office and pressed her against him. Shock, surprise, awe, and incomprehension were all mixed together, sending the body into a stupor. Sarah pressed her face into Ethan's shoulder and wondered what was going on. Sarah asked the Duke if something was wrong, and Ethan hugged her even tighter. There was no answer from him for a long time. Ethan pursed his lips and collected himself from the oppressive thoughts. And finally, he turned to Sarah and asked if she had taken her medicine. Yes, how she felt. Very well. Hearing the answer, he pulled away. Somehow she answered him too briefly. Sarah asked, embarrassed and cautious, if he was going to explain anything to her. What they were all talking about here, she would also like to know. The sorceress explained. Every time she encounters the power of Ambrosia, she dies, and Ethan is afraid to even say it out loud because it will become true. Alas, it is Ambrosia who needs her, and the loser in this story is him, this feeling that was first born in him. It was not as pure and beautiful as others for him to speak openly about it. So Ethan admitted that he was afraid that one day he would wake up and not see her next to him, that just as she entered his life and Claude's life suddenly, she would leave just as suddenly. He was so afraid of this that scenes of despair were already flashing before his eyes. Sarah gently and tenderly touched Ethan's forearm and looked him straight in the eyes. She had the same expression on her face that day, but today it seemed like he was the reason for it. She touched his wrist, and now Sarah understood what was happening. Smiling, she turned to the Duke and, holding back her anger, asked up to what point Leia had already told everything. He was surprised and said that every time he encountered the power of Ambrosia, it broke down and spat out blood. The last time she spat out blood in the Imperial Palace was not the first time. Even knowing this, he was not going to let her go. Ethan was afraid that she would start thinking about him differently. Spitting out blood is a sign of severe overload of the body. This can't just happen unless it's a serious illness, he said worriedly. Therefore, even if she decides to leave, he understands perfectly well that he cannot keep her. However, she is too merciful a person. And he just relies on her mercy. Sarah's eyes lit up and her heart started beating faster. In this state, with this situation, he couldn't even ask her to stay close. Sarah, shuddering with embarrassment, exclaimed that she would stay. Having put her thoughts in order, she looked at the Duke again and said that she would be here. He understood that this was great greed on his part. All this time she had been infinitely kind to them. Greed, Sarah asked. It's not like that. She just does what she wants, she hastened to say. But the Duke did not agree. After all, it was all his greed, and yet he could not help but thank Sarah. Smiling, he said that no matter what, he would protect her from himself. There was a thrill in his eyes, a warmth that was also transmitted through the touch of his hands, pure love. That same night, Sarah realized that this time she was completely caught. Of course, she could not completely deny his words. That's why she hid it. Spitting out blood is a sign of Ted being overloaded, and yes, she was indeed using up life force. Even if she belongs to Park Ha-young, well, this Leia will take a look at her. Using dark magic, the first prince killed monsters in the forest. He suffered from it because he was too weak, their dear summoner, growing like a fragile flower. She didn't realize it. Status doesn't matter in the face of death. Fortunately, he met him, so everything will be different. The power he craved, Olivia thought he could give him a little. Of course, there will be a price to pay for this. Whatever it is, the price must be very high and valuable. The first prince was absolutely terrified of this nasty demon. He didn't understand why he suddenly showed up a few days ago and was behaving like this. From all sides came the death cries of monsters melting into the air. How tiresome it all was. The teacher's voice echoed in her head again. He was disappointing her again and again. If he realizes his mistake and asks for forgiveness, he will be able to remain her student. But if he cannot, then she will no longer be his mentor and will act exactly like the Supreme Elder of the Magic Tower. Whatever he does, she has enough strength to stop him, but if she has to do it, she will be very sad. From that moment on, she gave him 3 chances, hoping that he would not reject her 3 times. Olivia was very upset that the teacher had changed. Ever since she started studying this power, she had been out of her mind. Like a person driven into a corner, she stopped caring about herself. Madly immersed in research, and on top of everything, at the moment when he saw her for the first time. She was incredibly beautiful, and her eyes were filled with the power of ambrosia. He saw something he could not comprehend. Now he is no one else for the teacher. She has her own concerns, new people, new everything. He knew he was being childish and not wanting to let her go, but he didn't want any ambrosia to take his teacher away from him. All that needs to be done is to make sure that she has no reason to give ambrosia's power if there is no one left next to the teacher. If only he could fill that void. The monster's scream dispelled his wet dreams. The first prince enjoyed the kill. The eldest son, Elton, arrived, anxiously calling for the first prince, along with Olivia's companions, the dark magicians. The Viscount said that the thing is, she knows that he is conducting experiments on hunting monsters using the power received from the mage. But he could no longer keep his father and brother captive. His brother found the hidden corpses of the monsters, and the situation became dangerous. But a lot of time has passed since then. The father, as the head of the family, no longer rules the county, and everything in it is falling apart. Residents are starting to panic. The county is already short of resources, and now even traders can't travel. The prince just grinned and said that this was precisely why he had not yet been able to break into the capital, because of his doubts and indecision. No doubt he was just worried that this could become an obstacle in the prince's path. The prince told him to sort it out quietly. There is very little left to do. We need to cut off the head of the emperor himself, who does not intend to leave the throne. And to teach a lesson to the impudent brothers who had set their sights on power, how could he think that he had forgotten about him? The Elton family would become a noble family that brought fame to Cromwell. The only ducal family of the royal empire, how can he be a duke? Olivia told them to stop chatting about trifles. They didn't have much time. His teacher would arrive here soon. They already reported to the magic tower that he was studying dark magic. She will not sit idly by. If the Supreme Elder found out about this, it means that there is no place in this world where one can hide from her. And Olivia knew this. That's why they would take hostages. He would activate the magic circle, and even his teacher would have a hard time destroying it. It's for the best, because his teacher loves this empire and its people because she is an aristocrat.